trying to make mommy like Snooki. We're trying to make mommy.
Yeah. Sexless Void. with
Chaos
their time.
Knight. Yeah.
The RNG team.
Yeah. And then Archon's like, wait, how do we get back home, guys, with our map?
They knew they were going to be the first team eliminated.
Yeah, I think there's a
Just
maybe
planning.
Lost in
a
the subway on their way to the airport.
little bit of hidden depth
Journey
into
planners.
those type videos.
That's just wonderful stuff.
Little nuggets of truth.
Really? All right, so let's actually get into it now. OG versus Secret, the rematch here. Let's talk about possible differences from these teams from the Frankfurt to now. OG, we used to know them to be a lot with their tiny Wisp. They had Huskar back in the time, and even an occasional Meepo would pop up now. What's been different for OG from then to now?
A lot of their strong heroes got nerfed. I think Tusk and Wyvern in particular for Crit, who like single-handedly won the early game for them. Secondly, Meepo's kind of just out of the picture because teams pick Sven even when there's no Meepo. So it's like it's a super risky pick that it's just not worth the risk and isn't strong enough. So those are two pretty big weapons that OG don't have available to them in this
The
patch.
Brute as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those were probably their big 3 or 4, the Alchemist, the Brood, the Meepo, Huskar. And they won a lot of, because you couldn't ban them all out. So they've definitely had to adapt, but I would say they're one of the teams that have made the transition the best to this patch and still overall feel very stable and solid.
It does feel like they're able to play the economy game better than most are able to now. When I'm like running the numbers on Dat Dota, OG and EG are at the top as far as the 5s go. You're talking about number 1 as far as average last hits by the 15-minute mark, number 2 as far as average jungle farm by the 15-minute mark, number 1 for lane farm, and number 2 for last hits. So being able to utilize the map like that seems to be a trend for some of the best teams out there with like OG and EG. Is that how teams need to be playing this meta right now?
Look at MVP. Hero kills.
With the exception of MVP, which is the crazy thing. We didn't get to talk about it much yesterday in their matchup, but they're a team who is not near the top as far as farm, whether it's lane, jungle, or ancient. It's just farm on heroes. So
Their games just end so quickly.
Yeah,
they
it's
never have a
just-
chance to farm.
I think it shows there's no one set way to play the patch. You can play your own style if you play it well and have a clear idea and strategy. Because everyone kind of talked about how CDC kind of reinvented the meta at the last TI and kind of set the pace themselves. EG in the final still played like EG. They didn't copy CDC by any means. So even back then, if you play your own Dota and have a good brand of Dota, you can still win. And that's what we're going to see from teams like EG, OG. They're going to prioritize more farm. MVP, they're not going to do that. They're going to play MVP style. They're going to go for kills.
now what about for Secret? I asked OG what's been the differences for them from Frankfurt to now, but what about for Secret? And I add on top of that, does it feel like Secret are still able to kind of make their own style? Because the initial impression is that they're still kind of mimicking what's been working for other teams, maybe a little bit from Secret here, a little bit from OG there, and just using their own individual talents to kind of make it work. Does it feel like that to you guys, or do you think that Secret are able to kind of find their own uniqueness?
I think Secret hasn't been playing well together as a team and as a unit since the major. They've definitely kind of fallen off and been in a bit of a slump, and largely it's just been kind of figuring a direction they want to take with the team, where their strategies are going to go. It seems more than anything they're relying on their individual play as well as just kind of discoordinated, kind of split push type Dota to win games. And when they're winning games, it's like Envy on Ember Spirit just going off, kind of going crazy, or like a really good support performance. It doesn't seem like they have kind of clear direction right now.
Yeah, they never seem like they mesh really well as a team. As
Yeah.
you mentioned, it's like, oh, Envy played really well, or Weeha's Earth Spirit really got them through this mid game, and it's never like, wow, they took the control of the whole entire map, which was kind of what they were at Frankfurt. So they're still finding out what's going on.
They seem also a little bit one-dimensional. They love to play like the greed stall game, whether it's a Puppy Enigma in the jungle. I mean, you mentioned the Ember Spirit split pushing a lot. They literally picked Magnus just for Empower to play the farm game, and even said as much in an interview multiple times at Frankfurt and leading into the event. So I'm curious to see what they bring to the table here. Puppy, obviously known historically for being great at adapting and coming up with new strategies. They also have Envy, who can be an excellent theory crafter, but so far I don't feel like we've really seen that yet.
I mean, I think the issue is because everyone has been playing Dota at a faster pace, and the way they played, like before, like even during Nanyang, was much slower. They tend to be much more greedy, like you guys mentioned. And right now, everyone is just upping the tempo of the game, so it becomes much more difficult to play the style that was successful a few months before this for them. That's why they have been struggling, and sometimes they give Weeha Earth Spirit mate. We saw that so many games. But it didn't really feel like they are working as a team. Like you guys mentioned, it's just mostly the games they are winning during, I think, Starladder, they were like having misery on Lone Druid, and he's just farming away or Prophet. Sometimes the Prophet games didn't even go so well because to a certain extent, Prophet needs to work with the team. So maybe Lone Druid will be the hero that they want to give Misery so they can actually play their speed push game.
Now, do we suspect that Secret are going to be approaching this matchup, though, a bit different? We look at their group stage run so far. They were able to 2-1 past CDEC. Then they had that matchup against MVP where, well, MVP pretty much took them down a quick 2-0 for that. And then in their third group stage matchup, they got to go against eHome 2-0. And for eHome, it's kind of give or take as far as was that the real eHome or not. They were able to kind of get through their best of one yesterday, but have they been ultimately tested so far? And because a lot of those matches were all against Eastern teams, now they get to go against OG. Will they approach this matchup a bit differently?
Do you guys think that they would actually understand OG more than compared to the Chinese team?
Yeah.
So they would actually maybe do better or adjust?
It's weird because a lot of the teams I've talked to, more so the Western teams, just say like no one seems to have figured OG out right now. They seem to be just this kind of unpredictable entity that just plays their own style of Dota and is just playing better than everyone.
Like,
They
look at
play
the group,
anything.
look at their last 5 matches. All of a sudden, they're picking Batrider every game. And prior to this event, not really picking Batrider at all. So I think you look at this team, Fly has shown, it's not like they pick a totally different draft, but he'll throw in that one hero, or he'll draft it, but he'll play it differently. So I think OG's very good at hiding their lanes and their overall game plan in the draft, and that makes it really hard to pick against them.
We've been talking about how Spirit is sometimes good at drafting or complexity, the weaker teams here that are getting by sometimes by draft. But even if they are a team that has really good teamwork, very good individual skill, and their drafting
And
is also,
good drafts
Yeah,
as
their
well.
drafting is also really good. Like most of the games we look at it, it's an OG draft. They always either outdraft their opponent or they have a much easier game plan to execute. And it's just like you look at their draft, you feel like you would rather be in their shoes rather than their enemies' shoes. So
I guess the question is, like, it seems like everyone pretty much agrees. OG, or Secret rather, tend to play the greedier style. They've brought that for the most part into this event. It's been moderately successful, but definitely not at the level they were at Frankfurt. Seems like maybe that style can be punished here. We've seen MVP a lot of success with the fast tempos. Will they be able to get away with it against OG, or do they have to adapt? And if so, like, what comes to mind as alternatives? That would be my question, I guess.
do you think it would be risky, Ben, for them to actually be so greedy against OG?
I think they can be greedy, but still find one that can scale well, but it's one that they actually fight early with. I don't really see them having that much success with like, oh, let's get Coddle to defend high ground while other people push. That's just such an outdated strategy. That at the same time, I think one combination that comes to mind in particular is Wish Tiny. Really go to just because they've done it in the past. So to answer your question, I don't think they should.
Do you think Lone Druid is fine with doing that? Like you farm at the same time, you wait for the Radiance timing and you fight?
I think judging by some of the games that Alliance had with Lone Druid, like people are starting to figure out how to play against him a little bit more. It's like hit it really hard like before 15, like when he had Midas and he's still not that strong and contests his lane a lot more. So I think it's far more risky than when they picked it in the group stage.
All right, gentlemen, it does sound like we have a draft ready to go, so why don't we go ahead and head right into it? I know, this one's fast. I don't have to worry about an hour and a half of vamping. Here we go. So OG, will they continue their path towards being a 2-time major champion, or will Secret shove them down into the lower bracket? Let's begin with OG Dota opening up with a first pick Tidehunter.
Oh, Fly, BMing Puppy here, Chen and Enigma bans.
It's the MVP strat. That's what MVP did to beat Secret.
You know, when I talk about Secret being greedy, the way they actually make it up is by having this type of jungling heroes that can actually help a lot. Like
They're
the
greedy, but only for a very, the Enigma only for a very short period of time, the Chen not really even at all.
I still think with these two ban out, Enchantress might still be able to fulfill the same role. But
Or CM.
CM's pretty.
I don't really.
I don't think CM's
I don't
very
really
strong hero.
fancy CM that much doing that kind of thing that Chen and Enchantress
much
does.
less
Secret have
likely
not
to
run a single Enchantress in their last 10 games.
ago. So
And like Lina got nerfed, so some of his somewhat close counterparts are not as strong.
What about Beastmaster? Still out there and available, and it's something OG typically love to go for here. We saw it many times yesterday.
Depends if they're comfortable running it in the jungle because they already picked up Tidehunter, so they've somewhat locked up that off-lane position. So heroes like Batrider and Beastmaster, while still possible, it's harder to fit them in.
Have they actually done that on support?
The Beastmaster jungle?
OG?
Not that
I think it's
recall.
more common that No-Tail actually plays it.
Yeah, No-Tail does play.
Yeah,
it pretty
they've
well.
done this. They've done actually safe lane Beastmaster,
Yeah.
mid Beastmaster.
I think that if Secret actually, because Secret is on diet, if Secret actually tries to run a draft around the Roshan, then we might actually see OG do that. We might actually see OG pick Vision, a hero for Vision just to control the
And
Roshan.
Beastmaster with the Lone Druid, the attack speed, there's a lot of good synergy there, and I feel like the Lone Druid gives him enough like early game fast like when he has a good timing that kind of goes well with the Beastmaster.
Do they play Lone Druid on No-Tail? Does anyone know?
Mostly,
Yeah, he does.
It's been No-Tail.
Miracle also. Miracle,
Almost
Miracle's played in the mid lane. It's been all over the place.
I think
Versatility
Miracle's
is
been
something
playing
they
it more
got.
lately.
Yeah, Miracle played it mid in one game. Moon played it off lane one game. So they
All three
core players can play the Lone Druid.
So usually we see Phoenix as a response to it. What do you think that Secret should pick as to kind of deal with the Lone Druid, either by playing very aggressively or by having percentage spells, by pushing?
Don't know Pi to really.
Versus
Puppy
the other
play a
hero,
lot.
and you mentioned being able to do the Roshan.
I actually like Bounty Hunter maybe. Like you want to pressure him early when he's trying to jungle, catch him out. But
At levels 1 to 5.
yeah, at the same because I know Phoenix is really good versus the bear, but it's not extremely good at stopping him from farming early. It's like it's good later when the Lone Druid is farmed.
You're talking about two teams, OG with the number 2 averaging jungle farm at 15 minutes, and Secret number 3. Bounty Hunter is something that these teams could look at to kind of prevent that.
That's a triple ban on Puppy.
Yeah, I was actually kind of expecting if they wanted Enchantress, they would have already gone for it in the first phase. But because they didn't go for it, so I think that they have another plan in store for them.
I also like this from Secret. Yeah, you already have Tidehunter, so maybe they wouldn't go for the bat, but they've had a lot of success with it, and it's just a very versatile hero. Can go to the off lane depending on what the mid matchup is, can go
It's
mid,
also
can
really
rotate
good
to jungle.
Really good versus the Prophet. Like Prophet is very weak versus heroes that can catch him up easily, especially Nyx.
And Lion.
And bat.
Lion really suffers from the napalm as well, and he's very slow.
Would you put it past either of these teams to sneak their way in with a Brood?
Not this game.
Probably not
yeah,
Secret.
probably
I mean, we
not
saw
this
the Tide vs Brood matchup yesterday. That
Probably
was a
not this game.
That means NP would have to be like not in the off lane, or Tidehunter would have to also not be in the off lane, which I think is both.
If
pretty
OG
weak.
picks it, it's like some cheese mid brood or you
Yeah.
know, something like that. Like if Secret doesn't have very good heroes who are dealing with the brood, then possibly. But for Secret, I think they won't
No
take
way.
the brood. Yeah, it's very unlikely.
So the Zeus got banned by OG. Maybe expecting a global strat. Secret have run the Spectre before.
Zeus is quite good against the opening 2 picks as well. Just the passive against the
Yeah,
Lone
the
Druid, and it
base-
stops a Tide Blink. It's quite annoying.
Basically, like it's like just a really good hero that outputs a huge amount of damage, and you know Vision as well. Like we saw it yesterday in a few series that how important Vision was in the game. So I mean, probably they just don't want to play against that hero.
Well, if you want Vision, you guys mentioned the Beastmaster. He's still out there.
Beastmaster, Night Stalker, yeah, those are the two primary heroes that provide vision. And obviously, Bounty Hunter, you can still consider him somewhat of a hero that provides vision and information to the team.
Slark somewhat
Yeah,
too.
but Secret already showed their hand with their 2 supports, right? They have a Lion. I think that the Shaker is more or less confirmed as a support because I don't really feel there's a high chance that Secret would do Shaker off lane and Prophets going to the safe lane.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
doesn't
think
seem like an envy hero.
it's not their style, so
Unless they wanted to run like a greedy jungle Prophet, but I feel like there's plenty of ways for OG to punish it.
yeah.
Well, or maybe they just play the greedy
Wow,
game.
Sand
so.
King. So they're going very greedy. Unless this is a core hero for no tier, because if you think about it,
Could be,
if
but you
you
don't
think-
have a mid match.
yeah, if you think about it, the way OG plays, like they have all these safe lane heroes on no tier, which make space, like Panda, Beastmaster, Stalker, all the heroes that you guys talk about. So if they were to actually do that, it fits the Sand King's criteria as a tempo.
It's also more catch for the Prophet, or I mean, potentially we see like that Ratty Envy anti-mage type hero, Ember Spirit.
It's probably
It's a lot of catch
I
now.
mean, it's probably quite difficult against Lone Druid because Lone Druid has a timing. Like you can still try and do that, but you might actually be unable to defend all your towers. Like Ben, would you think that AM might be able to survive against this type of lineup? Like, do you think that his teams can actually bite? Okay, probably not.
I think they're glad they got Sankey now. They've got much better catch from.
That's the one kind of insta.
They still need more lockdown though.
They
Yeah,
still
they'll
have,
want
they
one
still
more
have
hero with insta catch,
they still
I
have
think.
Disruptor that can catch
There's
Ember.
Disruptor, there's Rubik for the instant lift.
There's like Shaman as
Ruby
well.
is not that great against Ember, I think. Like, the lift is, even though it's
Yeah.
instant, because it's very difficult to get the lift on
I'd
Ember.
rather get like Shadow Shaman
or
or
Disruptor, yeah. I'd rather this two. It's easier.
It's also, the problem is because Crit's most like, if there's going to be a support Sand that means it's going to be Crit's hero, and Fly normally doesn't play those kind of heroes.
Oh, the little green man comes out.
The push.
Well, we mentioned this was likely to be the dynamic coming into the game, was Secret trying to aim for the super late game, split push, very spread the map, and that OG has the potential to
Do you
run
think
at
that,
them.
I think this is a call pug now, because
think so too,
I know
yeah.
that, I think I remember seeing them run this before,
Yeah.
like No-Tail is playing the Pugna. He goes for the Aether Lens plus Aghanims build.
And I feel like it's definitely pushed because like the Pugna Ward doesn't really
Yeah.
counter any of these heroes. They're picking this for the
It's
push
pretty good
mostly.
versus the Lion, I'd
It's
say.
also really good with the Lone Druid Bear because you just keep healing up the Spirit Bear as it pushes. Like there's that synergy between those two heroes is pretty absurd.
The plan is really clear
So do
right
you
now.
ban-
Five men versus split push.
Who's the best pushing support? There's Witch Doctor, there's
Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, which is a little greedier.
I think Shaman's
Probably the scariest.
Witch
Witch
Doctor.
Doctor sustain and heal. They actually, I mean, the you can heal up the one target using the Pugna.
I mean, and they're still Dazzle if they really want to go down that route.
I think it'll be Dazzle or Shaman for OG if they're going to commit to this.
I think Dazzle's maybe the more safer,
Crit-
well-rounded
if Crit
option.
is playing the Sand King, then the last hero would be Fly's hero. So I expect it to be somewhat a more defensive
Yes.
hero. So
Yeah.
right now, Secret has to pick. They might actually put Weeha because
We Are Meg, maybe?
Weeha on Ember. I've seen them put Weeha on Ember
Ember?
before, but I guess this game it's more chance that they actually put Envy on that. And no, actually, so Weeha is going to play Ember.
This is a really interesting clash in styles. Both teams looking very committed to different strategies.
Weeha is really good versus the Lone Druid. And it's
It's a
quite
good Lincoln's game
and
as
it's
well.
quite good versus the Pugna ward because you can actually just go behind and kill the ward with the hero. And it sort of compensates that Lion is quite a bit weak in the lane as well.
Isn't their anti-push just non-existent though?
Yeah, but their plan right now is they want to be able to have a good laning phase and then
split
try
push.
to split push.
Yeah. The Swarm can have good synergy with Ember if you don't kill them off right away with the minus armor, so it's a nice little side effect.
My goodness,
Well,
Commander Bear.
But who is
Super Bear.
No, who is the support? Support.
Support Sand King.
Support.
Pugna
No,
and
Pugna is the
Pugna.
support.
That's a greedy support duo.
They are like this lineup where they super buff the Lone Druid Bear.
Yeah, it's all about the bear, and it gives them also a good reliable down for the Weaver and Ember with the duel as well. So
It's a really good Lincoln's game now.
And you have a hero that can actually maybe even want to go Shadow Blade to catch the Ember and the Prophet. So I think I see a really clear idea what OG has right now. They want a 5-man and they want to have a hero that catches them out. So it will enable them to actually go into the tempo of 5-manning.
So Ben, would you see a key to stopping that if you're Secret?
Strong lanes, win your lanes. Like, support Pugna is not that strong, but I don't know. I kind of see them having a hard time with the Lion and Shaker. So, mostly up on the Nature's Prophet, get around, secure their lanes, maybe sack one of the lanes.
Do you think they can actually do like Weaver dueling bottom to try and win the lane as well?
Well, something different going to be coming out from both of these squads right now. The game getting started rapid fire quick. Let's send it over to our David duo right now. LD and Gods, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Here we go. OG versus Secret. Best of 3. I'm LD, joined by Gods. We're David and David. Let's get this show on the road. This is a hyped match. I'm ready for it. Teams seem to be as well. Who do you think's going to take it?
My gut says OG. That's even before seeing drafts, just coming into the series. They still feel like that team that's in really hot form. And despite winning the last major, they still seem incredibly motivated, incredibly focused. Every time I see the guys, they're just focused on Dota. They just give off this vibe and impression that they're here, they're ready to win. Winning one major isn't what it's about. Winning this major isn't what it's about. It's going to be about winning another major, winning another TI.
Winning every major.
Or winning ATI. And this team is not satisfied with just that one major. It's not a team that's like, okay, we've won now let's just kind of relax and we can kind of not treat every event as seriously. No, not at all the case with OG. And they're showing they're not like a one-hit wonder. They've done well in recent LAN tournaments as well. They did well at MDL, and they're continuing to play incredible Dota.
On the other side, you've got Secret, fantastic individual talent. At times it has felt like they've struggled to gel as a team, often really strong individual performances, like we saw Puppy's Enigma, Envy's Ember Spirit in the past, that have carried them, almost throwing the team on their back. So let's see how well Secret's teamwork works out this time around as we get underway, unpaused and ready to go. 30 seconds until the rune spawns. Already we can see wards getting planted down as OG and Secret are going to duke it out over this top rune. Looks like the Bear's going to be the one down in the river for now.
Curious to see how the lane step is, because something it looks like OG might be doing and can well do is kind of having the Legion commander in a somewhat solo situation against a Nature's Prophet. The Sand King can play very greedy and kind of roam heavy. Already has a smoke picked up at level 1 with boots, so I think we'll see Crit very active on the map early on for the first maybe 3 to 4 minutes before transitioning into the jungle. And Fly, he can just kind of help out wherever he feels he needs to. He can help get the Titan early level 2, level 3 by helping the off lane. He can harass mid a bit. He doesn't need to necessarily secure No-Tail's lane because of how good LC can do in a 1v1 against a Nature's Prophet.
Well, I think expect the same from Secret. Shaker, great at counter ganking and relieving that pressure. You've also got a boots first line for Pylite Die, so yeah, we may see both teams with the supports moving a lot early. Crit already rotating in towards the mid lane, hanging out. I think both teams may be expecting the gank as Pylite Die is going to wrap around early, go for some harassment here on Moon. Eternal Envy has skilled up the Sakuji level 1, they get off the stun. Moon taking some heavy harassment here and does back away. Rotating in those puppies, gonna have the fissure block. This could well be our first blood. Likely will be down into the river. Moon's gonna go, pops the fairy fire. Crit's here. Can he get the stun off at a time? Oh, it's too late. And already Secret get on the board. Very nice rotation by Puppy and not a whole lot Moon could do about it.
Yeah, just not ready for the Earthshaker to be up there early on. Expecting him to maybe be protecting mid from an early Sand King gank. And something Secret did, they got down an early ward by the Radiant Ancients, which just helps give them vision and keep track of the Sand King movements and kind of reveal if he does go for that early smoke, if he happens to do so around that area. So helping out secure the early lanes and just monitor the Sand King rotations very effectively.
Well, we used to see this a lot back when Sylar was playing a lot of Lone Druid, that this hero, it can excel in the 1v1 matchup, especially against melee heroes. And Miracle right now sitting 8-3 to the 3-0 of Weehaw. Tried for the fissure block mid.
Misery getting gone on bottom though. He could be in some trouble.
Yeah, it looks like Misery is being pursued out here. No-Tal trying to chase him down. They get the Decrepify, slowing him, and Crit meanwhile getting body blocked by the Treants of Misery. Not quite able to close the gap here. A couple more auto attacks should do the trick. No-Tal eating his way through the trees. Misery still retreating, leading them on a merry chase around the world. Now down towards the neutrals. There looks like they might even give up pursuit. They leave Crit as the one man to continue it. He should be able to deny to neutrals unless Crit has a burrow strike through the trees, but it's just not long range enough. And while that was all happening, top lane, they do manage to find another kill on Moon here, so a good deny there by the Nature's Prophet. A second kill for Secret, and thus far Puppy has been on point with these rotations. He even almost found a kill mid while that chaotic chase bottom was happening.
Bit of miscommunication and just the coordination not quite there with the decrep into Pyro Strike. Crit just couldn't quite find the right angle. There was no ward protecting Prophet. He had no idea the Sand King's coming in from behind. They should be able to find a path through fog for Crit to get that stun off, but OG just slightly misplaying it, but the laning stage overall is still doing well. You've got Miracle 1v1 mid against Weehaw, kind of a storyline in itself. You've got the two kind of 8k MMR players. They were the two youngsters who had no real competitive play credentials coming into like the 2016 season, like basically post TI5, and they both got picked up by big tier 1 teams, and so far it's been somewhat more, at least recently, Miracle favored as far as the results go.
Yeah, well, this one, not the easiest matchup for the Ember Spirit, especially on those first few levels, but he is starting to catch up to 10-2. This Miracle's a big wave pushing in. There's the fissure, but he's on the wrong side of it. They want to kill off the bear, and they do manage to get the kill, but didn't get the last hit there.
Bit of XP, but if you get the gold for that,
that's huge, especially when you're getting out CS like this. But we continue to see Puppy very active roaming around. He is really making his presence felt on the map, and meanwhile, as for Crit, only level 2, keeping an eye on the jungle here. We're not seeing much in the way of stacks. Just a single double stack, it looks like, at the big camp closest to the Radiant bottom lane. So, thus far, Crit, he's going to look for maybe some ancient stacks, but he is not going to have a fast blinker on the stag on the Sand King. This is not like your kind of old school FY Sand King style play.
And already Secret have blocked off those ancients to prevent it from being stacked for the Tidehunter. Recognizing Moon's having a rough time, he's going to want to use that to catch up, and
he's got his Iron Talon now. He's fine.
Every offlane is a dream. Pick up Iron Talon, go in the jungle.
Crit down in the river, goes in for the burrow onto Weehaw, but it's completely blocked here by the Flame Guard, turns with the chains, and Crit really in trouble now, but he does manage to grab it, and Misery Puppy slams the door, says no. Meanwhile, Weehaw on the run, there's the Savage Roar to try and allow continued pursuit, but there's a stun. Highlight Die with the counterplay, and now the Hex follow-up onto Miracle, still working his way onto Puppy, has the boots advantage here with the Orb of Venom, so should be able to get the kill, pulls the bear back, turns the other way immediately. Miracle with very quick reaction by the two-hero stun, the bear as well as the hero. He pops it, no rune just yet. Miracle manning up, juking, trying to outfog, Pilot Rune, get it done! Ouch. Orb of Venom slow though, still going, and Crit wandles in. Burrow strike range, he's just out of it, but he might be able to close the gap. Barely at that he will. Burrows gets the last hit, gets the kill. While Misery, while that's going on, diving the top lane together with Eternal Envy. They went really deep for this one, and they did manage to kill off Moon's Tidehunter again. A third death for Moon here in the off lane.
Miracle pulls his bear back while his ranged attack is mid-air, knowing he's got the kill, just so he can go for the Lion there. And
that was great stuff.
It was a great individual play. Unfortunately, just he couldn't get a root. First he didn't get one on Puppy, then he didn't get one on Pi, but he does. I mean, it kind of comes out a bit of an even trade as far as that exchange goes, but Secret are crushing this top lane. Envy's having a fantastic time getting farm. He's been involved in 3 kills now, and it's been a really strong start coming out from the Weaver.
The good news for OG, hasn't transitioned into a tower loss yet, so they still maintain some control over that big camp where the Iron Talon shenanigans can happen.
He's kind of sitting around this mid lane as if he wants to go in for a kill on mid before Lone Druid hits level 6.
He's almost playing like a Clinks.
Yeah, he's hunting for a courier. Yeah, I think he caught wind of the courier nearby.
Oh, they do have a sentry though, so they're prepared for Envy to move in. Got the Hill D ward, and Moon will do the Iron Talon thing.
Yeah.
So it looks like Envy in the end is going to head back towards the top lane. Still holding the Mango here, but you can see Secret, Pilot Die already level 4 on the Lion. He's gotten a lot out of all these kills. Very fast level 6 coming for him.
The LC completely free farming bottom lane though. So as far as the actual lanes go and how the matchups have gone in terms of farm, LC and Lone Druid both winning their respective lanes quite handily.
And even Fly, he's got 17 CS on a Pugna. They make their way in. Can they finish Misery? Bow Strike coming through to follow this one up. Last hits there. Don't get the dual damage, but they do get the kill.
Yeah, still decent for them, even without getting the dual damage. Just keeping Misery down. He's got okay CS. I mean, you're an offlane, you're not expected to do particularly well. He's kind of a little bit behind the tide in terms of levels as well as farm, but you kind of typically expect the Nature's Prophet to be able to do a bit more because you've got the trees, you've got a bit more lane.
Looks like there's a rotation here. Puppy has a fissure ready. He's going to cut off Moon at the pass. Another nice fissure block, and Moon, really nothing he can do about this. They're going to turn on a Misery even arrives. He runs in with the Anchor Smash, but Secret collect another kill. Moon in a feeding frenzy here, top lane, 4 deaths. Tower hasn't fallen yet. They're going to have to rotate the Legion Commander now. Doesn't have the max overwhelming odds, so it can do a lot to stall this push together with Fly. Blasting, but already a Fissures come through, drops it, and quickly going to drive Secret back. They take a lot of punishment here from the overwhelming odds, and that will end the aggression, saving the tower as well. OG committing heavily to not giving up this tier 1 top.
And Fly recognizing from that fissure, like as soon as he TP's in that, yeah, there's a ward up there. So they take out a second secret ward around kind of this Radiant top tier 1 as well as their own Ancients. This really protects their jungle. Their Ancients, the Secret Shop camp as well as this top tier 1 tower suddenly becomes a lot more difficult for Secret to take down early, and it feels like a lot of the Secret early game plan was going to be centered around contesting the Tide farm around the Secret Shop, taking the fast tier 1 tower, and OG have completely shut that window, closed that window and prevented that from happening.
They've done a really good job here of rotating the lanes. We saw Pugna getting a lot out of the off lane while the Tidehunter was in the jungle. Then when the Legion rotates immediately, Crit heads to bottom after clearing out the stacks. Already Crit up to 1,700 gold here, 1,670 to be exact, on the Sand King. And he did not farm or stack much at all early on, so the Blink Dagger's still going to come at a pretty good clip. As we see OG begin to congregate in the mid lane. Fly, oh what a rune, the Arcane Rune for the reduced cooldown on Nether Blast, sub 4 seconds. He'll let it go. Does get Fissure though, has to be careful not to get caught up by Weehaw. But on fresh creep wave rise, they really want to commit to the siege. Puppy, Fissure on cooldown for 8 seconds. Fly somehow tanking the tower aggro, but we'll juggle that one off quickly. And it seems Secret are going to have a tough time holding. They do have the Nature's Prophet already. They might try to take a fight here, pick off the Pugna early. Blast coming through. They look to stay alive a bit longer. The Fissure just out of range on Fly, but the Lone Druid gets the last hit. So Miracle already 800 gold banked up after the Midas at 8.5 minutes in. He is on track for a very fast relic.
And Secret will find a trade at the top lane, but that tier 1 mid tower, a much bigger claim this early on in the game.
will just open up access into that dire jungle, being able to kind of move through the mid lane and to the north into the dire
Speaking
jungle.
of the mid lane, Miracle caught up. Puppey again with the rotation, throwing the Remnant out though. Weehaw very low, Miracle's heading towards it. There's the stun through the trees, Miracle surrounded and does get brought down. Secret again, braining numbers, 4 heroes and it's up to be 5. Looks like they might have a smoke in mind. Immediate smoke from deep in the mid lane.
They
And
won't
rotating
find the Sand before
down
his
towards
blink.
bottom.
He's actually gone 4-star crit. Interesting little kind of deviation in the build. We'll see if he can scout this one out. He pops. He's maybe pops a smoke. But they were in the Roshan pit, any smokes he popped, and the heroes outside he didn't actually see. But he seems to have a good idea of what's going on.
Oh, he
Okay,
is going to
yeah.
get caught though. Now he knows, but he's found the hard way. Hex in trouble. The 4-step pushes him over the fissure. Is quick going to end up living. Looks like he does escape. So the Blink Dagger would not have done for him.
Bit late on the impale there to kind of chain stun with the fissure, and Crit will get away.
Oh, that's big. They delay the Roshan. If he goes down there, it's a freebie for Secret. Instead, they're afraid to march in.
That's actually, yeah, like you say, that's really big for OG. Having an Aegis early on, it denies it from OG because they're the ones who are going for this timing push around probably kind of 15 to 20 minutes. It depends if how much they want to wait for the Lone Druid Radiance. And their timing push is a whole lot stronger if they can get their hands on an Aegis. So if they deny the Aegis, get themselves some gold and just buy some time, it really slows down and kind of hurts OG's timing. But OG prevented, so really nice scouting there coming out from Crit.
So looking at OG, you're talking about timings. What are the key items, levels that you see them waiting for at this point?
I mean, the biggest one is the Radiance on Lone Druid. That's just like changes the entire game. Outside of that is your initiation item on Legion Commander, because that's what gives you the pick-off potential on heroes like the Weaver and the Ember Spirit. So be it the Blink Dagger or the Shadow Blade, something Winter mentioned you might want to go for instead against the Ember Spirit. No-Tail's kind of catch is going to be a very key aspect to OG's draft as well this game.
Oh, an awkward smoke gank here with Fly leading the way. He does get the Decrepify up. That'll Crit to get in range to counterplay it. Fly using the life drain does get the kill, but now in quite a bit of danger as Weehaw goes in with the double damage druid, collects the counter kill. He drops pretty low here. We'll kill up the Lord, but he gets burst again. The Ravage gets committed. Weehaw goes down. That's a heavy commitment, but well worth it for a crucial Ember Spirit kill. Secret now, 2 heroes in pursuit onto Crit. Extra Dash comes through, decent damage done. The Pylite Eye unloads the bigger No-Tail coming with the duel, but they get the stun off, preventing the auto attack damage from No-Tail during this time. And Envy, oh, not quite lucky enough there. We'll end up going down to 1 follow-up Anchor Smash just before he could time lapse.
Still no dual damage, but
Worth it anyway.
Yeah,
they commit a Ravage, they get an Ember, they commit a duel, they get a Weaver. OG using their key ultimates perfectly here.
No-Tail could go this entire game, like let's just say his ultimate just didn't give you bonus damage, and the hero would still be justifiable as a pick. They're not picking the hero expecting to get lots of bonus damage out of the duel. It's lockdown, it helps boost up the bear with the push from the press the attack.
Oh, Puppey had the Echo, he drops it on Moon, also prevents the tower from going down, gets the deny. El Capitan coming up big in the clutch, but Miracle is farming. He continues to do so bottom lane, gets the tower last hit, 2,800 gold, so the Relic timing still on track. Here we see the Sprout on Fly bottom lane, and now the Ember Spirit of Weehaw lurching forward, but gets roared back. Well played there. Not sure Fly makes it out anyway. That's small skeletal man unable to limp out. Miracle, though, looks like he will escape. Meanwhile, down in the river, Crit, level 8 now, so fully operational, minus the absence of the Blink Dagger, I suppose.
Yeah, as far as the 4 stuff goes, it is a nice kind of little change-up because it does give you a nice little boost to your mana, but when you hit that Blink Brown Boot timing as Sanky, you barely have enough mana. Like, you can either get 2 Burrow Strikes off in a fight, or you get a Burrow plus an Epicenter. Very rarely can you get a 3rd spell off.
Unless
like
you have a lot
Burrow.
of stick charges.
Yeah, without having 10 to 15 one charges. So, just means he has a bigger mana pool. It means he can help out his teammates.
It's good against Fissure, we saw that earlier.
Yep.
And Puppey's had a lot of Fissure blocks. It's also nice against the Sprout, just to get teammates out of it without, or yourself, without having to use Burrow Strike. So
Play a lot more aggressive. He can just walk on in, Burrow Strike, and then still have an escape. If you do that with a Blink Dagger, your Blink Dagger is always going to be disabled. There's Ember Spirit with the Flame Guard, there's the Fissure, there's Lion, there's multiple ways to break him out of the Sandstorm. He can't rely on the Sandstorm as a defensive measure against these heroes.
So OG are going to group up mid now, and they will make their move. Miracle, the man in front, the bear leads the charge. They use Fly here as the heavy artillery to bring down towers, and already a Glyph getting forced out nice and early. But while this is happening, we do see Lion farming up the top lane. Looks like he's trying to get his Blink Dagger.
Yes,
And Mag is coming for Moon. In fact, just completed. So OG starting to get some of those key items and levels that you mentioned to allow for the push.
And Pi, he's 1900 gold. He's very farm for a line. It's in a good game, but OG's timing is coming very soon with the Radiance and the Mech almost online together.
The Superman Bear, the Lanham strat coming into play now. As they will blast down the tower, fly the man to get the last hit. And we'll see what the Pugna wants to grab to aid in their push, but now Relic comes online and Lone Druid begins to get a whole lot scarier.
I think just an Aether Lens is going to be probably your best bet for Fly. He's going to be very squishy. He's like the ideal target, but that's where Aether Lens also helps you out because you can stay that much further back using your spells, life draining the Spirit Bear to keep it healed up. And Envy, as well as their main job is going to be trying to find that Pugna because he's going to be so squishy. You've got the Fire Remnant forward, you've got a Shikuchi to try and initiate on him. If they can catch out that Pugna early on and burst him down, that's going to be kind of one of the key to successes in these fights for Team Secret.
As for Envy here, it's grab the Mithril Hammer. Likely Desolator coming out, I would say.
Yeah. There's two things. I mean, the Deso and the BKB. The BKB allows you just to go very Rambo into the fight and find that Pugna and try and kill him off, but the Deso is just your bread and butter DPS. You want to be able to kill the Spirit Bear when it's pushing your high ground, and Deso plus Swarm is one of the safest and best ways to do that, so I'd expect to see the Desolator you mentioned.
We'll see what the choice is, but still a little ways to go for Envy before he can grab that. As for Puppy, he's also about to grab a Blink. So we're going to see double Blink Dagger for Secret, and it couldn't come at a better time. OG in the river are starting to think about a Roshan, or potentially going for some of these deeper tier 2s, tier 3 towers, and so that makes Secret's high ground defense much, much better.
Interesting, Notel has maxed out his Moment of Courage on Legion Commander. It wasn't just like laning stage, he had 2 points I believe, but even since then he's just kept press the attack at level 1. So can use it as a dispel still, but he doesn't have the amazing regen as well as bonus attack speed for the Spirit Bear when they're pushing.
It's a so-so value point, but it benefits significantly from the level.
It seems to go a little bit against their overall strategy, or maybe it suggests that the overall strategy West, they're not as all in on the push as we perhaps maybe thought. Gives him a bit more single target killing potential, and with the build he's gone, he didn't go for initiation. He actually went for a Tread's Drum, so his single target kill potential is a lot higher with this build.
It's going to be stalling tactics here from Puppy. Drops the Fissure and tries to hang back. Not sure if OG have actually seen the Blink Dagger to say he's going to smoke. They're looking for the big surprise. Meanwhile, Secret trying to Roshan and the Desolator just delivered out for Envy, but it has slowed down the push. Moon, the man in front, and here comes Puppy. Lets the Echo go in for the finger. They pull Moon. He doesn't get off the Ravage. Now they move forward. Stun comes onto Weeha. No Tail holding the duel for now. Doesn't choose to pop it. It seems OG just want to get the hell out. Good Savage Roar there by Miracle to allow himself to escape, and then Moon commits. He gets the duel. He will get the kill there on Puppy. He actually tanks through a lot of the Secret damage. He's blown the majority of the load here, but Envy arrives. There's the counterplay, looking for the overwhelming odds. They stun no till they lock him in position. Looks like they'll finish him up too. Great high ground hold thus far from Team Secret, not losing the melee Rex. Crit into the trees, 4-step up to the high ground. Tries for the TP out. They've lost 3. There's the chase from Weeha. Runs him down. That's going to be 4 heroes. The Blink Dagger surprise. Puppy with the perfect smoke, making all the difference. No Ravage, and from there it gets so much harder.
And the timing of everything coming together there was just so perfect for Secret. OG go for the high ground Rax push without a Roshan, without an Aegis, and with great intent because they're not aware of those Blink Daggers being up as early as they are. They're not expecting. They're thinking maybe Lion, who was like 4-1 I think before that fight. He's now 6-1. Maybe he's close to his Blink Dagger, but the Shaker, you're not expecting Puppy to have this really fast blink up out of nowhere, and that is what completely catches him by surprise. You don't anticipate your Tide getting taken out, unable to Ravage at the start of a fight. But the burst damage from the Echo plus Finger was just too much for him to kind of sustain against, and perfect initiation from Team Secret.
And normally when you have a Tide Hunter, right, it's like, he's going to get his Ravage off, unless it's up against like an Enigma or, you know, a Disruptor, like or a Void, someone's going to counter.
Your Archie or your Viki if you're...
But they have the double blink, and it's so much disable him, they committed a finger on him. Oftentimes he just gets ignored, so Moon, perhaps a bit of false confidence there. If you're OG, obviously looking back on it, that didn't work. Should they have just slowed it down and gone for Roshan? Or was it just more a matter of positioning, and that siege could have worked if they were positioned better?
It was, in my mind, totally the right play. They don't know the Blink Daggers are. They just didn't have all the information available to them. The Blinks and the Deso had been picked up
Like
30
moments
seconds
ago,
before
moments
that
ago.
push comes. If there's no blink on Earthshaker, and it's not so much the Lion blink. I think they're expecting the Lion early blink. If the Earthshaker doesn't have blink, that's a Rax right there. There's no way that Secret can defend. If it's not a Rax, Secret can defend it by throwing lives at them and having to buy backs. That's just like the game is potentially just won from that push if there's no Shaker blink.
Well, we talked about Secret having a lineup that wanted to split push, and it's going to get easier as this game goes on. Envy now with an Aegis also building straight into a Lincoln Sphere. And a Lincoln's is going to be huge this game. Can no longer blink duel him. The blink Burrow Strike won't be a great initiation either, and he's pretty much going to have total freedom on the map at that point.
Top lane, they're hunting for Notel.
Pretty tanky, does have the Blade Mail. This is not an easy kill,
Yeah.
but with the Hex, can
Without finger. It's
prevent him from popping it possibly.
It's like, yeah, I don't think you want to go for that Notel.
They're
without
also
finger.
seeing Moon and Fly in the vicinity.
Yeah.
So I think content here just to farm with Envy.
Now OG are going to have to kind of wait out this Aegis a bit. They've got the hood on Moon, which is pretty big, because next time he's on the high ground, he can actually pop the hood as a self-barrier. It's 12 seconds where you get that magic shield, and that would have kept him alive against that Echo plus Lion Finger. He would have been able to get off a Ravage with this item. And OG may actually not even, because of this new item pickup, I think they're a lot stronger than Team Secret in a team fight scenario now, despite there being an Aegis on the side of Secrets. They're actually looking to fight, looking to hunt down Team Secret right now.
Yeah, of course he does need to get it off, but as long as he times it right, should be in good shape. Vlad's now up on the Lone Druid, so slow item progression here. Envy doing a good job of catching up as this game moves along. And the smoke gank from OG looks like it won't pay off. They're going to swing back through their jungle. Envy keeping the pressure up in the top lane and chipping away. This is Team Secret in their comfort zone now. They have the items, the Aegis to be able to get away with more aggressive split pushing, and with it OG are not as confident about trying to break the base.
Absolutely.
Tempo's going their way.
We talked about how Team Secret would be looking to play much more spread around the map, split push, a bit kind of greedy in some ways, but less as like a 5-man unit. And it's not all speaking to the fact they don't play as a team. If anything, we're seeing for the first time in a while a clear strategy forming for Team Secret.
They make a move here on Weehaw, but he blinks out Remnants away in the nick of time. So, still split push from Envy. Very confident. Notel thinking about a jump in, but Envy's just going to back himself away. Time lapse is out. We'll retreat. So Secret.
That EE efficiency. Oh, I just got 150 damage on your tower, and he was going to TP back home anyways to heal up, I guess.
Jackie Maldota.
He's going to be perhaps the most efficient player in the Dota scene. Sometimes he tries to be too efficient.
I mean, it's not efficiency if you die, though, right? So,
I mean, when he's not dying,
at his
he's the
best,
most
he's
efficient
probably the
player,
most
yeah.
efficient. I'll give you that.
So Pipe coming out for Tide, just looking to stay alive, not even prioritizing any blink initiate. He realizes he needs to kind of be on the front lines. He needs to be standing next to the Spirit Bear in some ways, otherwise Secret do have the capabilities to just chain stun the bear, kill it off with the Deso Weaver with Swarm, so he kind of has to be standing up there in front as well.
So when is there still a timer on OG? Do they just want to take this late? Like, what's the game plan from here? Obviously losing a lot of momentum from that first push attempt. Aegis is going to be expiring here momentarily. Do you wait for the next rush? Do you go now?
I mean, overall their game plan can still work at... I don't feel like there's an urgent timer on their lineup. All it's going to take is one kind of key pick-off, which is going to get a lot easier. I think Legion Commander likely to go back for it. Yeah, there we go. Blink Dagger. He needs an initiation item, because Plan A was the let's just 5-man push. It doesn't. Legion's going to go for this stat-heavy build with drums, wand, blade mail gives you good damage, armor, intelligence, kind of just good stats and buffs you up. And then they're just going to be able to 5-man push, and it's not even going to matter if they don't have pick-off because they have such a stronger 5-man unit. There's no way Secret can fight them. They were hoping to hit that timing before the blinks. When that fails, the backup is, we're going to be able to have this strong push, but before we can push, we've got to find a pick-off. So they get the Blink Dagger on Legion Commander, they've got the Sand King to initiate and find pick-offs as well. Crit's going into an Aghanim Scepter to get an even longer range initiation, and finding pick-offs on Secret.
Oh, they find the pick mid. It looks like the duel coming through to Weehaw. Can he jump out of time? Nope, they get him, and finally, Notel. We've got a winner. Plus 14 duel damage for him. His first of the game.
So the Blink just catching out there by surprise.
The glue's getting to Envy. This has got to feel good for Notel. Just the word winner permanently affixed to your head.
Mine says winner in
Oh, you're
Chinese.
using-
Oh,
you're
this is awesome.
Oh, you can learn Chinese now. That's
Oh
great.
man, look at the Chinese characters above his head.
It's actually they're really faded out compared to the
Yeah.
the Roman characters.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, here OG go heading towards the top lane. They get the pick. Now there is a buyback on the Ember Spirit, but it's going to delay the battle for a lot if they can force it.
Yep, blind pick off, go push. And either you don't have to necessarily get a Rax, but forcing out a buyback
Puppy,
or
it's
something.
going to be the same formula. Fissure to block the wave. He'll probably pop the smoke momentarily.
This time there's
Cleaning it
a
out.
hype on Moon though.
But they have the high ground observer ward, so they are going to scout out Puppy here momentarily. He's just out of observer ward range. He's right on the boundary of it. Actually, they haven't seen him yet, as it is currently nighttime. Sitting back, they're working on the range racks. Pylai Die coming in off the bat, but the Pugna ward's there to counter-initiate a bit, and now No-Tail jumping forward. Not going to actually point down Envy there. Has the duel ready to go. Envy no Lincolns yet. Moon's up in front. The pipe's there. And Fly sits back. He's actually using the heal onto Moon as Miracle's Bear beats away at the tower. They'll maul it down. Now they need to get out safely. Secret.
That was
Not in a
the
great
buyback
position.
too.
That was a very good siege. And they're not done yet. They jump onto Envy. They find the duel. They're going to get the kill. No-Tail 2 in a row. Now Owen's going for the TP out. Can they cancel? Pylai Die's there with the Hex. The Fissure comes through. Puppy logging on the backlines. Then the Finger committed, but No-Tail kept going. There's the wall. They can't finish him off yet. The Bear comes in as well. The Roar again holding on, but No-Tail will finally fall. Almost getting the kill there on Misery, courtesy of the Blade Mount. Will end up dropping. 16-9 the score. But overall, a clean take. They didn't even use a Ravage, let alone an Epicenter.
Yeah, and last time they went for that push, I mean, it wasn't even when we talked a lot about the blink daggers, but it was also just the position on the high ground. This time around, it was only the Spirit Bear and the Titan in front. So when Puppy could potentially go for a blink echo, which he didn't actually end up using, it's because there's no opportunities. The only echo slam available to him is the Tide with the Spirit Bear. The previous fight, it was the Tide, the Spirit Bear, and the Lone Druid in that top lane. Lone Druid almost died. It felt like he should have died in that last push. He TP'd away on 50 HP. This time around, OG, they position the Pugna at the back, just healing people up. The Sand King's really far away, ready for a long-range initiation if needed, and OG just very polished execution on the high ground push.
Secret are looking to make a move here, interrupt this OG momentum. Puppy committed an Echo Slam, jumping onto the Sand Cave. Fissure connects on 2, but now they might get turned on. Moon pops the pipe, lets out the Ravage. Pylai Die getting locked down by this Puppy, getting smacked down by Miracle. He's going to be insta-rooted, he'll go down, and then in the middle lane, there's the dual Pie to fall as well, and Secret getting run over. OG just going to barrel down mid right now. Look to force out these buybacks. There's no Echo Slam. Finger's still on cooldown for 20 seconds. Prophet hold on cooldown for a minute. And it's enter rat mode if you're Secret. They'll try to push in the bottom lane, but I'm not sure they can keep up with the Bear.
Puppy's going to buyback, needs to get this Fissure block off.
It does keep the Bear on the wrong side of it, so this will delay the push by a couple of seconds. But soon, that Fissure's going to
Still no
evaporate.
push, though, and
Meanwhile, Secret are taking out the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane, but OG, they're going to look for the melee racks here, and it will be at least 2 for 1. Looks like he's going to try to hold this, locking down Misery. The Nature's Prophet low, not dead just yet, goes for the Sprout, summons the Trios. They still haven't brought down the melee racks here, though, and while that's happening, OG have already claimed into. They might even, looks like they were thinking about the tier 4s for a split second. Envy also getting caught out here by Crit, still has the time lapse, is going to use it relatively early. Lone Druid TPing home, looks like that got canceled by Puppy. Good job there on the Airshaker to prevent him from getting back, but still Envy low. He gets the melee rack, swarms into the trees. Crit has a burrow strike ready. He expected Envy to go down, but he's in range for the burrow back up. He gets the Envy kill, and they might even just continue pressing in now. OG, do they go for the throne here?
they should.
They're thinking about it. They duel. They catch up Puppy. Shaker next on the list. OG snowballing out of control this game. They're still losing in kills, but winning in objectives. No-Tail with the blade mail. There's the finger suicide. Ending it with style. Pylai Die will go to the well and think about how much that one hurt. Still left a mark. OG taking over here and dominating Secret. The timings were on point, and even though Secret had an incredibly good hold from a deficit earlier, the second time was the trick. They didn't even need a third.
Well, it's the trees and base. Moon with the BM branch plays. Oh, you gotta love it.
Well, Crit at the Frankfurt Major, he said Secret were overrated.
He's grown a garden. He's like, I've got one beautiful flower on my team. I need a few beautiful trees here. Some happy little trees. What now, Team Secret? What now?
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Part 1 of Team OG's revenge is complete.
Well, it looks like, at least for this game, Crit was right. Secret Oh, he fired some shots at the Frankfurt Major. He backed it up then. So far, they're backing it up now. They will take game one here, but it's a best of three. Secret not entirely out of it yet. Still, this was a convincing way to win. And they did it with style. They pick up the Pugna. They pick up the Legion Commander. Neither heroes that you go into this game thinking, all right, got to watch out for the OG Pugna strat, but they made it work.
And
even the Sand King, for that matter.
It wasn't even entirely like when we saw this and we first kind of speculated a bit of like, oh, carry Pugna, they're going to go kind of for a more kind of cheesy all-in push strat. It felt pretty controlled. It was more a lone druid draft than anything. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back.
Didn't necessarily get a Rax, but force.
Moon with the BM branch plays. Oh, you gotta love it.
Well, Crit
Bit of
at the
pun
Frankfurt
styling.
Major, he said, Secret,
Moon's
we're
not done.
overrated.
He's grown a garden. He's like, I've got one beautiful flower on my team. I need a few beautiful trees here. Some happy little trees. What now, Team Secret? What now?
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Part one of Team OG's revenge is complete.
Well, it looks like, at least for this game, Crit was right. Secret, well, he fired some shots at the Frankfurt Major. He backed it up then. So far, they're backing it up now. They will take game one here, but it's a best of three. Secret not entirely out of it yet. Still, this was a convincing way to win. And they did it with style. They pick up the Pugna. They pick up the Legion Commander. Neither heroes that you go into this game thinking, all right, got to watch out for the OG Pugna strat, but they made it work.
And
even the Sand King, for that matter.
It wasn't even entirely like when we saw this and we first kind of speculated a bit of like, oh, carry Pugna, they're going to go kind of for a more kind of cheesy all-in push strat. It felt pretty controlled. It was more a lone druid draft than anything. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back indeed, gentlemen. Fantastic casting for a fantastic game one of OG versus Secret. No problem, my friend. And, well, let's try to take it all the way back and break it down. Both drafts felt a little bit different than what we saw from them in the group stage, given that a lot of those respected junglers and farming heroes were banned out. But OG's approach is more around the farming game, hitting their proper timings and pushing on forward. Secret had a good hold at one point, but it just did not seem to be enough. Winter, you were here to observe the whole thing. What was your take on the first match?
I think the difference in playstyle, you know, it was evident they were really slow. Secret, even though they came off a really good laning phase, they got a lot of kills, more than what I expected. But it was, again, the general idea of their lineup that was too slow. They needed to farm the Ember, they needed to farm the Weaver, they needed to farm the Furion. They did a good job getting kills in the lanes, but ultimately when they hit their timings, the Mech, the Pipe, the Radiance, there's no way they stopped the push. And even with the early blink from the Shaker, it was just not enough. They held one push.
I mean, that's kind of my question, Ben. I'll ask you. Well, like, what could they have done better? They had super fast blinks, excellent roaming early on, Envy farm well. I guess Weeha's lane didn't go great, but it's up against the low druid. So, like, could Secret have done anything better?
I mean, inherently, I think if that many things go right for you, like a good laning phase, an early blink, they got the Roche, like, it just means that they weren't able to handle the push. I was asking Winter earlier about the Sand King pick. Like, they had the Pugna and the Lone Druid. They was very good at sieging, but why the Sand King? They picked it pretty early on.
Yeah. I was mentioning to Ben that I think maybe the reason why they went for it was because Tusk was banned second phase, or Spirit first phase banned, so they wanted a similar hero that was like, Sand King was around mid all the time, like at the start. He wasn't like straight up jungling, he wasn't trying to stack. He was just basically there to make sure that the Lone Druid doesn't die at the start of the game a few times, because Lone Druid as a hero in the laning phase in the early game, if you don't actually shut him down before he pops his level 5 and level 6, it's very hard to gank him after that. So they were there to just, he was there to secure his lane, and after that, just do his thing, you know.
And in the mid game, it's a really good hero against split push, which is something Secret will always do. I mean, they're always going to kind of rat to split push, and you just sit there,
you know
sandstorm.
the top fight where Puppy rebuilt his blink and they actually bursted down the tide from full.
Yeah.
That was the fight where I felt like maybe if he had a blink, he was able to blink stun Puppy so Puppy couldn't get his combo off. That would have been the whole game, the only moment where I felt Blink would have been better than the Force.
But there were times otherwise where Force Up was better than Blink, so it's...
Because if he had Blink at that fight, I was telling Ben, that fight would have been over.
Well, man, Secret, I think there were some things Secret could have done. One, if they'd actually managed to get the Roche, and the other thing is, I didn't feel Misery had much of a presence this game. Like, he farmed less than the Tidehunter did, despite Tide going like 0 and 4. It's one of those classic, like, dying in the offlane looks bad, but Misery
still didn't farm. Like he wasn't dying. It was Moon who was farming despite dying.
Well, they got so much tower gold though as well.
Yeah, tower gold is like overall the strategy where Tide was like, yeah, he fell behind in the early phase.
Even before the towers came in, though, Moon was getting a lot more. Like he was out leveling him and out farming him.
You have to understand like the overall strat.
Iron
Like,
Talent OP.
I mean, the cause like his teammates were like Legion, he was trying to help his team early, and the only one person farming the whole game for them, like really farming the whole map, was the Lone Druid. Everyone else was like running around trying to help. Whereas if you compare it to Misery's teammates, Weaver's taking farm, Ember's taking farm, Earthshaker's trying to get his early blink. Like, everyone was taking something.
I also think they masked the draft really well, though, because I think most teams would have probably went for Revenge instead of the Sand King, because it's like it's better for push, it has good catch, it can protect your mid, and it's just nice support. Like let's say he like swapped the Tide out or swapped the Earthshaker, it would have been somewhat similar. But like I think with the Sand King pick, they're like, oh, they have a greedy jungler because it's clearly not an offlaner because they have the Tide. So then they're like, oh, okay, we can pick greedy, and then they're like, oh, we have a Pugna, but they still pick Weaver last, which doesn't really make that much sense. I guess it was good for the lane, but it didn't really end up doing that much in the pushes. He wasn't able to get his Lincolns and just died all the time.
Maybe they just need to
Do
change their
you
identity.
think he should have gotten a BKB? Or?
Versus that lineup, yes.
The Weaver.
Yeah.
As his first item,
No,
Oh,
after the
after-
Deso.
Yeah. Would he have enough money? I saw him with purse. It would have been pretty close, but
it was the buyback where he kind of
Yeah.
ruined his economy when he tried to defend using buyback.
it's still a greedy pick, right? If you see a Pugna plus Lone Druid, I wouldn't want a Weaver on my team. Yeah, you win the lane, but then like what are you gonna do? Swarm the creeps, and then that's your
So you would have rather put Ember on safe lane and then pick Weeha like an Invoker Crosswax to defend the push?
Yeah,
Which
that's
was
fine,
available
too.
the whole game.
Yeah.
Or like Gyrocopter for saving, just something with more AoE that can somewhat deal with it. But I also think that OG itemized correctly too. Like the early pipe on the
that was-
Tide really helped.
That was game winning.
Yeah, that was game winning, and you know they push high ground to at like the right moment. Like imagine if Puppy didn't have Blink, they probably would have just ended the game.
On the note of items, did you guys want to add anything extra? Specifically, you two who were not casting in the game, some interesting buildups on the side of OG. You know, Sand King committing first for the Force Staff. I know Parker mentioned a bit. It's very nice to have against something like the Fissure. And then even No Tail's Legion Commander going first into the drums, then the follow-up Blade Mill.
I think because the other reason is the general idea of what they're looking to achieve in this game. They want a 5-man, and none of their other heroes were building a drums for the team. Drums is always nice when you have the aura to push faster. And it's also really good on Legion because it makes you tankier. You're more likely to get dual damage, even though he didn't get dual damage this game. I think he only got like 1 or 2 dual victories, like all the early duels.
He got 2 when the game was like,
Yeah.
he didn't need the dual damage to win the game. He just needed the dual kills. And
He
they
just
got them.
needed it
Yeah.
as a disable.
Also in the late game too, they have like duel into Decrep, which is actually kind of cool. It's like the same interaction if you Decrep or like Ghost Scepter in duel, you still attack but you don't take any damage. That's somewhat useful.
Yeah. So overall, I think it just came down to the overall strategy.
He's
Yeah.
Dude, that was
he's just swimming to the
dude, that was some
enemy
grade A bad manner right there.
What are you talking
he's
about?
He's trying to dethrone Ice Ice Ice.
Nah, poor
I'm
guy.
surprised he didn't just start like dancing in front of their booth or something after the game.
If I remember correctly, Moon had a very buggy experience in the group stage with his Blink Dagger. I'm sure it was just more bugs, trees, auto-planting.
Backstroking around them.
Yeah.
His entire keyboard clearly malfunctioned, but I heard there are some extras available from Team Spirit now, so.
Fair enough. All right. So as the teams are taking a bit of a break to reapproach game number 2, where do you think the priorities are going to be specifically for Secret to try to make a bounce-back play here against OG? Maybe not looking to kind of allow OG to play that kind of farming timing kind of a game. So how would you start things off with the draft?
Do you guys think that it's better for Weeha to be on tempo control for this team? Because the other 2 players take a lot of farm.
Well, when you're picking Misery, Nature's, they have 3 heroes that all needed a lot of farm: Nature's Prophet, Ember, and Weaver. So I think this team can only really play against OG. Maybe against some teams you can get away with having 3 more farm-based heroes with no tempo controller. But against OG, you need 1 tempo controller minimum, as far as your cores go, and your supports.
Obviously, he's not going to get Earth Spirit, like that's for sure. So, what's the best next option?
Crossflex,
Invoker. Would you
plus
say?
Winter Set. I think
Crossflex,
is-
Invoker, maybe a Puck as well.
Yeah, that's okay.
He plays Puck.
I think Invoker scales better, so it's probably more suited for him.
I'd say it's more of an iconic Weeha hero as well. So.
What about for OG then? OG got to be feeling pretty good, confident, coming off a Game 1 victory right now. They got to suspect that Secret are not going to allow them to do a bit of the same thing here. So do you change things up for game number 2?
I think just one of the few weaknesses they have is Moon sometimes dies a lot in the off lane. Like, you know, occasionally he'll have a pretty good game, but even his lone druid game that we saw earlier in the group stage, he died a lot. They recover quite well, so maybe that's not even an issue for them.
I think the reason he died a lot this game because I don't think we actually talked about the level 1 warding. Because basically what happened was they had one ward in mid around the Ancients area, but then Crit was holding one ward, and he was like running around the river, he wanted to place a ward, and then what happened after that was like Shaker went top and ganked the Tide, so Shaker was around there, so he was like, oh, maybe he wanted to place the ward there, and then Shaker was there, so he saw him, so they didn't have a ward for Moon. That's why Moon couldn't see the Shaker rotations. I think personally, I feel like on the off lane, when you're against a hero like Shaker or Touch, you want to have like somewhat of vision.
Something towards the river or the jungle.
Yeah, there was
so you can see him
nothing. There was nothing for him.
And Secret had the Ancient Ward, so they knew he wasn't farming the big camp, so they knew he's got to be in the lane near the tower.
It was easy for them to gank him because of the circumstances
And
he was playing.
in his mind, there's a good chance the Earthshaker is sitting behind mid protecting Wii because they know how important we are as far as his Ember side is going to be. He's in a mismatch. He's playing versus a lone druid, so Shaker's likely to help that lane. So Tide's not really expecting Earthshaker to be up at the top lane as much as he was. If anything, it was fine for OG because they kept killing Moon, but the entire time lone druid's crushing mid lane.
Yeah, so I mean, like the approach seems, even in the group stage games, there was games where Moon dies a lot, but his other team, his teammates like are able to push down towers because they have such a successful laning phase. So maybe the three heroes shouldn't constantly focus on Moon.
And it's the classic. It was kind of to make the comparison again to Ice Ice Ice. It's this dying but not dying for nothing. Moon, even when he was 0 and 4, I think it was like 7, 8, 9 minutes in, he had more experience than Nature's Prophet. He was level 5, Prophet was still level 4. So I look at that, I'm like, yeah, Moon's fed a bit more than you'd like, but across the board, OG were looking better.
It was also on a hero where you can afford to die a bit. You get Ravage, you're always going to catch up with Ancients or big stacks anyway, and in that draft, like you guys pointed out, the Lone Druid is the fulcrum of the lineup. They picked the Legion Commander to buff the Lone Druid, they picked the Pugna to heal the Bear. Like, that's the one here that can't die, so I think OG really understood their draft well.
So if Secret need to put their attention elsewhere, away from Moon, let's say, is it better to put it more towards the mid lane on Miracle who could get punished, or go for No Tail, or does it just depend on the draft and what the priorities are going to be for OG?
I think they should actually prioritize in helping Weeha win his lane though. I feel like every time I look at this team play like Secret, when their mid lane doesn't go well, it's really difficult for them to actually play their game. That's why they are really successful with Earth Spirit, because Earth Spirit doesn't require him to win his lane. He just needs levels, then he runs around and kills people. So, but for Invoker, obviously, which I suggested, obviously you can't really lose your lane that badly on that hero. You need to somehow be on an even laning phase. So I think if he were to be on an Invoker or Puck, they should give him some help and make sure that he has at least a somewhat decent laning phase and he can help the team.
The problem is when I think about it, like, it's only Earth Spirit that can do that for Weeha. Like, is there any other kind of playmaking hero he could do in the mid lane that is able to just achieve some early experience and then take that pressure elsewhere? Not that I really can think of, because that's Wind Ranger,
Queen of Pain.
Isn't it harder?
I don't know when to play Queen
it's
of Pain.
harder with both of those heroes. So
way harder on those two heroes.
Invoker, I think, is the main one.
Yeah, because I imagine, as you were saying, Earth Spirit's not going to be something given out. And in fact, if anything, OG could even bait out an Earth Spirit for themselves, because they are 6-0 with Earth Spirit when it's in the hands of Crit, so a bit scary. And who actually had the first pick? It was OG who had the first pick last time, right there. So
and Secret chose Dire. So Secret won the toss for game 1. They chose Dire, and it looks like OG are on Dire this side. So OG decided to be Dire.
So Secret took their advantage to pick Dire here, but it didn't feel like they drafted much around like the Roche. So do you think they kind of were led astray?
Well, they went for Roche despite not having a Roche. I think you could
it's
see
an envy team. They're
it's like
always
making the
going to try
most
to
out
sneak
of it.
around.
11 minutes in, they realized like, oh crap, our draft's we're like not in the best position. They're going to come push us soon. Let's try sneak a Roche to get whatever advantage we can.
That is the one thing that really could have changed the game, though. I think we mentioned very briefly in the cast, but we didn't talk about much here, is imagine if Crit just dies there. Like, if he gets chain stunned, there's a Hex into a Fissure, they follow up with the Lion Stun. They get the kill there on the Sand King, they're totally confident to take the Roche. But
I think Pine
to die
messed up.
there.
Yeah,
he was, but
had
he
it
got the Force Staff off. They didn't stun him in time. He gets away. That, to me, changes the complexion
I think
of the
they
game
hadn't
a lot.
seen the full stuff, which is why he didn't impale right away. But it was still a.
But
He's still impale.
You
He
just
would just stun away.
Yeah, it was a mistake, but it gave them a lot more time to farm, and that really made a difference.
So what could have been the win condition then for Secret in that case? Let's say Crit was able to live. Was it able to kind of stall things out a bit more and hope to scale into the late game for Envy and continue to split push a bit? Is there a point when Elsie could have really fallen off, given that she wasn't able to get a lot of dual damage there? And I imagine LD at some point is going to be capped.
I mean, I think at the same time, like you guys mentioned, yes, it would have actually bought time for them to farm. But then again, I still feel like the timing of the Mech and the Pipe and the Radiance, even with Aegis on Secret side, I still think they would be able to still breach at least one side of Rex with that timing because it's just way too strong. And it's just the strength of the lineup. I don't think there's much Secret can actually do to deal with it, despite them getting the Roshan. If it goes according to plan, they get the Roshan.
Yeah, they had to have a more farmed Ember too. I think Battle Fury Chrysalis is enough to hold the high ground for a decent amount of time.
Do you like that he went Blink first? When like, all his other teammates also
the Ember, rather than getting Battle Fury quicker.
Yeah.
Nah, not really. I feel like he only got the blink because he felt that they were under a lot of pressure and he needed to use the blink to get kills to buy time for the Battle Fury to come online.
And I think that goes back to the original point that the Weaver was, and the Prophet and the Ember is a bit too all in on the split push. And then they itemized all in on the split push with the Lincolns over the BKB, the Blink Dagger first, that you point out. I would like to see Secret draft a little more balanced, but it just seems like their identity is just split push, split push, split push, and that's really all they want to do.
So at the same time, even though I said that BKB would have been better at the game, but
it's not like it lost them the game.
I feel like they too realized that we are not going to be able to fight, so why am I going to get a BKB? So I'd rather get a Lincoln so that I don't get caught by Legion.
They're in danger of getting knocked down, so maybe it's a tough time to do it, but I would like to see them just bring a different, overall, they clearly can. We've seen them win a variety of ways. At this tournament and in the past, it seems like Secret is, I wouldn't say they are one-dimensional, but they're picking very similarly from game to game. I'm sure they have other strategies, but we're not seeing them yet.
They could just pick better high ground defense. Like we've seen a lot of teams go for the Faceless Void, like Batrider, like these sort of heroes.
Like more like EG style, like the Tide Enigma, that type of stuff.
Something like that.
I don't know if you guys remember the group stage with Secret. They played day one. They played the very opening match. They played. We were talking about the panel like, oh, Nature's Prophet's going to be OP. That everyone's going to play it. First game of the day, Secret, they first pick Nature's Prophet. They get owned with it because I think it was like a similar kind of thing where they had too many Greek courts, and then we never saw Nature's Prophet again from Secret on Group A. I feel like that's going to be the same thing here. They failed with Nature's Prophet, they're done picking it. If they don't want to have it in the game, they're just going to ban it.
I mean, I don't think it's the Prophet's fault.
No, it's not his fault. I think they're not comfortable. It doesn't fit Secret's style.
It's just the overall composition that they chose with the Prophet and what they're up against was the main issue. Like they couldn't have gone that lineup against what OG had. I feel it was just really difficult. No matter how farm the Prophet became this game, or let's say he had a better laning phase, he had a better early game.
Well, we'll have to see what style of Secret's going to show up, if there'll be a Nature's Prophet or not. It sounds like we have a draft here, so let's hop into Game 2 of OG versus Secret.
So they will not be getting the Earth Spirit, and I don't think that surprises anyone. Well, so much for not picking Nature's Prophet. They first picked.
I mean, they should just build a better lineup around the Prophet and react better to what OG is actually doing. Because every time we talk about Secret, they don't really have a clear-cut strategy sometimes, but they react a lot to.
I was just about to say IO is available, and you first pick Prophet. Will OG go for it?
They're expecting it. That's why they went for the Enigma right away.
I mean, this whole draft has gone by so it almost feels like a pre-planned, premeditated draft from both teams in some ways. Like Secret, thinking, okay, we get first pick Prophet. They probably anticipated one, if not both, of these two picks from OG.
Benwu, Nature's Prophet Enigma, Roshan, level 1.
Not Radiant Roshan, level 1. I put nothing past the team with Eternal Envy. He's got the cojones to make that move, but I don't think they do it here.
Beastmaster, Ursa.
Cloud9 Game 3 at TI4, was it? Level 1 Roshan.
And they did it against Vici, it was, I believe, who had already destroyed a team that tried to level 1 Rosh against them previously in the tournament. It was close, though. I think like FY came in fairly last minute and happened to scout it. And it was after a pause.
Yeah, because it was obvious, you think that it's not going to happen.
Gotta believe, Winter.
So Sven was banned.
They
could be to push here. Yep. Up against an IO. I think Clicks is actually setting up pick off it.
A lot of that.
And the Natural Desolator builder as well.
Yeah, so a lot of that I think in the
There were 2 games for Clinks on Secret too.
That's a really good play. Because even EG did a lot of clings when they had Enigma. Sort of like a compensation. You have a and then you want a laner that doesn't really
too much support.
So they get countered black hole, I guess, with the Wyvern here.
And not to mention that they are probably getting ready for some straight push, so they want to support can actually push out the lane. So Wyvern helps a lot in that regard.
That's a lot of heal for OG. Right, puppies here, I guess.
Right
I suggest AA, but
They don't have much like low cooldown disable. They have like the curse, the ravage, all very long cooldowns. So Secret might be able to use that to their advantage, like get a really mobile hero for that.
Can't help but feel like a Wii Ranger is the next possible option. And good against the Wisp, you know, easy tether targets.
I think Winter Wyvern's really good versus.
It's not so good versus.
Oh, you're right.
Winter Wyvern's crushes
What is
Wind
Wii
Ranger.
gonna go for?
Lina, maybe? I mean, you mentioned Weehaw heroes.
Yeah.
First connect double zap the strat with the Lion Lina combo.
Just do it on crit, you know.
Yeah, don't do it on a blade mill.
Do it on crit.
That was so funny. Pylon died. I mean, I think he kind of knew what's gonna happen too, but it's made it fun for viewers.
That's going to kind of
Normally against OG, you'd probably been, like in the past, you would have been the Tiny, but the Sven in general has really gotten more
That's
popular.
a good ban, Invoker, because Invoker would have been really good with Ty and Io. And it would have, again, like fit what we were talking about at the panel. OG probably figured that maybe Team Secret are going to change things up. They're going to put Viha more, gang-focused hero, tempo control, and they don't want to deal with it this game.
5 seconds remaining.
And the Sven ban has also another implication. I think that when you're a Nature's Prophet offlane, like Sven is one of the better heroes, because with the Cleave, it's a better hero against the Treants. You can help the supports much better.
And he doesn't really suffer as much from the Treant harass, high strength gain, decent armor base, and then obviously the war.
And you have a disable, more importantly, to kill the Prophet, so it's all in all a very good carry versus that hero.
So you're up against Enigma. How do you look to deal with this if you're OG? Are you just going to play your own jungle game here with the IO? Do they want to try and contest or pressure it? What do you guys think?
I don't think they really can contest and pressure it just because Fly normally plays the defensive one.
Yeah,
Crit
and they
is
have,
the one that plays the.
They have Wisp as well. Yeah. It's not so easy, so they'll probably try to just focus on their own, game. Try to stack more for the tide. Try to get level 6 on iOS ASAP.
They could always pull a fast one and do like IO plus one in the off lane if they wanted to pressure.
Plus tide, because they have tide. They already have tide.
If they want to pull a fast one, they could always pull out the Miracle Anti-Mage as well. Anti-Mage is
pretty good.
Pretty good against these two heroes. I mean, you've still got to. It's not like a third pick. You want to see what secret, because secret strategy isn't revealed yet. But like right now, it's looking like a feasible Anti-Mage.
So secret ban Gyro. They could be trying to push here.
5
You're
seconds.
up against an IO. I think Clix is actually a really good pick for Secret. Just destroys the IO. Very good at setting up pickoffs with the Prophet.
We saw a lot of that.
And a natural Desolator builder as well.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that, I think, in the
That was
two games for Clinks on Secret 2-0.
That's a really good call there, because even EG did a lot of clings when they had Enigma to sort of, it's like a compensation. You have a jungler and then you want to have a laner that doesn't really need too much support.
So they get a counter to Black Hole, I guess, with the Wyvern here.
Yep. And not to mention that they are probably getting ready for some split push, so they want a support that can actually help push out the lane. So Wyvern helps a lot in that regard.
That's a lot of heal for OG.
Right
but
now,
you already have puppies here, I guess.
Right
so
now
I was going to suggest AA, but
they don't have much like low cooldown disable. They have like the curse plus the ravage, all very long cooldowns. So Secret might be able to use that to their advantage, like get a really mobile hero for that.
Reserve time.
Can't help but feel like a Wii Ranger is the next plausible option. And it's good against the Wisp, easy tether targets.
I think Winter Wyvern's really good versus.
Yeah, it's not so good versus
the Emperors.
Yeah.
Winter Wyvern gets crushed.
What is Wii going to go for?
Lina's, maybe? I mean, you mentioned Weehaw heroes.
Yeah. The burst.
Connect the double zap, the pew pew strat with the Lion Lina combo.
Just do it on crit,
Yeah, don't do it on a blade mill.
No, do it on crit.
That was so funny. Pylon died. I mean, I think he kind of knew what was going to happen too, but made it fun for the viewers.
5 seconds.
This is the pick that's going to kind of reveal about what OG want to do. This fourth pick, because they're kind of no tell as well as their miracle hero.
I mean, Secret are probably expecting Tiny here, right? Sven's banned. It seems like they're trying to drive them into a Tiny pick. Chaos Knight is another IO partner.
Chaos Knight's not so good versus me like Pulse though. So.
Couldn't Secret just OD? Isn't OD really good versus other heroes?
Yep. We could potentially play that, but again, it's like
It's
Envy
greed,
doesn't
though.
really play the tempo controlling safe laners too well. He's one of the more kind of farm dependent safe
I don't
laners.
like OD on them, even though I think it's a good hero because it's like the thing that I mentioned. They need to put Biha on a tempo.
Safe
control.
lane OD against Tide is good. That's possible.
Team Secret.
What do you think about the Envy Spectre? It's been a staple for Secret, 5-1.
Tough lane this game against Tide and IO. If they pick Spectre, OG might just do IO plus Tide on off lane, and Spectre is going to suffer a lot in the lane because your lane partner is Lion as well.
But what are the strong lane control he's carries that are left? Gyro's banned, Clinks is banned.
I mean, for the Secret, it's probably Weaver.
Weaver again?
Yeah, but yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to have the same issue that they can't really fight into OG and they have to split push.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen a lot of Ursa coming into this match. Is there any room for an Ursa here for either team?
Co-embrace though.
Reserve
for
Yeah,
sure.
It doesn't
I
seem
don't think
that
it's
good
good
for
for
either team.
Secret. No. And OG are going to be typically it's Notel who plays the Death Prophet mid. That'll be an OG for Secret, and they'll be looking probably for some miracle hard carry for the safe lane.
I actually think that what Ben suggested might be better if they run the OD in the safe lane
Yeah.
to make sure that they secure the lane against the Tide. That might be better for them.
That's what I suggested, Winter.
Oh, you suggested that too? Sorry,
10
Parker. My
seconds
bad.
remaining.
So what Ben and you suggested,
Not the
Parker?
first time that you have
5
ignored your
seconds
friends.
remaining.
Probably won't be the last time.
Yeah, but if I ignore you means that you mean a lot to me in some ways.
How does that mean that you mean a lot to you?
Because he only ignores his friends.
Yeah, because I only ignore my friends.
That's just messed up, man. I don't know what to say to that.
I'm sorry. I will not do that anymore to you, Parker. I promise.
But he's not promising not to do it to me, Ben or Dakota.
Okay, not to all of you. Okay, I made that promise. I'll never ignore anyone.
He doesn't. He doesn't really
He doesn't
mean me
consider us friends, so that's okay.
Reported.
Team
though.
Secret.
Nice try to be nice
Turn
though.
to battle.
Commend him for being attempted friendly.
Anti-mage ban. Envy loves to play anti-mage. They didn't have the best control for him.
So they're picking, yeah, they don't have good control, but also probably suggest they're picking a safe lane carry that may
10
not be that good
seconds
against
remaining.
AM.
Or they just want to be five-manning all the time and they don't want
Five
Secret to have
seconds.
It's a
some-
split pusher.
Yeah.
Yeah. We saw Miracle play Jug. Is that something you guys see being possible?
Yeah, Jug is really good this game for their lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you already know their support, so like that's super heavy heal, but Secret, they've got okay heroes to snipe it.
Dire
Tiny's
team
still a good band, like despite us talking about the Jug. Tiny still fits your lineup very well. You have like 4 heroes that are quite squishy. I mean, Oli is not that squishy, but the other 3 is really squishy. The Lion, the Enigma, and the Prophet.
OG Slark.
Team
I was
Secret.
actually just thinking
Turn
Slark,
to
but I
pick.
felt like Secret had so much AoE and control that maybe it's not the best pick. What do you guys think?
You have the IO and the Tide Hunter to back it up. I think it's fine.
It's just more in terms of the late game compared to the Juggernaut. Slug is much stronger later. So I think in that regard, OG just wants to secure a bit more of their late game, and it still serves as a good partner with the IO in the early to mid game.
So what's Envy's hero now?
10 seconds
Is it
remaining.
Well,
I
do you
hope it's
think
OD.
I hope, yeah, let's say,
I hope OD is his
5
hero,
seconds
Yeah, me too.
remaining.
and then we have this place like a park or something to help in the early game.
I feel like they're just gonna pick Spectre or something. Though. Like
Go great. Just
Naga.
PA.
I mean, it's Secret, yeah. They might just
10
go
seconds
that
remaining.
greedy, but if they go that greedy, I worry for them.
All right, that was not the hero that we were
Huh.
thinking.
It's good in the laning phase, so
They've got
it's,
5 range heroes.
I mean, it's a similar plan to what they had in the last game. They picked really good lanes, and they're going to be counting on their lanes to actually buy them enough time so that the 5-man push doesn't come early. They get enough items to deal with
Is
it.
there not some element of 5-man push to Secret Slamp when they get the mech on Enigma? They've got the Dro plus Enigma to push with? Or is
Yeah, that too, but I would favor OG's like team fight much more with the Ravage plus the DPLT.
Okay.
All right, so with the 5-man spread coming up from both sides, we get ready to hop into action here. It's game number 2 of OG versus...
Prepare for battle.
All right, thank you very much, Dakota. OG moving out immediately. We'll see Crit heading down towards the bottom lane. Moon there by his side. Meanwhile, Pylai Dai, he's made his way down in the river. He's trying to get the hill ward up here. Very deep position. It looks like he'll do it without being scouted. So Secret going to have excellent intel on this bottom lane early on. Looks like Weehaw will be playing the OD, so the hopes of an Envy OD, well, those are gone now, gods. He'll be on the draw range, or more of a classic Envy hero.
That's kind of 2 games in a row we see Secret go for very deep wards to kind of scout out Moon's jungle more than anything, and also just his positioning. It helps set up kills on him, as we saw last game. It just allows you to kind of control what he's doing with the Ancient stacking, since Tide does kind of, maybe not rely on the Ancient stacking, but he benefits so much from it. And oh gosh, they actually get the level 1 D ward.
30 seconds to battle.
Wow. That is, they've seen some tape on Secret and must have expected this to happen. Or, I mean, they also looked at last game's replay and saw, huh, they put this ward last game, are they going to do it again? Maybe, quite likely. Let's check it.
That, perhaps seeing where the line was positioned, gave them a clue as well, but in the end, Secret not going to have that early vision here, and losing one of these precious early game wards definitely hurts you, so we'll see where Puppey places the other one. But for now, Puppey going to be starting deep in his own jungle.
Yeah, this offlane for Moon could be very good. You've got Crit on the IO, who's going to maybe spend some time at mid lane, but can also kind of rotate down bottom, but now there's no ward to contest him. He does have plenty of regen. He can go into he will be going into the Iron Talon to jungle up with, and it just doesn't feel like Secret are going to be able to do a whole lot to... I mean, Lion Dro, there's a lot of right-click damage, but Tide is just very resistant to that because of the Kraken shell.
Looks like they want to try and contest this bottom rune. Crit is going to join Moon. Tries to grab the bounty here. The stun comes out rather early from Pilot Eye, but he gets forced back. Envy's trying to grab it, spamming away, but it's a double rune grab off the bat for OG. They've also got the bottle already coming out for Crit here, as Moon was the man to grab it. So this is a fantastic start for OG, and well, for Weehaw, things are going to get a little bit harder in the mid lane up against No Tail's Death Prophet.
And they actually gave Crit the solo XP for the D ward, so he's already halfway to level 2 as well. And Io gets a lot stronger at level 2 because he can overcharge, which means when he's full HP, he can still heal up teammates, like someone like a Tide on the front lines. So going to be, I think, quite a hard safe lane for Secret. Moon as well as Crit can get up in their face, and they have this big advantage from the D ward as well as the bounty rune.
They're just running at Pilot Die. They know he's got the one stun, so they tank it, and then they just keep on moving forward. Envy don't need the level 1 precision art. Doesn't offer a whole lot of firepower, but elsewhere we can see in the mid lane the pressure coming in from Fly. Weehaw, no vision up to the north. We'll see, again, with the D ward around the Roshan pit, maybe Puppey is forced to plant his ward somewhere different from where he would have liked to.
And something we often talk about is we don't feel teams punish the Enigma jungle very much or very often. And we're not seeing a direct punish here, but I feel this is one of the times where we're seeing a team really go aggressive because there is an Enigma jungling. We've got this offlane dual lane, which has had a great early start. OG also went for the double bounty rune, something Enigma is really bad at preventing. Well, I mean, you should be able to kind of prevent it regardless just because you can send 4 heroes to a rune, but Enigma doesn't have any level 1 potential because of conversions, and OG... They send Wyvern mid, they send a dual lane bottom, then Wyvern goes back top. They're looking to kind of win as many lanes as possible here because of the Enigma jungle.
Yeah, tough times here now, but they are getting the harassment out onto Crit. Frost Arrows laying into a Moon, gonna force him back, and then Misery arrives with the teleport, and Secret again, they do get a first blood. Didn't win them the game last time, but they're looking for a secondary kill. Moon low. Won't end up going down there. Elsewhere in the mid lane, can see Weehaw forced to salve. No Tail. Couple of seconds, he could pop this one. It's going to nuke him, so Weehaw running low on the regen, and he struggles in this mid lane so far.
A TP that comes at a cost, because as soon as that happens and Wyvern gets the 2-minute top rune, there's no reason Fly even needs to go back towards that top lane. It's a completely empty free farm lane for Miracles, so a worthwhile first blood TP, but it's not like there's no trade. For OG, they're getting complete free farm. Misery's kind of suddenly stuck on this bottom lane, doesn't have a TP for another 10 seconds, and doesn't have a whole lot of mana. He accidentally gets his clarity cancelled as well, which was going to give him kind of the mana he needed to kind of sustain himself in lane. So it's not the best position for him to be in down here in this bottom lane, even though he got his team first blood.
You can see Fly wrapping around mid.
Looking for that courier. He knows the bottle should be coming out soon.
He wants to snipe it, actually. The donkey back at the base for now.
This is a good timing to be here for this. You know, it's a null talisman. It's around that 230 mark is normally when you'd see the bottle coming out. We'll see if they fall for it. The pause makes you kind of have time to think about it, because if you're just the pause, if anything, may lead to the bottle snipe being prevented. I mean, I don't want to say it. That's going to be the reason why. Maybe he would have done it regardless, but we can then be like, huh, I wonder where Wyvern is. Oh, is there a chance he's bottle sniping? Yeah, let's just move it around in a safe, cautious way. But
come on, we want some drama, man. Just lay it down, throw the gauntlet.
I mean,
it's a tactical pause.
It's
Envy's
Puppey,
doing whatever it
absolutely.
takes to win. Come on now.
Oh, it's Puppey, man. It's the Puppey pause. Of course.
Envy may have hit the button, but we all know who the real mastermind behind it is.
And he's been pausing for his eyes, LD. Yes.
Sure. Blame your eyes, but the donkey is coming. This could be big here for Mr. Fly. Oh, no.
That's back. Probably getting some items for Enigma.
It's going to be 3 minutes
Soul Ring
now anyway, so.
Yeah, Enigma's 10 gold short of Soul Ring, so you'll see it. And it's already upgraded too.
Worth a shot for Fly. Not a whole lot else he could be doing right now as that top lane is currently empty. But mid lane, No Tail moving in, gets the Spirit Siphon onto Weeha, and they will ambush him from the side. Fly with the single slow there from Arctic Burn, but doesn't look like it's quite enough for the kill. Weeha will live to tell the tale. And backs away. Meanwhile, Dire Courier still walking here now. They're going to upgrade it. I was going to say, there's a Nature's Prophet in this game. Got to be careful about that.
Denied.
But Courier kill is going to be avoided by both teams.
So yeah, early game, Secret have dealt very well with the pressure. They're winning the CS battle here. They found the first blood at bottom lane. Enigma, I mean, as mentioned, being uncontested free farm jungle, and OG trying to punish it, but for the most part unsuccessful. The OD is still kind of holding his own in the mid lane against Death Prophet. The offlane Nature's Prophet's getting some farm in the jungle, help find the first blood. So overall, Secret with a much better, stronger early game, which is what you kind of expect from the Drow Ranger. OG just trying to make it a more neutral, even early game with their aggressive lanes, but it hasn't worked for OG.
Puppey getting his customary free farm. Normally when this happens, he is one of the most crucial heroes in the game, so we'll see how OG are able to deal with him. They do pretty well here on Moon in the offlane. It's getting his levels at a decent clip. Even against the Drow Ranger, this is the beauty of the Tide, that you can just retreat to the jungle. But they're going to bring in the Nature's Prophet, and it looks like Secret have decided if Tide's not going to poke his ugly melon head out, they're going to punish it with a push.
Gotta use that Drow Aura. Eidolons get bonus damage. Your range creeps get bonus damage.
Puppey is rotating that direction, heads through the river.
Yeah, we go.
Enigma's going to join the push. They're also going to scout out a small Ancient Stack brewing here. It will be up to Fly to drag the wave back. Does have the Splinter Blast available now to slow down the push. He's actually going to summon a fresh set of Eidolons. Continues to move in. Fly got to be careful, though. Finally, Die might be able to spring the trap. Puppey has the Malefice. They get the follow-ups on Fly. Hexed as well. A triple disable combo from Secret. Enough for the kill. And with that, they're not going to leave this bottom lane. They will get the tower for sure. And I guess the question is if they even look for a bit more.
Last time I questioned E's efficiency. Of course he's going to pop the Drow Aura. Does do so, and
only a minute until it cools down. That's why you pop it early.
Spam that thing. Well, you don't necessarily want to spam it when you're focusing on the creep equilibrium because it can push out your lane. But benefits
you
the
just ruined the pubs of players everywhere. I still remember the old Drow Aura when they first reworked. It was just always on. All lanes are always pushing. That was the Centaur patch when the Centaur ultimate stunned everything that it ran through. Drow Centaur. Those were the days. But back to this game, back to the real world. We do see free farm for Miracle Gods, and he is going to rush the Midas here. Level 6 already, so they are putting a lot of eggs here in the Slark basket, as far as the OG game plan.
I mean, OG are going to be tested this game because they're the ones who have the slow-paced draft this game. They aren't going to be looking for that timing like they had last game where suddenly they get it. It was even before the Lone Druid Radiance where they were grouping up, taking down towers. They can kind of push and fight around the Exorcism a bit, but it's Secret who will be able to, if anything, push faster, and that's with Exorcism on the Dire side. But this Drow Aura, Enigma Nature's Prophet, and the mech timing coming as early as it will from Puppey, probably around that 10-minute mark, Secret will be the ones dictating the pace of this game. And it's something we see a lot, whether it's the Radiant team who pushes and the Dire team who probably prioritizes Roshan and farming a bit more. And OG have adapted their playstyle and gone for that more kind of Dire-oriented strategy.
Going for the banish here, mid lane. Spirit Siphon online, but Puppey rotates in, has the hole available, and lets it go onto No Tail. In a lot of danger, trying to heal him up. Fly, Cold embraces him, keeps him alive for a very long time. No Tail still surviving. They continue to volley auto attacks after him and eventually get the kill. A good effort by Fly, but simply not enough.
He had 5 wands in a Fairy Fire. I think he decided he wasn't going to escape. I'm not sure if it would have saved him.
Did get to buy his gloves, so
yeah.
No gold lost.
I think
here.
he was buying items rather than thinking, oh, I can live, I'll use my 1 Fairy Fire.
Pretty bold TP by Moon, not yet level 6 actually. He's very close to it, but they banish him, and they're going to stun him up. Moon counting on the level 6, he's not going to get it. Oh, it's a really costly feed here for the Tidehunter. He doesn't have buyback either. He won't be able to participate. Misery turning for the courier. He snipes that as well. Catastrophe for OG in the mid lane. Hemorrhaging kills. Giving up couriers. They're going to lose Fly as well. They might even lose No Tail. The feed train has no brakes. 6-0. A tower as well. A triple kill to all heroes. It's the OD. And one of the most aggressive spikes upward in a gold grab you will ever see at this stage in the
He
game.
got 60 int at one point, and that was before even level 4 Arcane Orb. He just kept getting right-click after right-click. Surprisingly good against the Winter Wyvern with the Cold Embrace,
and
because
this
he
is
just keeps
happening.
stealing int.
This is happening with a Midas Slark, a Wisp Wyvern that aren't even near. They're not even close to level 6 yet. And you're gets to drow Enigma Strat. That is like the worst situation.
I think they're actually
for that
taking
happen.
Roche here. They're around the area. They've got the Eidolon's Treants. This is a very straightforward Roshan. Unless OG suddenly rotate in lots of heroes to contest it with Ravage, which I just don't think they're ready to do. They still haven't got level 6 on Winter Wyvern, and I mean, this Roche is actually dropping in about 15 seconds. So,
OG. They've dug a bit of a hole for themselves. I think that's putting it mildly.
yeah, just very. With the lanes not working out for them, the aggressive IO Tide lane, it felt like they needed to find kills, not just. They kind of pressured the lane, but Dro just found the kill with the Nature's Prophet TP in, and as a result, OG's plan B, their plan B comes online so much later, so they're just kind of in this kind of intermission period where they're just trying to get some items, but Secret are going to get numerous objectives, I want to say, and just get a lot done during this period.
OG are going to have to play absolutely flawless Dota to live through that second round of aggression.
And here's the mech smoke. Puppey gets his mech. Pi as well as Puppey smoke up together. They're headed towards top to defend and fight into OG.
They have the Prophet already as well.
This looks like it could be a complete disaster for top at OG. The one good thing for them is they've got a haste rune.
And Fingers online, so Miracle does need to be careful here. Glyph gets deployed. Secret sending their forward scouting party out. Highlight died the man in front and is going to try to get aggressive. Meanwhile, they have TP'd in Misery a bit too far, perhaps, as the Spirits start to come back in. And from the side, Puppey swipes in. Mech online, as you mentioned, only 20 seconds till the hole. Well, they don't get the kills, but Secret just so strong when they group up and push that they should get the tower for free. And it looks like they're going to do it with Envy. Off in the jungle, has the precision already if they even want to consider a second tower push. Secret still getting the objectives, albeit not with the bonus skills.
And they've got their ultis up. OG still yet to level his, probably will do so. Either level 9, level 10. Not too big of a deal, not like a key spell for them. And they can defend this bottom lane with Prophet while continuing this push up top, and I believe that's what they're going to be doing. Envy not with his team for now, but I mean,
he's there in spirit.
Just a mech Enigma with an OD Aegis, like these three heroes could probably take a 3v5 almost with Exorcism on cooldown.
Why is level 6? He gets a ward down. He's going to scout up Highlight Die, but it's daytime, so.
The right click damage isn't there. It's like even if you get a Winter's Curse off, unless it's on a hero being attacked by Dro Ranger, it's not going to get a whole lot done.
And Envy, nowhere to be found.
It does set up a
Finger. They just delete the Slark. Okay.
Well, that's
that was ugly. Miracle's not going to feel good about that.
No. I think this is a game OG are going to quickly want to forget going forward in this best-of-3 series.
The good news is the suffering will be relatively painless if things continue this way. It'll be over soon. Fly now, getting found out by Misery. They do TP in, they get the Malefice off, and he tries to embrace himself, but continues to get hammered down by Weeha. Orb after orb crashing in, still holding the Aegis for now. Crit going to head to the south, no tell there to join him. But already, tier 2s are dropping everywhere. This is the last outer tower. It comes at 11 minutes. Black Hole online. Everything good to go. Yasha coming out for Envy. And here we go. OG up against it. Up against a very strong push with Moon nowhere to be found. Doesn't have a teleport. He's going to walk from the bottom lane. And while that's happening, the tower is getting absolutely battered here. Hotel going to work a bit with the Spirit Siphon, slowing things down. Finally, the Watermelon limps in, but the damage was done. So they're going to be happy with that. They've rotated 5 heroes back on OG. It's a secret. They'll take advantage of the Prophet. They'll TP him to mid, and they're just going to push out these other lanes.
And there's still a lot of room to grow on the Secret side. They can kind of get up map control a bit more. They can just find a few more levels here. They haven't really... I mean, you're still looking at every hero level 9 or below. On top of that, they're just not quite at that kind of critical mass point where they're not at their strongest timing right now more than anything. They can probably go for this high ground push while they've got the Aegis, but with it expiring in the next minute, it's a very kind of small window for them to strike now with OG having Exorcism and Ravage.
If they want to go, it should be right now. Otherwise, you're better off waiting.
They definitely want to keep the pressure on. So whether they do that by going for a high ground push or at least taking map control and starving out OG, keeping OG in their own base and creating this scenario where Miracle and Notel can't find adequate farm, either way, Secret are going to be looking fantastic.
This is going to give OG time to try and get back in this game.
They smoke an award, which is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that one was planted from behind the tree line, so unfortunately for Secret, they didn't actually see it coming.
Not too big a deal. It just means they're not going to find a pickoff that they were hoping to.
It gives Moon a little bit of time here. He's pretty close to the mechanism. OG going to go for a smoke of their own.
OG, maybe, I feel like they just need to make a bold move. They need to try and guess where that smoke's headed, because Envy actually was solo pushing top lane, like kind of baiting OG into thinking that his team were behind him so that they would go push out the other lanes, but it looks like OG may be able to find a catch on Misery with this.
Very long way to travel for a smoke gang, but Trance gets summoned. This might be the opening they're looking for. Smoke's going to break. Notel, he starts nuking down the Trance, but immediate drums getting popped by Misery. He will backtrack. And now Puppey comes in. Oh, almost in range there for the Malefice. That would have been big. He will dodge away. They're not really farming much here, Gods.
No, and they're just in such a hard position for them to find any farm. Miracle has Midas, but any item follow-up is going to take some time.
And we also have to keep in mind it is a 6-0 tower advantage right now.
Yeah.
So even if the CS were dead even, the discrepancy in gold was already going to be massive, and then on top of that, 4 out of the top 6 heroes in terms of CS are on the side of Secret, so they are very far ahead in every department.
Yeah. I mean, as things currently stand, this game looking like currently the biggest stomp we've seen out of any of the matches so far. It's not over, it's not an insurmountable lead, but it's approaching that point with how much Secret control the map here. They've got wards in top lane and mid lane. Mid one actually going to get de-warded. That's going to help out a lot here as far as OG trying to prevent Secret from having total vision across the board, but
I think MVP might have a bone to pick with you about stomps, but this is definitely up there.
Yeah.
This is looking ugly. OG not out of it yet, though. They have had some miraculous comebacks courtesy of the Wisp, but their playmaking potential will be truly tested here as we see Weehaw grabbing an Ogre Club. Likely BKB coming out for him.
OG just don't have that explosive hero that can make a big play and suddenly they're kind of back in it. It's a team fight where they can come back into it. The Ravage with the Exorcism with a good Winter's Curse. They've got to make sure they've just got the best Winter's Curse imaginable with the Drow Ranger killing off someone like the Enigma or the Lion.
Slark needs to bait a bunch of spells and then get off his ultimate. Ravage has to be timed perfectly. And, well, for Secret, they're getting even tankier. Guardian Greaves now out for Puppey. We're going to see our Nature's Prophet after completing drums up to 3,100 gold. NV, meanwhile, grabbing his Ogre Club, either a BKB or maybe even just the Sanjin Yasha. Either way, big item coming out for him, and then your OD. Weehaw, back for the Blink Dagger. More initiation. They're going to find Moon here, it looks like, over towards the Dire Ancients as they smoke. Initiating on the Tidehunter. Going to work on him with the Orb. Moon, though, is going to cracking it off. He marches forward. He gets fingered. Prophet on as well. Getting volleyed down here by the Eidolons. Can they finish the job? The Prophet TP. Sprouts there. They get the kill. And with that goes the mech. No buyback available. Miracle desperately leaping out, but Weehaw's there with the blink forward and the banish setup. They're going to need some help. Crit just going to channel the relocate and try to get Miracle out. He does it in time right after the OD hammer gets dropped. A bit too late.
Still no Tidehunter, though.
But they likely, at least decent chance, they are going to lose Crit here. Let's see if he can tether his way out. Puppey, does get the Malefice off. Pylai die, though. No finger available, so Crit actually escapes. And also saves his buddy. This is going to salvage what could have been a lane of Rax otherwise.
Yeah, well, defend the high ground and Secret. Gonna keep just, I think the plans for now are still okay. Just keep hunting for pickups where you can and take Roshan once it's available. This next Aegis is going to be the big key timing for them more than anything. And OG, even if Secret don't get a lane of Rax in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes, where's OG even getting farm right now? Just, we're not seeing any catch-up coming out from Death Prophet. And Death Prophet is not a hero that plays well from behind. When you don't have a good start, when you're not getting farm, even if you've got a safe lane carry that is doing well, Death Prophet will not have a very high impact on a game just through Exorcism.
Praying for an early Roshan respawn here, but they're not lucky in that regard.
Like that would have been a very early Rosh respawn.
You mentioned OG, a gamble that's on the bigger side. Blowing a smoke here, hoping it's almost instant, but sometimes that's what it takes to get back in these games. Miracle's going to lead the charge here. We'll see an Alpha Wolf scouting things out. They are in great position up on the high ground. Maybe they can find the jump. Miracle's going to lead the way, but as he bounced forward, he catches out Puppey. Puppey gets banished. Weeha trying to salvage the fight. Moon silenced up. Looks like they should be able to bring down the Enigma here. They will burst him. He does have buyback available, so potentially looking to turn this. They might wait out for the Exorcism. No tail, low, but there's the Cold Embrace to keep him alive. The Wiz comes in. Crit also low. He'll end up going down. They've gotten 2. Puppey still holding that buyback. Weeha in the midst of it all, slamming for damage out onto Miracle, but Moon is going to manage to keep things in fighting condition. Weeha will get finished off here. It looks like by the Ghost. Still no buybacks coming out for Secret. They've lost 3 big heroes. It's up to Envy to salvage it. A 3 for 3. But when you're playing from this far behind, if that's how it ends, I think you're pretty happy as OG.
And their 2 main cores surviving as well. And that was the perfect Ravage, the perfect close to perfect Winter's Curse. It hit the OD with the Drow Ranger attacking the OD. So it gave you that bit of extra damage, which they needed to kill off the OD. They took out the Nature's Prophet, they killed the Enigma, they killed some of the most farmed Secret heroes while keeping Slack and Death Prophet alive and just having the positioning advantage, getting such a good jump. OG, an amazing fight to take at this stage of the game to keep themselves alive.
But they needed it. If it wasn't a perfect fight, it would have been a disaster. Puppey goes down with the Guardian Greaves and the Black Hole still online, but we can all imagine how much different it would be if he gets either of those off.
And OG's high ground defense is very scary, which is why Secret kind of have to play this one at a fairly slow pace. Pushing into the Splinter Blast, into the Tide Hunter is just a very kind of daunting proposition. So we'll see Secret kind of take their time about this one.
We'll see how long they need. Pylai die. He does have Hex ready to go. Could make a move. Miracle is going to wait up the Dark Pact. Miracle getting stunned from distance. There's the Finger. Prophet ult, I imagine, bouncing through here. It is enough to secure the kill. Well executed gank by Secret, and now looking for Crit as well with the teleport in. Misery gets a double kill. He was very quiet last game, but this game having a big impact. OG, though, they've got the Yule Scepter. No tail. He's going to debut it here. Looks like they'll get the Prophet right as he starts to really come into his own. So it ends up being a 2 for 1, but with the death of the Slark, we'll be happy overall. And while that was happening, Secret also going to grab a Roche.
Yeah, good kind of follow-up from Secret. Really nice gank by the Invis Lion there, just knowing that, hey, okay, with the Nature's Prophet, we'll get this kill, even if it does come at the cost of 1 life there. And Secret put themselves in a very good position to break high ground soon. They don't have the BKBs yet, well, at least a BKB yet, probably Weeha, the one player with the Blink Initiation who particularly wants it, so he doesn't get counted out by the Ravage, but with an Aegis in hand, they may feel confident to go for a play soon.
And
if anything, they can wait till they have Aegis and BKB. I think there'll be at least maybe a small window where they can have both those 2 items.
And on top of that, they have the Blink Daggers. Weeha with 1. We just have seen a Blink Dagger getting picked up on Pylai Die, so they have very good pickoff potential to set up for that push. For now, OG are heading back. Miracle has a respawn here, closing on a Sanjin Yasha. So he manages to keep his farm up, but he's really the only one. As you mentioned, the rest of the OG squad struggling mightily. They will grab a Blink Dagger on Moon. So they get the long-range initiation, and he'll need to make sure that he times it right. As Puppey goes back into a Vitality booster here after the Ochre Club, so not rushing a BKB. Are we going to see Is it a Crimson Guard? Is it a casual Vid booster?
Yeah, the Crimson Guard's an item he's gone before on Enigma. Pretty good against the Slark right-click damage, so...
And it's a good 5-man item, obviously.
Yeah. So, definitely a possible item. The Rod of Atos is an item I've seen EG go with the Fear Enigma, although not looking like a particularly strong item against the OG lineup. We've got Dark Pact to get rid of it. I mean, Death Prophet's actually... It's a little annoying for Death Prophet. You can't chase and take advantage of your movement speed when you're being Rod of Atos, but we'll see. I think more than anything, it's just Puppey's thing. He wants to be able to stay alive, get off more spells where possible, and use that to his advantage.
Secret are occupying the OG jungle here. Pylai Die farming up their neutrals. Very aggressive posture from him. Meanwhile, Miracle with some backup from Crit is going to move out. So still has a ways to go before he becomes that threatening late game Slark. At this point, he really only tickles. He is farming well. As for Envy, went for the early Dominator, went back into the Sanjiashin up to 3,600. So Secret continuing to maintain their quad core status, and I mean, hell, as we've mentioned, Pylai Die is farming almost like a 4 position here, all things considered.
Yeah, a lot of tower gold, but even tower gold aside, he hasn't died all game. He's got 21 CS. Pi has played
7
a very strong
2-0
game.
and 7. They've had 14 kills, and as a Lion, he's been in on over half of them. Very impressive.
And as mentioned, it looks like Secret are going to wait for that timing where they're going to have BKB with Aegis, just 100 gold away now on Wee's OD. and just a small window where they'll have Aegis as well as the BKB. About 2 minutes now left on the Aegis, and Secret, if they want to, can go double BKB. Envy's got 3.9k gold. They're probably having a... He's probably maybe talking with Puppy now or kind of...
And
yeah, there we go,
Misery's going to have it, so it's going to be triple BKB
Yep.
momentarily.
I think there was a bit of discussion. Envy's like, I don't really want to go BKB. Like, can we actually... If we win the game now with BKBs, fantastic. If they don't, if OG can defend the high ground, then the BKB doesn't pay off, and you'd rather have gone like a more late game oriented build.
At that point, Miracle could start to get out of control because that means OG have won a big team fight.
So triple BKB suddenly comes online all at once for Secret. They've got Aegis. This is a moment in this game. This is the key timing where they're supposed to get a lane of racks, and it comes down to OG to mount an incredible defense.
Well, whenever we look at a big push about to come, buyback will be worth keeping an eye on, especially for the defending squad, and there's a triple buyback up right now for the OG squad.
Yeah. None on Death Prophet, but I was just about to say, if the Death Prophet buyback, not saying that really matters if you're dead with Exorcism on cooldown. It's going to come down more to the Slark, and even Winter Wyvern, a pretty good hero to have buyback on. You come Splinter Blast, one of the best defending spells they have right now. We'll see what they can put together here as far as defending goes.
OG holding back. Moon's going to just start it off right away. They saw the BKBs. They make the pounce. Envy wasn't ready for it, but he gets up the gust. One more auto tech. Miracle desperately chasing after him, but Puppy looking to turn it. They do manage to even interrupt the black hole there with a nice Winter's Curse, but the rest of the BKBs are coming out. Miracle trapped right now in the trees. Going to get the job done. BKB starting to wear up, but they've killed off the IO. They've managed to grab 3. OG went all in on aggression there. Not sure it was quite enough. 3 hero takedown. It's going to be a 4v2 power play. The Wyvern will buy back, but it's not much of a hero without his ultimate fly. Right up the Splinter Blast, trying to chunk down Weehop. Remember, he still holds the Aegis. This is going to wear off fairly soon. The timing could work out poorly for him, potentially. So they force out the Wyvern buyback. All of Secret's big cooldowns expended in that one. And they don't break through the racks, so all things considered, OG, a decent hold.
It's a hold. And
but
I
this
think
is round 2 coming, potentially.
They saw like the BKBs and they're like, oh crap, how are we going to defend? If they get on the high ground and just have Drohi in the tower, let's just go now. Let's jump this through a range and try and kill her. It took a tiny bit longer than they would have liked. If they could have killed her before she got the BKB off, they wouldn't have had to chase as far, and I think the casualties would have been lower, but just a great initiative coming out from the OG shot caller there, or Moon, or whoever made the call to go in, because that's what they need to do to defend, is just catch Secret before they can BKB and respond to the Ravage there.
Now, it was actually a double buyback. IO also popping one,
Yeah.
so it was a little more expensive for OG, but they hold the tier 3 tower.
Too, so it's not like it's the Slark who dies and buys back. Slark gets his ultimate ult, and he's the one who got the kill in the Drow range of that fight. He got 1,000 gold for the kill on Envy's Drow. He's suddenly already approaching his next big item. I believe he may have even got solo kill XP, because he's level 16 right now. He's the highest level in this game, and something that Secret have to be very wary of.
Wyvern ult on cooldown for 20, no tell for 40, but the black hole for 70. Ravage only about a half minute off, so they are going to make the move here on the Pilot Eye. Aggressive jump forward from your Slark. He's suddenly in an awkward position, though. Miracle going to get silenced, a perfectly timed gust, but the relocate out. Crit with the huge save. This is going to buy a lot of time. Weehop pops the BKB. He wants vengeance. He will take down Fly. And now the racks are exposed. Moon blinking forward. 16 seconds to go until the ultimate comes out. They've gotten the range X. Crit's going to return. Crit, likely dieback coming here. No, he tethers out one last auto tech, finishes the job. And No Tail likely to be next. They've lost the Death Prophet. It's before the ultimates come back online. 2 seconds to go. Miracle, him against the world. Ravage is coming. 1 second. Lets it fly. Lands it on Weehop. They're going to be able to bring the OD down. Can they get more is the question. Puppy in danger. Miracle going to turn this. Pies to drop as well. And No Tail's right back into it. Puppy with the TP out. No. Yule's going to stop it. They'll take down the Enigma as well. They have lost the lane of racks, but
Bottom
Miracle
lane,
is getting fat.
Bottom
lane,
though,
the rat amplifies, but they have not taken the melee. It's only a range. It feels like Miracle got just enough that maybe there's a chance for OG.
I mean, for OG, that's hope. They were, and very much like, yes, Secret used all their ultis on that first push and didn't actually break a lane of racks, but OG are more reliant on their ultimates. Because they're so far behind on farm, the X's and the Ravage are more essential to their lineup than what the Black Hole gives to Team Secret. The Black Hole as well as the Sunny's Eclipse are like the extras for Team Secret. It's much more about just how strong they are 5-man pushing in. So when there was no Ravage, no Exism, they can go. They can take a lane of racks, but some incredible play and just stalling, giving time for the Ravage to come back up, and Miracle suddenly is in beast mode. He is
This next
farmed.
Roche is huge. Imagine Miracle with 2 lives right now. That would be devastating. Secret relying on the... I mean, you mentioned the ultimates are a bonus, but I think they're going to become more essential if he gets that. And you've also got triple BKB.
You say that, it's just hard to imagine a world where OG can get Roshan unless they win another big fight, which they should be able to get to a position where they have Ravage again without losing a lane of racks. Everything's pushed out for now, but
they want to take a fight right now. They're not going to waste any time. No Tail moving in. The smoke's going to break in. They found the Enigma of Puppey off the bat. He's got the Cryptic Guard, though. He's very tanky. Relay K coming through, and it's deep behind Secret lines. Black Hole ready. He lets it go, but the instant interrupt there from Fly, and they're braining down their own Enigma. Weehaw dropping low as well. No Tail just destroying him, getting pummeled by Miracle on the backlines now. 28 as the chip charges. OG rampaging forward, and Misery's BKB down. He's got a TP out. Eul Scepter available, but he can't quite get in range. Will manage to escape. OG, all of a sudden, hitting the gas, and man, this would be the perfect time for a Roche respawn, but unfortunately, it's going to be about a minute and a half. Creeps are pushing in through the top lane, starting to pound away at the tier 4s here. The bottom lane exposed. The range track's down to 60 health bottom. But OG finding pickoff after pickoff. Suddenly, 2,500 more gold up on Miracle. Oh boy, we've got a ball game.
it's funny because like the net worth graph isn't really changing all too much, but the balance is shifting. The supports of OG getting poorer and poorer. They had to buy back. They keep dying, but Miracle, his net worth just keeps going up, up, up. So it's kind of like a redistribution of wealth for OG.
It's starting to feel like the story of OG is told by No Tail. That it's the perfect setup for an 8K player. You've got 4 feeding pubs. It's up to him against the world. Well, not the case here, but they make their move onto Pylite. They're going to find maybe another pickup. TP's out.
Moon's like, do I ravage? Do I ravage, guys? Like, I want to.
Oh, that would be a game losing Ravage.
But yeah, absolutely. Not the time or place for it. But
you could tell he was tempted. At least he didn't drop his blink.
Roshan respawning very soon. Misery doing a good job of keeping tabs of the respawn with his treants there, but
Dire's middle tower is under
it's
attack.
OG who have suddenly kind
Radiant's
of
bottom
taken
tower
control
is
of
under
the
attack.
tempo of this game. They're still down a full lane of racks and bottom lane exposed. So
And they are against a Prophet and a Drow. So Secret, even if they get to a point where they can't take the fights, they can always just threaten the split push, threaten the throne. But here comes the rotation. Misery being hunted. Miracle's going to get eyes on him. He drops the Sprout, the leaps off the Mark. Moon flicking forward. It's into BKBs. Puppey trying to counter-initiate this one, but Moon is going to be absolutely fine. He pops the Greaves, keeps alive for now. There's the relocate out. Crit to save him. And a lot of BKBs got committed for this one. Round 2 is going to be tricky. Do they bring back the Tidehunter? Fly sitting back. It looks like he wants to engage, but Pylite Eye scuts him out, picks him off, and Crit will in the end be the sacrifice here. So they lose both supports, but again, OG somehow keeping their cores alive and avoiding catastrophic damage. Unfortunately for them, gods, Roche is up, and Secret looks like they're going to grab it.
they're trying to go for a cheeky little play there, getting a Winter's Curse on the 5. Like the 5 heroes know Io's coming back, and probably like he's coming back alone. OG were in a terrible spot to take that fight, but they could have tried to get like a 5-man Winter's Curse, let the Io TP out or something, and maybe even get a kill off of it. But good defensive play from Secret preventing it, and then a nice transition into Roshan, putting themselves again in that position they were in about 10 minutes ago where they need to take a lane of racks, they need to go high ground, they've got the triple BKBs, and this is really where they've got to strike and take OG down. OG have their ultimates, but what happened last time was they used the ultimates, they initially defend,
they're moving top,
and then it's like the second push that gets them.
Well, again, buybacks will be essential here, but for Miracle, he's not going to save for it. He's got great defensive supports. He buys a BKB. A lot of reasons to grab it this game. Oh, they do scout him out mid. Maybe trying to force out that relocate. Crit has it in 9 seconds. Miracle will leap out. But this is that moment where a big death by OG, especially someone without buyback, could just instantly lose them the game.
And even, No Tail, his buyback's still on cooldown, so he can just buy up the full soul booster. Misery applying some split push pressure. This is where not having that tier 3 bottom tower makes life a lot more difficult for OG.
At some point, you got to imagine this range Rex is going down 48 HP.
They do have a very important ward at this stage of the game. In that bottom lane, just on the high ground, a bit outside of their base, that just allows them to spot where and when Misery is going to be split pushing in the bottom lane. So they can just divide up their heroes evenly between counter-pushing the top lane, keeping Misery out from the bottom lane, and then defending like the 3-4-man unit of Team Secret in the mid lane. Team Secret are going to wait a bit longer. I'm wondering what items are coming out. The main one, probably Puppey's BKB, it looks like.
He's really had trouble getting the black hole off, and when he does, it's been very quickly canceled. There's still the Winter's Curse, but if he can just grab Fly, there's really no way to stop it at that point.
And that's where someone like an OD can just blink in and go on the Winter Wyvern, try and bring him down.
Force him to commit off the bat.
And this is Aegis as well as cheat, so
it doesn't. There's not amazing single target burst damage. There's as well as reliable disable to prevent the cheese coming off. Some games you see like a cheese picked up on a carry here, and you're like, ooh, is it really going to help him give him 2 lives? Because when they're getting like down to a 3rd HP, you stun them, or you just suddenly throw out like a finger of death and they're dead without getting to use the cheese. This game, he should be able to get off the cheese. Like, there's a really high chance this cheese is effectively giving Weeha 2 lives on his OD.
And Weeha about to get a big item now. Will grab a Shiva's Guard. Great pick up against the Slark and his physical damage output, as well as the Death Prophet ultimate. So OG still sitting back in their base now. They do have 1 smoke available and 1 on fly, so they can make a move here out of the base, but it seems at least until the Aegis expires, they're in no hurry to do so.
Fly would, I think, probably love to get a Blink Dagger at this point. He's about 450 gold away, and that just allows him to position a lot more efficiently in these fights, so he doesn't have to be as far forward. He can be way back in safety away from the OD and still get off that BKB Black Hole cancel with the Winter's Curse.
At that point, it would be down to Misery on the Prophet to catch him out. Yeah. They are looking to make a move here on the mid lane. Miracle actually pouncing forward on Envy, perhaps hoping to force out a BKB, but Envy chunks into him. Laying in with the Frost Arrows here. We're going to see rotation top from Puppey, coming to shove in that lane as well. Eidolons gets some in there. Back to mid. Secret, a full court press. Yep. All 3 lanes.
Split up OG and try and create openings as well. Not just is it harder for OG to defend in the mid lane as a result, but you could create an opportunity for yourself to find a pick-off somewhere with Highlight Eye on the line. If he can find like a Blink Hex Finger opportunity somewhere, suddenly you've taken out one of the OG heroes, like the Winter Wyvern, who is so important for the defense here.
They're keeping them busy. Moon actually having to blink into the top lane just to anchor smash out the waves. They leave Miracle Park mid. BKB yet to be activated this game. It will be the full 10-second duration, but it's where the Black Hole can really shut them down.
Still a lot of buybacks on this Dire side now.
Steady siege. Continuous spam here of the Dark Pact. OG, it would be an impressive hold. They're down nearly 25,000 gold, 14,000 experience at only 34 minutes into the game.
It's doable though. This is
but it really does feel
we're
doable.
at the point where Joe Ranger strats are falling. Like, this is 30 minutes is normally like probably the timer you put on Joe Ranger strats in the current meta game. And once you get past that point, you're going to see a noticeable fall off. The hero doesn't scale well into the late game despite being an agi carry, and they're kind of known for being these more.
They made a move on bottom. No-Tail getting caught out here. The Frost Arrow's working on him, but great defensive play by Fly, as well as crit to keep him alive. While that's happening, the mid lane, Miracle's gone in, popped the BKB, nice and early. Puppey still holding the Black Hole. Oh, Miracle no BKB for this fight. It looks like now he tries to run away. They grab him from distance. Fly, the blink over the top. They drop the hammer, everything onto Miracle, and they will get the kill. Now a triple buyback coming out from OG. Even if they hold, this is a costly one. No-Tail charging into the midst of the fray. He doesn't have the Ghost Scepter ready, but the Yule Scepter is online. Miracle's got to get some heavy work done in this fight. He starts to go to work. A couple of auto tanks here and there, but they're cutting the waves and just fighting him beautifully. Ravage coming through. It connects on all 3. This could be enough. Maybe, just maybe. Weeha trapped with it. He is going to get the cheese off as you predicted. Eternal Envy gutting them down from the sides. Miracle dead. Moon dead as well. It's a triple dieback, and Secret have pushed through and clutched game number 2. All 5 hit the deck. No happy little trees for Moon this time around.
A great job of splitting OG apart, keeping the pressure on all 3 lanes there at the end, and OG never really got an opportunity to use to initiate. Like, we got this Tide Ravage, this Death Prophet Exorcism we talked about, but they could never engage with the Ravage, followed up with the Exorcism. DP was forced to deal with the split push bottom, Moon on the Tide was in the top lane, and then eventually Secret saw that opportunity to jump. They go on the Death Prophet. It's not even about killing the Death Prophet, although they ultimately do. It's just about being the ones who are engaging, not letting OG kind of use their ultis together.
Well, this is an intense series. It's going the distance. Can see Secret. They know they still have some work left to do, and to break it down further and get ready for that deciding game number 3, we're going to come back to the panel.
Thank you so much, LD and Gods. Here we are back at the panel where, well, thank you for joining us once again.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, you're stuck with us. Sorry.
Condolences.
Like, I wish we could just
Condolences.
draw the line.
I couldn't ask for anyone better to analyze the game or assist us in analyzing the game than someone who was
Winter's
there
out.
in a front row seat.
Look at
Winter,
this. He's
though,
just leaving the panel. He's had enough.
Winter,
I can't
as
be
he
seen here with these clowns.
gets suited up and ready to play our Game 1 series. We anticipate it to be one of our hype matchups. It's living up to the hype already as we're going to be going into the 3-game stretch here. So Ben, Winter, the ones who had to sit on the outside and watch as a spectator here, it looks like, and what Parker was alluding to with their 5-man draft, the 5-man potential was there and they were able to do it. They even claimed 6 of the towers by 13 minutes in while OG had nothing. Was it Secret's game from the get-go? What do you make of it?
No, we're not sure what happened in the laning phase, because me and Ben, we went out for food and we came back. What actually happened in the first 10 minutes?
Yeah, we came back, it was 8-0, like there were no towers left, but...
Puppey got total free farm. They tried to aggressive dual lane with Tiny IO. Didn't really work out that well. OG did actually get a double...
Tiny IO?
Or sorry, Tide IO. It didn't really work out that well. IO kind of wandered around a bit. Crit was a little bit slow at his level 6. They actually did get a double bounty rune at the start, but it didn't really end up making much of a difference.
They got a double bounty rune. They also got a D-ward on the cliff by their tier 1 bottom tower, but they still couldn't pressure the Dro lane.
And Puppey had absolute free farm. So then they started grouping up with the Treants, the Eidolons, the Drow Aura. Envy actually was just kind of jungling a lot of the time, and
I think
they
the big
pushed with
plays
the other
came
4.
from Misery actually TP'd bottom at like level 2 or level. I think maybe he was level 3, but the heroes in the bottom lane were both. There was the 2v2 lane were all level 2, and they got first blood on the IO. I think it was the IO, or was it the Tide? They got the first blood on 1 and 2 heroes.
I think it was the IO.
They almost got a double kill out of it as well, and that was kind of like the big play, which kind of gave Secret a big laning stage advantage.
I mean, despite that, we were hoping that OD would be played by Envy, but the Drow Ranger pick is actually a pick where it's still fast-paced, so it's much better than what they had in the previous game. And they were able to utilize the pace much better this game. They were controlling the lanes, because they won their lanes heavily, according to you guys, and because of the Enigma free farming, Furion teleporting to help the lanes. This is how you want to use the Furion. You want to use the Furion to win the other lanes.
It's interesting to see, it feels like a total role reversal from Game 1. In Game 1, you had the very high-octane pressure offense coming from OG. In this game, they tried to play the greed game. And on top of it all, they had a Midas Slark and fairly passive supports, the IO and Wyvern. So when they lose the lanes like that, they just put no pressure on the map, basically.
I mean, Ben, what do you think of them trying to do aggro lanes with those heroes? Do you think it was actually very, very risky with their lineup?
I think so, especially with the Slark in the safe lane. I think we've seen him get like a 5 or 6 minute Midas generally, but it just comes online too late. I also think they should have just committed to the Wisp Tiny early on, just because that threat is always really strong and has a decent amount of AoE, and you have a good front line. With Slark, yeah, he might be the front line, but he can't actually do that much damage. He was just trying to go on the Drow, get that marksmanship off. But I think a Tiny would have been much more suitable for that sort of role.
Slug is slower pace, more or less.
I think there was a tell in the draft when they banned the gyro. It's not like a full tell, but looking back on it, that was probably the point where I imagine the OG War and they're like, are they going to go for push strat? They have the Prophet Enigma. They could, but Secret normally play greedy, and they were probably debating what the carry was. But in retrospect, Tiny does threaten more early and probably would have been a better choice.
I think it's the first time we've seen Slark lose as well at the Shanghai Major.
No,
Second
did also
Archon
lose.
has
Archon played
First
well.
time OG did lose with it, though, yes.
Yeah.
And normally Slark's he's very late picked in the draft, so I think the win rate can be a little deceptive, but in this case it did not work out.
I also think OD can be a tempo controller. I think that Winter mentioned earlier that you want to see him more on a fighting hero, and Ember just needed too much babysitting in the mid lane, but OD, especially with Drow Aura, I think can just get out of control way too quickly.
Yeah, I think it was also because Drow is just much faster pace compared to what they had in the first game.
So they didn't really have to rely on him to do stuff.
It's like the composition mesh much better than the previous game.
So who had first picked this game again? It was Secret, right?
Secret, yeah.
They first picked Prophet.
It was a curveball, though. I don't think any of us expected them to completely change it up. Because they kind of feigned it, too. It was like Nature's Prophet, they played it a couple of games before, but it was always pretty farmy. Enigma, which they almost always do, especially versus the Wisp. And then the last pick, Drow Ranger, just up in your face. All your towers are...
I definitely don't think they had it in mind from the beginning, but it was more the way the draft laid out, then they thought they could go for it.
As far as OG go, we've seen Notel as well as Miracle often kind of switch up between the mid and the safe lane. Do you feel like against Secret that you prefer either one, or does it depend on the overall strategy? Do you think they want to have Miracle matched up mid against Wii, or does that not really matter to them?
I think overall strategy is much more important. I think that if they get a good overall plan, it doesn't really matter that much. Even though obviously you know who's the better player, in terms of mechanical skill, 1v1, Miracle is definitely better. But I think for this team, it's really important that they get a really good draft around who is playing what type of hero. The more farm intensive hero would always be on Miracle.
Yeah. Because Notel definitely struggled. I mean, he struggled because of how fast-paced the game was, and he's against OD with Drow Ranger Aura. But I don't think it wasn't so much as putting Miracle on.
Did he get ganked early this game?
He got pressured. It wasn't the ganks initially were focused towards the bottom lane, but Nature's Prophet did later come in towards the mid lane as well.
It was less they ganked him and more they just would like 4 or 5 man push, and Death Prophet couldn't really stop it, and no one else was online at that point. There was also some individual misplays with the fight where Moon. There was a point in the game where I think it was 2-0. They had taken the tier 1 bottom. Then they hemorrhaged 4 kills and a tower. Moon TP's in. He's level 5. He needs like 3 or 4 creeps to get level 6. They astral him, and then they just kill him before he hits 6. Then the Wyvern of Fly dies trying to save him.
I think Notel does twice because he TP's back in. Like there was a really long fight around the tier 1 mid tower where Notel gets ganked, I think, and they lose Winter Wyvern with him, and then Tide TP's in to help, and he's like half a level away from level 6. He dies. The fight draws on, then Notel TP's in and dies again. OD got like 60 install and
he triple kill as well. They took a tier 2
He didn't even have max orb, and he had 60 install or something with level 3 orb. I was like, okay, that was probably the game deciding moment, like the most important fight of the game, right there, the T1 mid tower.
I think there were a lot of parallels between this and the first game, where the draft could have worked for me to OG, but it was like on a razor's edge, the same way the secret one was. That if you make any mistakes against the Lone Druid push, you're just going to get run over.
It's like a one-off, like they had a really bad game this time around. You feel like it's...
it was just a bit of everything. A little bit of a risky draft, a little bit of individual misplays, great play by Secret. That puppy Enigma, man.
Also, and on that note, actually, it's funny that you bring that up. Scant had fed me a fun little stat about the puppy Enigma. That's his 105th career Enigma game. The guy sports a 68% win rate. The next closest with Enigma games is actually Fly, but 70. So you're talking about a 30-game difference between Enigmas. Is it safe to say that maybe you go back to banning that hero against Secret?
A lot of it comes down to who was first pick. Remember, they also didn't first pick at this game. They went Prophet first. And OG went for the IO, but then I guess wanted to hedge their bets with some team fights.
It was still a first stage Enigma pick.
That's true.
And like you say, Fly is the second most Enigma games, but that was mostly on his old teams. He hasn't been playing Enigma on this team with OG. I don't think it's something they've been... I'm completely speculating, but I imagine they've been scrimming it because Fly normally plays the 5 position. He plays the very selfless support role, so Enigma doesn't suit what he brings to the team right now. So I think they've got to ban it. Problem was they had second pick, so they had to ban Earth Spirit. So they took out Earth Spirit and Chen, was it?
Yeah. Earth Spirit and Chen.
And game 1, it was Earth Spirit banned by Secret, so they got to ban the Chen Enigma.
I mean, judging by the way you guys described the early game, I feel like there's also another thing that actually made that happen. If they didn't have Prophet offlane, let's say, and they ran the same Enigma jungle and Prophet didn't TP and help the bottom lane, maybe they would have pressured the draw more.
Yep.
So then the Enigma jungling would have been punished more.
You know, we should have totally made up what happened in the early games. Yeah. They're just like analyzing the game that never happened.
Yeah, so the Dro went off solo offlane and got a triple kill against the trial lane guy.
Envy got a dig on. He was just zapping the IO all over the place.
Come on,
interesting, though.
Dakota, keep
We're not going to be so nice to you next time, Mr. Chan. Yeah. You better watch yourself.
But you think that OG might have learned their lesson because it almost means a bit of a throwback from MDL when they were going against EG. They time and time again went back for the early pick on the Wisp, and EG's response was picking up the Enigma both of those times. How come they didn't put the priority there?
You could kind of see they tried to learn from it because they didn't go Tiny IO. They went IO Tide, so they ensured that they had good team fight as well.
So the coin toss going on right now. OG won the toss, and this is the first time in this series they chose first pick, not Dire, and I think it's because it lets them ban Chen and Enigma. I think that's...
And then Secret have to blow a ban on
I think
the
if you look at that game,
yeah.
and you can... Giving away Enigma was one of the key reasons they lost. How do you ban Enigma? By having first pick. Because then you don't have to ban it.
They might have learned from the Wisp, but I think it was some overconfidence from the other games too. They gave away NP again, which I think is a constant mistake by teams. I don't think you should be giving away first pick unless you have a very good game plan versus them. And on top of that, they might overrate the Slark just because they've had so much success with it. If you're 4-0 with your hero, you're like, oh, this hero's really good, we're going to win, we're going to pick him, even when he's not the optimal pick. He's not the best IO partner. So I think that they probably should learn from that, and it's okay. They finally lose with it, so maybe they'll bring back down to earth. And
so do you first pick Prophet, you think, this game? Or let's say it's available to OG.
I think they can actually roll with the Enigma and have Crit on a more aggressive role. He actually tends to play the more aggressive heroes at Tusk the Bounty Hunter. And in this situation, Fly doesn't have to play like the Dazzle, the Undying, the,
you think
the
they'll pick the
Sacrificial.
Enigma?
I think it's a possibility for them that they can consider.
If they haven't scrimmed with it, I see them...
I mean, I can see them scrimming with it, though.
Maybe.
Just because Crit plays very aggressively sometimes.
I think it's actually okay if they want to give away the Enigma, if they can get the Prophet. I think that Prophet just made a huge difference in the laning phase, helped them win the lane so much. If they didn't win the lane so much, probably they could have pressured the Enigma more. So I feel like as much as you guys want to bring up how important it is banning the Enigma and getting the first pick, but Prophet is also a hero that they cannot overlook.
Yeah.
Well, they have first picks. I feel like, to me, it's game 3. It's so important. You ban Chen Enigma and then pick Prophet because you're first pick. That to me is the safest draft opening for them right here.
Well, we'll find out if that's going to be the draft opening or not. We actually have a draft for game number 3. We hop into it now, and we talk a lot about the love for Dire. You got to remember, it's Radiant who won game 1 and 2. So here we go. Earth Spirit again going to be banned out. OG, get rid of the Chen. No more Puppey and Nigga going to be seen this time. And now we have to see what the secondary ban's going to be here for Secret.
So let's say Secret ban Prophet because they expect OG to first pick it and they're afraid of it. Then what do OG take instead? Is it IO first?
They would have probably first picked Lone Druid.
Okay.
Lone Druid was one of the big heroes game 1.
So if they take Prophet, what's your play as Secret?
I like Alliance's approach with the Spirit Breaker, actually, pressuring...
Or maybe you open with Witch Doctor at the very least. Like you see, like, especially
I think you
when...
take Tide. Tide as well, first 2. Oh, well, OG takes Tide.
OG takes the Tide, so...
Never mind. I was about to say Secret would spawn to NP with Tide.
Secret's going to get the Prophet.
Tide and NP are the 2 most valued offlaners right now.
And Misery is 3-0 with Tide when it was in the hands of Secret here. OG continued to grab it for themselves and deny it away from them.
It's going to be all 3 games for Moon, likely on the Tide, unless they do something crazy.
Just wants to go around backstroking people.
There were no happy little trees at the end of that game.
Provided you're winning the game, you can do that.
10 seconds.
You got to go with style, even if you're going to lose. Come on now.
A lot at stake for the loser, though. The one who loses does go down to those scary best of ones, and it's not an easy opponent awaiting him. It's Virtus Pro, so.
Do they do the same thing?
IOOD.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, that is a big change up. I mean, OD did work out really well for them. And it's also a hero that we were talking about during a panel where they could do this hero in 2 lanes, in the mid or in the safe lane, so it keeps their options open. It doesn't really reveal too much of their overall general strategy, apart from having good lanes with the OD.
I think also OD just generally matches up very well versus Tide.
Yeah,
because generally, like, you just walk in there as Tide, and then whenever something bad happens, you just Ravage. But, like, if you can't really do anything about Astral, you're not going to get BKB as a Tide Hunter, and if you stay too long in the fight, you get all your int stolen.
I mean, more importantly is also the lane, right?
Yeah, the lane is also just absolutely terrible for Tide Hunter.
It's like if you're laning against a safe lane OD as a Tide and your jungle gets blocked. I mean, that is absolutely the worst case scenario for the Tide Hunter this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Like in the previous 2 games, did the off-lane's camp got blocked?
5
remember?
It wasn't blocked, it was warded, where the first game they put the ward by the Ancients, and the second game they did the same ward by the Radiant Tier 1 tower, but the second game it got de-warded.
Yeah,
so I think OG kind of aware that they like warding it.
Yeah, we'll say I guess there might be further evolution. So it's OG who bans the Quakes this time around. That's interesting.
They banned it previous game as well.
Yeah, it was a different
game 2 or
well,
game 1.
they had the IO that time.
Yeah.
And Clinks is really good against him.
Radiant team back.
It seems like a kind of comfort pick for Envy right now. He's one of his more successful heroes, and
well, just put him in that booth and he'll stay uncomfortable. So I don't think they have to worry too much about Envy getting nice and loose.
It's not too comfortable with. Apparently, his eyes are a bit dry in there. He's actually borrowing my eye drops. So
perhaps
I'm taking credit for that win.
Yeah. Let's say what.
All right, Dakota.
What percent
how
of their
much money
prize
do you
winning?
have on Secret now? Let's be serious here.
You need to negotiate here for a cut.
You know, everyone talked a lot about needing like the masks to protect you from the smog, but they didn't warn us about needing the goggles in the booth. So
Team Secret, sponsored by Dakota.
you know what we need to do actually next time that we have a major here in Shanghai? We need to pack survival kits before, just so that we're ready to go for anything.
Oh, I already did.
Ben does that. Like,
Yeah.
have you seen Ben's suitcase when he goes?
Your survival kit is not complete though. You have ramen and you have quest bars. You need a little more than
I
that.
have a medicinal pack.
What's in your medicinal pack?
A lot of cough drops, ibuprofen. I got some Dayquil. I have a lot of stuff in there.
Ah,
Ben comes prepared.
Yeah.
He's a walking.
Can I room with him next time?
Dr. Wu. Ban's out on the Enchantress now here from OG. Spawn's still there for Secret.
I mean, banning Puppey out.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to game 1, we saw the Enchantress second stage banned as well. Just limiting what he can be playing.
So this game he's going to probably be on a very defensive hero. I mean, sometimes he plays really similar, like Fly, like both of them. If Puppy's not on the jungle, he's more on like a Dazzle. Like it's one of his most favorite heroes.
Dude, I'm surprised we haven't seen Omni yet, or like
More
more
Omni with OD, yeah?
All I hear about is Omni OD and how crazy it is in the pub scene.
It's
Yet
crazy.
to see it in the competitive scene because I've been awaiting someone to just finally dissect it and break it down. It could still happen, but
Just pick Doom.
just pick Doom.
Devour-
It's something OG have already shown.
Devour the Purge Creep, the Satyr, and then you have that 3-second cooldown, and then you have Doom.
Yep,
Sounds good.
sounds great.
Secret taking a lot of time on this last ban.
It's also they pick right afterwards, so probably thinking about what they want to be picking. And
Yes, of course, the Bat Rider's got to go, something that OG played in every single group stage game they had.
Would they really? I guess no
No tail. Yeah,
No-tail
if
plays
they
it as
pick
well.
the bat, no tail will play it.
I think it's a big comfort.
I mean,
pick for
don't you
them.
feel they have really good heroes against the bat? Like Relocate plus the Astro.
As an OD player, sometimes you just hate playing against Bat though.
Yeah.
Like it's just awful.
Because you just can't run up and just right click.
Let the
Yeah.
record reflect that
10
Ben admitted to being an
seconds
OD player.
I probably played him only a few times this patch, but
It's
most
Mafia. Let's kill him.
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
yeah, you're just short range. You're forced to get a BKB way earlier than you want. Like you have to play defensive sometimes, and
Reserve
like
time.
you know, it's just not good.
I think
they
against his
pump really
lineup, he'll
hard.
go fast BKB. He'll go like drums, blink BKB anyways. Unless they pick Omni, then he doesn't need BKB.
Wasn't it game one by this time when they had so much hate towards Puppy and all the heroes he likes to play that he just opted to grab up something like the Earthshaker? Is that something they can just go back for again?
It's possible. You have to pick Envy, a very kind of self-sustainable safe lane carry, because you've got Earthshaker with Io. They pick
Yeah.
Dazzle, which suggests they maybe want
Radiant
something for
team.
Envy
Yeah, it's
that's
just
like a
Earthshake-
Spectre or something. I don't
It's
know.
just Earthshaker,
Spectre
where
OD.
Earthshaker plus IO is just not a very good
Yeah.
like combination. I just like Dazzle plus IO.
It
more.
limits Envy's possible heroes that he can play if you pick Earthshaker. But with Dazzle, you can pick anything for him almost, because Dazzle's such
Well,
a good zoning support.
Going back to what you guys brought up of the idea of a safe lane OD to deal with the Tidehunter and really punish him in the off lane, would you consider like a tiny IO mid instead?
10
It's still
seconds
possible.
remaining.
It's just.
Or is that too greedy?
it's not-
Because they ran one IO in their last 10 games come into this match, and
5
it was with the
seconds.
Tidehunter.
I mean,
think
it's still possible, but I just feel like, don't you think that if they were to do it, they would have picked a more greedy support?
Reserve
Because you
time.
can actually get away with it with an OD safe lane. I'm not.
If it wasn't Secret, I'd totally agree. It's just like Secret, because of how the team functions, are more likely to put Wii on the OD and put Envy on some other carry. Even though I think what you're suggesting makes total... I think most teams would actually put OD against Tide.
And pick like a much greedier support to just get the levels, because you don't really
Yeah.
need the support to zone the Tide.
Have like a Shadow Shaman or something, or I don't know.
Team
Look at that OG team fight.
And
They
isn't
had
that
so
isn't
much
that a
control
swap?
for IO.
Didn't Secret have this this lineup before? Is it game one?
Yep.
They're the Lion and the Shaker.
That's a lot of AoE for an IO lineup.
OG do love their Earthshaker. They are 4-0 with it this patch so far. Typically, though, we see it on the Moon Shaker, but obviously this time it looks like it'll be the grab up for a crit.
I mean, this is definitely going to
10
help the Tide, because
seconds remaining.
when you're having a tough lane, say you're up against OD, you have that fissure to help you get level
5
2. It's
seconds
extremely
remaining.
important. So like, having the fissure there is going to help him. I mean, it's on Radiant, so they can't really do,
Reserve
you know, the pull that you do with the fissure
Oh,
on Dire.
yeah.
You can't really do that on Radiant.
No.
But it's still going to help the Tide.
It's not even easy on the Dire either. That's what Misery was
Radiant
talking about on the
team
couch during the group stage. They had flubbed it up a little bit, I believe at MDL, but it is definitely something that's much more plausible on the Dire side. And first time this series, we're going to see the BM come out for Secret.
Big vision advantage right now for Secret. OG don't have anything.
It almost felt like OG wanted
Team
Secret to pick
Secret's
Nature's Prophet again,
turn
because that
to
hero's
bat.
been ignored up until now. It feels like coming to this series, OG said to themselves, Secret don't play well with Misery's Nature's Prophet, just because of the farm distribution, not to say he's bad on the hero, but I think it just doesn't fit Secret's style, and that's why 2 games in a row, they leave it in the pool, they give it to
10
Misery.
seconds
3rd
remaining.
game in a row, even though they just lost to it, again, they're like, take the Nature's Prophet, we feel
5
confident we can
seconds
beat it. That's
remaining.
not why we lost game number 2.
So right now, Secret has vision, like you mentioned, Parker, for the
Reserve
Tide,
time.
Tide doing his stacks, and OG responds
10
with a good
seconds
lane
remaining.
opponent against the OD, which is the Razor. I mean, both teams looking like they have a very solid game plan.
Radiant
Beastmaster can
team
also be
back.
used to gank and relocate into, so they have pretty good gank in the early game towards the mid game. And a lot of pressure that can come from the laning phase, because they have really good support in the laning phase. Compared to Lion and Shaker, I would say Io and Dazzle
10
is much better
seconds
in
remaining.
securing your lane's farm.
So both teams need their hard carry now.
Ursa fanned out.
And
Other typical Wisp pairings.
I mean,
Gyrocopter's one that pops up.
Secret
but-
is on Dire, so they might want to go for something that can use the Roshan much better.
So what else is available? We saw Drow last game. Doesn't really seem like a Drow draft.
Secret Roche with anything.
Yeah.
Envy teams
Yeah,
Roche
who am
with
I?
anything.
Who am I kidding?
They got Beastmaster. It doesn't matter what carry they get. They could do it with
right,
IO
Embers.
partners as well.
Right now, the hero that I think that if you talk about Roshan, like it's probably Terrorblade.
seconds remaining.
That's
Sven, I think, is
There's
probably better.
Sven too,
There's
yeah.
Sven, there's
Ember Spirit, not a Roche hero, but
Juggernaut.
that's an Envy hero. For like a clutch game 3, Envy's probably saying, pick me Ember right now.
Can
5
OG anti-mage
seconds
troll? Oh, it is the Drow guy.
So, yeah, it's the same like.
Okay, well, maybe not now.
I think it's really important that they want to utilize the Roshan when they're on Dire. So just basically any carry that can do the Roshan play around that would be really nice. And Draw would be really good versus the Tide as well in the laning phase. But yeah, I mentioned already
Where's
that
Wisp going?
the Earthshaker is going to be able to help him. What?
Where's
the,
Wisp going?
freestyle, like free
Jungle.
lane, just go wherever he feels that he can help, like just run around, secure
10
runes.
seconds remaining.
Because Draw doesn't need much help. Dazzle plus Draw is already
5
really good
seconds
versus the
remaining.
Tide. So I expect Whis is going to be moving around, making a difference in the other lanes.
Okay, so what's the
Reserve
Miracle
time.
carried? Gyro's a fairly safe choice against the medium push strat.
But he plays the Razor too, right?
Yeah, he plays.
He does also play the Razor.
Depending on what the last series.
No-Tail could play the Gyro as well, but I guess like the point is, what's that hero?
Probably
Fast-paced
something
hero.
fast-paced, yeah.
Gyro seems to fit.
Juggernaut, do you like him much? Who else is there?
I actually like Gyro more against your lineup because it's faster and it's really good versus the relocate. And for the Astro as well, in case they use Astro to save a teammate, you have to call down for that.
You guys mentioned Brood. Is this a
Brood?
Is this a crazy Brood game? No, I don't think so.
Oh!
Whoa!
First time, I believe, at the Shanghai Major. Mr. Terrorblade, and it's
Miracle
not in the
Terrorblade.
hands of Envy.
That is actually very
There's
very
no Zeus.
peculiar.
There's no Elder Titans.
That's very peculiar because like, I have not really seen them run this hero ever, but judging by the situation that he is picked in, the enemy doesn't really have a lot of D push, but they have very strong lanes though, and a lot of burst damage, which is typically what Terrorblade doesn't like to deal with because OD is really good versus Terrorblade.
We didn't get to go into it before, but since it's suited for game number 3, why don't we quickly flash out some predictions here? We'll start with Mr. Parker there on the end. Now that we've seen the draft from both sides, how do you think that this series will conclude?
Oh, draft-wise, I think I have to go with Secret on this one.
Secret, huh? LD?
10 seconds.
I was liking OG up until the Terrorblade pick. Now I'm pretty torn, but I think OG look a little more solid as a team. I thought last game was just a series of just a sequence, like the most disastrous sequence of events, and that's why it fell apart. I think the draft's more solid this time, so I'm going to stick with OG.
How about you, Dr. Wu?
As Statsman Merlini, 100% win rate on Terrorblade, 1 out of 1 game. They will continue this awesome streak.
A month ago, though. That was a month ago.
Your stats man is almost as bad. As
1
your
out of
doctor.
1, man.
Leaves us with...
I'd rather have you as a doctor than a stats man. Let me say that.
Where's Nahaz when we need him?
I have to go with
Debunk
Parker though.
me.
I just think that Secret have a very solid draft around the Roche and they have really good heroes versus the Terrorblade.
We'll see if that's the case. We'll leave it now to Gods and LD to conclude this rivalry of a series. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, over to the casting desk. Thank you very much, Coddle Guy. Here we go. OG already underway. Fly did TP out here early, and it looked like he may have wanted to go for that hill ward in the pit, but he did bypass, I believe it was Misery in the river. So opts to put his ward in a different location, so both teams getting their wards down. I'm not sure if OG actually scouted this one being deployed, but they know there could have been a ward planted. So, Gods, we'll see how the warding games develops, but it was very important last game because it really slowed down Moon in game 1 when his neutrals were warded up. This game doesn't seem like they're going to get that vision.
Yeah, it's funny how you play a full best of 3 and even just the level 1 warding changes from game to game based on what happened previously. And we're not going to see Secret again go for that Secret Shop Camp ward because it got de-warded the previous game. It becomes too predictable to try and do it again and again.
So, early on, Secret sending 3 heroes scouting down towards the bottom room. They do have that Observer ward, so they know there's only a Terrorblade lurking up the hill. Meanwhile, looks like No-Tail should get his early bounty uncontested here. So it'll be a bounty run for bounty run. So we'll have a pause here. Gives us a chance to evaluate some of the lane matchups. It looks like it's going to be Razor versus OD. Used to be a matchup where it seemed like Boots really decided the matchup. Is that still the case? How has this matchup evolved with the changes to OD?
Notel, in kind of classic fashion, is going for the Boots first on his Razor. I think it's early levels pretty good for Razor, but once OD kind of gets his stride, gets past like the first couple of minutes, gets some OKCS, he matches up all right against Razor. So we'll see early on probably some very aggressive play in the lane from Notel. And I imagine Fly Online, he's not just going to be blocking this first creep wave, he's going to be lurking around this mid lane. Kind of like he did last game on the Winter Wyvern. They actually were okay leaving Miracle alone, even in a kind of weird matchup. It was Slark versus Nature's Prophet, which doesn't sound great, but Miracle just so good mechanically that he can handle these slightly less favorable matchups, even in the carry role in the safe lane.
No, he'll definitely need to use every ounce of those mechanics, as it is extremely annoying to play against the boar
And the other
when
thing,
you're in melee form.
The other key thing OG is going to be doing is Crit's going to, I believe, fissure block this top lane to try and guarantee that Moon can get level 2 on Tidehunter. Having both Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell makes this lane a lot more manageable for him. So, and also just accelerates his jungle. If he can get level 2 from the lane, then he can kind of swing into that big camp, get his farm going with the Iron Talon, and just farm a whole lot faster. So we'll see that early fissure here at top from Crit.
And overall, Moon's start should be much more like Game 2 than Game 1. Won't have the IO partner, but we'll have his camp unblocked, and we'll have the creep wave pretty far back. It is against the Drow, so he'll definitely need access to the woods. We'll see if Secret make any moves to try and counter that. Pilot Eye with a single sentry here mid, so maybe he tries to sneak up, but it's already lumbering down into the river.
He'll probably throw a fissure. He's got like a free fissure because he's still got his clarity going. One of the nice things about the fissure block at the start is you get the double fissure.
Big static link here early from Notel, plus 28 damage. He'll be very satisfied with that beginning. Gets his first CS of the game. Wanting to hit Pilot Eye, but doesn't have the vision up the hill. So it looks like Miracle will get some help early on with Fly zoning the Beastmaster. He should farm well, and it doesn't seem like Misery will have that easy harass that he was looking for early on. But at the same time, you look at Moon in the offlane, won't be so fun for him either. Neither offlane are going to get the 1v1.
Yeah.
Not the best win rate on the Terrorblade, though, as you can see. Feels like a static laning setup so far from Secret Gods. So
Yeah, both teams
unlikely to move much early.
OG can look to, I mean, they're helping out the mid lane with the Shaker as much as possible, just wanting to make sure Notel can do okay here. And the fissure combined with the static link can give OD some problems. So we'll see, in theory, both OD and Razor kind of focusing as much on harassing and preventing the other farming as they focus on their own farm.
Moon posting up here on Eternal Envy, but Puppy, he's taking the early point of Poison Touch, so the harassment will be substantial.
Here, and the fissure combined with the
level
static
1, no
link
Frost
can give
Arrows.
OD
Moon
some
desperately
problems.
wanting that
So
level
we'll
2. He finally gets it.
In theory,
Finally gets the
both
point
OD
of
and
Kraken
Razor
Shell. He's going to
kind
have
of
to use it
focusing
to burn a
as much on
teleport scroll.
harassing and
He has to go
preventing
Eternal
the
Envy,
base
but
even.
Puppy, he's taking the early point of Poison Touch, so the harassment will be
but
substantial.
finally
Level 2. Meanwhile, bottom, Misery has been hexed, stunned as well. Crit coming through with the Fissure, likely to be the first blood here, bottom. And it's been 2 Secret first bloods up until now, but this time it's OG. Finally gets the point of Kraken Shell. He's going to have to use it to burn a teleport scroll.
They can play slow pace for now, but they've got to adapt.
Slow start for the time, but finally level 2. Meanwhile, bottom, Misery has been hexed, stunned as well. Crit coming through with the Fissure, likely to be the first blood here, bottom. And it's been 2 Secret first bloods up until now, but this time it's OG. It is something OG demonstrated in Kill and Miracle. They're very adept at maximizing their efficiency.
Terrorblade is one of those heroes when it kind of disappears.
We talk about
for a
Envy
while
as an
from the meta,
individual
which is
being
kind of
great
what's
at that,
happened.
but they've
You
done a
forget
really good
how
job
strong
at
it is
making
as
sure
an
they
offlane
always
and how
get their
much
pulls
damage
off,
he can do
stacking
when he's
ancients
in
whenever
Metamorph.
possible. We saw Puppy do it on the
You'll make a
Enigma
mistake like
last
that,
game,
be like,
incredibly
holy crap,
efficient in the
Metamorph
jungle.
does that much damage.
And this game, we're seeing it in terms of the lane swaps and rotations as Crit matches at 3.5, held the off lane, still the Tidehunter getting the jungle, so efficiency a big theme throughout this series.
Absolutely. Puppy's kind of sitting around, no one really to zone out at the top lane for now, and both the Secret supports are kind of perhaps a bit more known for not playing quite as greedy as some of the other teams, and if OG are playing kind of the passive farm game, taking their own jungle, at some point Secret are going to have to up the tempo and take the game to OG.
And we'll see if maybe they even look to contest these Ancients. Crit now stacking again. That's going to be a quad stack if it doesn't get blocked. And the Triceratops cooperates, so a whopping pile of gold there now available.
It's got the double Triceratops too. That's the dream.
Sounds kind of painful, potentially. Mid lane, they're making their move. The Banish coming through. They should be getting the Tether Slow here. On to Notel. Heal Bomb out as well. Moon arrives and tries to turn. He's only level 4. They do manage to stun Weehaw, but he's not quite under tower. And Weehaw might look for a bit more. Hex from Fly. Weehaw chasing forward. They had the Grave available. That was a dangerous moment for OG. Could have hemorrhaged kills, but they will get out safely. And meanwhile, Miracle posting up in the bottom lane. getting aggressive. He uses this time to farm freely. Envy doing the same top, so the safe laners continuing their relatively equal dance.
Radiant's top
And
tower
next
is under
Metamorphosis
attack.
has been popped at bottom. They're trying to pressure this tier 1 tower, but Puppy's already TP'd in. He's rotating, recognizing that this is tower pressure that's looking and aim to try and take down this tier 1 tower early. But with Miracle pushing this alone, Secret should be in a position to defend this one.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Envy doing the exact same thing top, albeit a tiny bit slower. So I do want to point out OG, they dropped a sentry up on the hill after stacking the Ancients, so they don't want to get caught out by Secret there again. It's time for a quick eye wash.
Yep.
You wear glasses though, so you're okay, surely.
Even more, I mean, I wear contacts sometimes, but yeah, I don't know. Gotta get that LASIK, I guess.
They should sell goggles at the concession stand.
I always want to see players like the lab
Just
goggles,
suit up.
like
Yeah.
the full-on, like
No, what
you're
we
in
should
high
do,
school again.
Yeah, you know, you're in chemistry class, like, and you accidentally got chemicals in your eyes. They've got the eye wash. We need those set up right outside the booth, so that the second that Envy's eyes start to bother him, just throw them in the eye wash.
Yeah.
Irrigate that. Clean them out.
He needs to create a system so, like, in between CS, he can just like tilt his head, squirt,
Oh,
back to last hitting.
Oh, we could have an eye wash at the player desk.
Built into the monitors, you know.
It's just, what if that
We
thing
have
malfunctions and just blasts you in the face when you're in the middle of the game?
It's skill cap stuff, you know. You got to add to the difficulty skill cap of Dota. People always complaining, oh, you've get rid of the keep the blink dagger,
Well, what do you-
the leash range stuff, like where you
What
can,
do you think we've been doing this major? I mean, the next step is to release wild animals into the arena and see if the players can survive the onslaught.
The glue was just the beginning.
I would put my money on OG in that case. I think Fly is probably the most capable.
Oh yeah, if there's
Moon's
anyone-
intimidating as well.
I don't
in
know
his
about
own
his
way.
survival skills, but yeah.
Or he'll make them laugh. That's what he'll do.
All right, Envy's ready to go. So
We're back into it now.
farm-wise, Terrorblade 600 net worth ahead. Most of that coming because of the first blood. Now they're actually dead even on CS. 40 CS, 14 denies.
But it does go back to the importance of that early draft and denying Secret any of the puppy junglers, because you look at experience, already Secret was up like over 1,000 at this point, I think, but this game is actually OG with the experience lead, and that's before the Ancients get cleared out.
Yeah, and kind of when I was mentioning how Secret often play like two kind of more defensive, less farming and supports, that's when Puppy's not on
That's
those
the
junglers.
exception.
Yeah, yeah.
So
When
they
he's-
deny the exception, and now they're right back where they want them, or at least relatively so.
Moon's back towards top. He's got a lot of XP out of the jungle and just the offlane. 22 CS, level 5.5. Wants to make sure he can get that level 6 at a reasonable time. And being level 6 when Secrets start rotating and looking to apply pressure on towers is going to be key for him.
So Crit continues the stacking shenanigans here top lane, and so too is the Eye of Pylai. Both teams building up large amounts of additional golden experience to be claimed later on. Misery, meanwhile bottom, does have a roar available. So maybe we see a kill opportunity here for Secret, but no relocate online yet. Pylai is going to start his jungling now. But he's doing it alone, it looks like.
I guess looking to... I mean, we talk about how Secret either need to be aggressive or like kind of compete with the farm that OG's getting. OG's getting farm out of 3 of the lanes as well as the jungle with the Tidehunter previously. And I guess this is Pi's way of saying, well, let's just play the greed game rather than go aggressive right now, because they're perhaps not quite ready to make any aggressive plays. Although, I mean, I feel with Beastmaster having level 6, having Raw, he hasn't got the mana right now. He's just sitting in this off lane trying to keep his tower alive, and that's the problem here. If he goes for a gank, one of the beauties of this Terrorblade pick is secure that can pressure this
Top
bottom
lane.
lane.
They have Ravage. They're TPing in the Razor. They want to make a move forward here. Moon, though, doesn't have a pointing gush, so they're just going to have to steal damage and slowly walk after Puppy. It's only a level 2 Plasma Field, not enough. So a wasted TP there. Mid lane was not really pushing, so there will be some missed experience in gold. But it seems they may leave the lane for no-tail, send the Tide back into the jungle, and look to start farming some neutral camps. Moon with the Iron Talon, the complete Arcane Boots. So very standard stuff here from your time.
See Miracle Bracer picked up, so he may be going for a Treads drum sword. He's got a lot of just early game, cheap, cost-effective items on Terrorblade. I think recognizing that Secret are going to have a lineup that can take a very early Roshan, that can fight very effectively in the early game, we're likely going to see heavy stats build from him. Drums, SMY,
I don't think
Skadi.
he has to play greedy either, because they have so much team fight, then Terrorblade with enough HP is quite a fearsome, even early to mid-game threat, as long as they can't burst him, and they've got Fissure to back him up, probably a fast mech on the Tidehunter, or relatively fast, or maybe even the Razor, and you've got all the AoE of the Ravage as well.
One of the question marks for me is what build he's gone for. When the hero first got added, we were seeing a bit more of the max reflection build, but then when there was a period where a lot of the Chinese teams were playing him in the carry role, like Sylar, they're going this Helm of the Dominator, max illusion builds for the farming efficiency. But if you want to fight, okay, he's going to go 2 points in images for now. The max reflection early is very strong, but looks like he's going to kind of prioritize at least some farming efficiency with the illusions.
So he's still holding serve here at the bottom lane. Fly about to get level 6, so a lot of key levels coming online. Relocate also up for Pylai as he makes the long walk back to base. They don't really have the most traditional IO partner for those relocates, but Roar's online, Relocate's online, Finger's about to be up, Ravage has come up. Yeah. You gotta figure somebody's gonna make a move soon.
And it feels like one of the big problems right now for Secret is, well, not so much problems, but one of the issues they have is Misery's sitting in this offlane with no mana. There is no kill threat coming out from Beastmaster, and OG have vision of him, they have the lane ward, they have a creep wave pushed up, so they see he's just sitting here. He is the kill threat right now. No one else in this Secret draft is going to kind of lead, like a relocate with an OD is not really all that scary. You need the Roar to get kills, to set up kills, and Misery sitting bottom without mana is just giving OG freedom to farm their jungle, farm all the lanes, and not be scared at all. So I think Misery needs to perhaps spend more time missing from the map, or at least if he's sitting bottom lane, he needs to have mana for Roar, because if he has mana for Roar, he can Roar the Terrorblade as a relocate comes in, and you've got yourself a kill, which is why he brings a clarity to himself, fixes his problem.
Instead, he's the one who's going to get gagged out. Fly comes from the rear, they spring the trap, crit with a beautiful fissure, cuts off the retreat. Misery getting pounded by Miracle. The last hit will go the way of the Terrorblade, so another kill for him. Slightly behind here in CS and Envy, but OG can group up, look for a push, and you look at Secret Gods, they have some good pick-off potential, but they don't really have the best tower defense. Light on the AoE, not much creep clear. They will not be stopping this.
Yeah, it just seems a bit too kind of passive coming out from Secret here. And even this mid-tower push, which is kind of reacting to what's happening bottom. OG engine to defend.
Ravage coming through, connects on Pylai, also catch out Envy. OG, a big grab there, No-Tail still stealing damage through this. He's already up to 150 and rising. Envy's gonna go down. They're running onto Weehaw, might get the kill there too. Weehaw survives, lift to tell the tale, the grave for Envy, keeping him in fighting shape. They gust it back, Secret with the huge turnaround. Then the Roar committed, down goes the Tidehunter. No help in sight for Miracle. He's busy pushing out the bottom lane. And after grabbing the tier 1, he'll march onwards to the tier 2, but my god, Secret with the huge saves. They did have to buy back their IO for it, but it was worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. That buyback secures the tier 1 mid tower, makes sure that fight goes well for them, and OG just didn't quite have the tools to chase down those kills. It was amazing Fisher catching out 2, but they couldn't quite kill Envy before the Dazzle stun wore off, and now they've come in, they've found the Ancient stack.
It happens again. Can
There's
OG
no Ravage
contest?
too.
There's no Ravage. They have an Echo, but good luck walking into that. Secret, if they can grab all these Ancients, it's...
They're going to grab some, maybe not all,
massive
but they've taken
damage.
a decent enough amount already.
They're committing everything. And OG are streaming towards those Ancients. They're running past the creep wave in full vision to secure this. Half left, it looks like. Maybe a bit less.
What a big hole for Team Secret.
Or for OG, rather.
Yeah.
And now immediate smoke. So they drag them to the Ancient Secret, just straight towards the Roche.
I mean, this is...
really good shot calling here, and we'll have to see if OG are able to contest the Ravage. Still on cooldown for a minute.
It feels like we're finally seeing Secret, their playstyle, like their individual players' playstyle meshing with the overall team strategy. Because I don't really feel like their individual players are mixing up their playstyle. We're still seeing this kind of hit and run, kind of split push style Dota, but they have much clearer direction. Puppies kind of put all the pieces together, and they're actually taking objectives, they're stealing Ancients, they're still doing those cheeky early Roches, and Secret right now looking very, very good.
That was a big swing of momentum. It had been starting to feel like OG were getting the better trades, but still in the Ancients, grabbing the Roche. Ball's back at Secret's court. So we'll see OG now. Roshan being denied to them. Backing off a bit. Miracle heading towards the top lane now. Looks like he is going to be building into a Sanjin Yasha here, or at least a Yasha early on. Getting the Blade of Alacrity.
And again, we kind of see No-Tail struggling to find the farm, and this is something OG normally prioritize Miracle and Moon's farm. They give Moon the jungle, he goes Iron Talon, and that's where I just feel like having him on this hero like a Razor, who needs a lot of farm, he ran in last fight and just didn't have the items to really stay alive, is a bit of a weak point in the OG draft. It's not that No-Tail's having a bad game, it's that OG, as far as their overall strategy, they don't allocate farm to him. No-Tail averages insane hero damage per game, but he also has one of the lower gold
was-
per games as far as carries go.
It was 19% of the team's gold and 31% of their damage.
For a
Most-
mid-carry player, they're all above 20.
Most players we've seen, it's like 25-25. You know, like
Yeah.
the gold is very proportional to the damage they
The
do.
only
But
other
here comes the
team-
backstab. They're making their move here. Envy getting gushed out, but they're not able to find the initiation. Moon even gusted back, and Crit decides to cut their losses. Drops the Fissure. Weehaw surging forward. He's got the Astral ready. Good stun from Fly, and a nice staggered retreat from OG. But they do give up a tier 2. They will all get away.
Yeah, this is not a good time for OG to try and take fights into the OD Aegis. They're just going to kind of hit and run, trying to get if they can hit it like the perfect initiation from Moon out of that smoke with a Ravage, you can find a good fight, but he doesn't have his blink yet. He's just about to get there, and once that blink comes online, I think maybe a more suitable time for OG to go for that smoke play.
Fissure on to Weehaw. They are nuking him low, but remember, he's the Aegis carrier. I just grab a blink, so not opting to go for the fast mech, and it doesn't look like Razor's going to be picking one up anytime soon. They want the ambush here. They want the surprise initiation, but they probably don't want to do it into an Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they're getting some farm and towards the top lane of pseudo trades. Terrorblade got a tier 1 tower, and they're poking around a little bit here. Picks up the Yash after drum, so we will be seeing the kind of the heavy stats build. Either an SMY or a Manta style, both feasible. The Manta can help you get out of the Drow silence to ensure that you get the Sunder off. Maybe slightly preferred. I think the Manta is probably a little bit better than the SMY.
It's the better late game grab overall as well.
Yeah.
Scales better as you get more stats items. And generally, you don't really want to disassemble into a Halberd or
Silver Edge,
Silver
Terrorblade.
Edge Terrorblade.
You get low from Roche, Silver Edge in, Sunder,
I
easy
miss the
fight.
days when everyone was so bad at Dota that you could get away with the Shadowblade Dagon plays in Dota 1, but I guess it was Lothar's back then. May he rest in peace. But, I mean, you mentioned No-Tail's poor, and it just continues to be the case
Being
here. He is
outfarmed
getting
by a
no
whiz.
farm.
Yeah.
This is really rough. We've seen this quite a bit. I mean, the one team that consistently gets the Razor farm is Liquid back when they were running a lot, but they also prioritize it more. They give him a lot of space. They stack for him. They protect him. He doesn't come to fights early. They don't really try to gank his lane. They just make sure he doesn't die.
Yeah, to me, it's just not a hero you can pick and then not intend to give it at least like top 2 farm priority. And like even if you're playing him in that secondary carry position, you still need to give him a lot of farm. Like play it like a true dual core lineup, not a tri-core. And this is a problem. This is a big reason why Secret were 2 of the 3 games so far, they've second stage banned the Batrider even when they had Tide, because they know No-Tail likes to play a tempo controller who's less farm dependent because his team don't give him as much farm, but Batrider's not accessible. There's kind of limited options as far as those tempo controllers go, and he ends up on a hero like Razor who can't really shine in a game like this.
They'll try to play catch-up now, slowly but surely grabbing the Ogre Club. Envy, meanwhile, Sanj and Yasha online. So, not trying to go for particularly greedy items, wants to keep the pressure up. The Aegis set to expire soon, though. So, with the Aegis expiring, Gods, and with likely a pause or a lull in the action at that point, what's the next round of steps? If you're Puppy right now, what's the plan you're drawing up for the team?
I wonder if they may prioritize Misery getting a Blink Dagger over the Necro 3. That was something we saw Alliance do in, I think, 2 of the games yesterday when he was
With,
playing Beastmaster.
Bulldog, that's right.
Yeah. Bulldog went Necro 1 into Blink Dagger before Necro 3. Misery hasn't bought his Necro 2, so as far as the next plan goes, it's similar to the previous game. Having a way to find pickoffs easily. And Raw's reliable, but having a Blink Raw obviously a lot more reliable, so during the phase when you don't have Aegis, you can't group up and just brute force your way through OG as much, so spending some time chewing through smokes, finding pickoffs, looking for kills on the Terrorblade who's often split pushing, is going to be a lot more valuable for Secret, and that's where these blinks come into
for
play.
a smoke. Aegis is expired. Will Pylai reveal this one? Down at the Rune, they're going to get Weehaw, but he blinks out super quick reactions there. And in fact, too quick for his teammate. Pylai even
I thought he was
relocated.
stuffed. He's like, oh god.
You know you're fast when you juke your teammate. But in the end, won't be necessary. So relocate down, but also a smoke blown there. Oh, gee, they did have a deep ward. That could have been huge. With the Aegis just expiring, you get a kill there. You farm up their jungle, maybe push in all the lanes, but he was ready for it.
And for OG's side, they need these secondary Blink Daggers. They've got Shakers. I feel like the Lions in some ways is just as important because like in a situation like that, you really need the Blink Hex. Crit the only way he can get the insta-catch is if he blink echoes, which is probably at this stage worth it for an OD kill. We're seeing a very slow-paced farm game. It's only 3 kills apiece, kind of unlike some of the previous games. So any kill means a big deal if it's on a core. It's well worth using a Ravage or an Echo Slam to kill someone like OD at this stage of the game, more so for OG because they are the ones on the back foot.
Smoke here from Secret. They showed Envy mid, but OG knew it. They pinged it out. They are throwing heroes down onto the low ground, but it's a tight-knit ball of 5 behind him. So Secret will break through up the ramp and away. They do have a ward on Puppy. Curious to see where they plant that. Just a sentry for now on the high ground. And it looks like they will be prepping for the last outer tower getting pushed. It's not 6 towers at 11 minutes, but it is still damn fast. And smoke number 2, OG. Chewing through these, they're going to lead with the Terrorblade illusion. Maybe trying to bait something out. Pylai dies, scouting out in front of the tower. Probably calling out that there's something a little bit odd going on here, and they are going to make their move. Miracle, the man in front, immediately metamorphs in vision of Secret. Is going to slow down Misery. But again, it looks like, well, they might just have to settle for a simpler kill here. Pylai Die going for the tether out, and Fly says, hell no. Drops the finger, gets the kill, then Crit comes in. Big Echo onto 2, but not enough to finish the job just yet. The Ravage as well, follow up from Moon. What they lack in gold, they're making a 4-team fight. OG will end up getting 3 kills here, only losing the Razor, barely surviving on just a trickle of HP is Crit. And that is a 2,000 gold sword.
Interesting fight. Wisp was postured very aggressively there behind the tier 2 tower. I think not expecting OG to fight and defend that one. OG, though, just great use of what was their last smoke. No-Tail just kind of runs in, plays that sacrificial lamb roll, and at this stage of the game, like, that's the best thing he can do, is just soak up spells, be the one who kind of gets gone on, and he's the one who kind of creates the opportunity for Crit to get off that great Blink Echo Slam. Then it's followed up by the Ravage. They unfortunately don't have the ability to also chase down Wii, and he gets the Blink Escape, but a very good fight for OG. And
it does highlight that Secret, not the best team fight lineup. They're more reliant on the counterplays here as top lane. Fly going to get caught out, relocate forward from Pylai Die. The Hex comes through, but no, does pop the stick. He's going to be heading back fairly soon here. Has the TP. Will he make it on time? Weehaw blinking forward, and he actually blinks past him, but he just...
Oh, the Self-Astral!
He Self-Astrals. He was mid-click on Fly, but he...
Well, you talked about being too fast earlier for Wii. Again, a bit too fast.
It was a bit of a guessing game, but yeah, it does end up costing him in the end. That's rough.
Wow. Lowest net worth at 20.
That's actually big. Fly had 2230 gold. He is going to get his blink now if he wants it. Sometimes those escapes aren't the biggest deal, but this could be a game changer. Double blink now on the supports.
Yeah. Makes a big difference when there's heroes like Dazzle and Io in the game who are always going to try and sit back, position themselves such that they can use their defensive tools to save the secret cores, be it the Tether Relocate or the Grave. Having a Blink Dagger on a Lion, he can try and find and isolate heroes like Dazzle, like the Io.
And bottom lane, they have found Misery here. Miracle moving onto him, has no teleport available for 6 seconds with Crit hunting him down. Relocate offline. It's going to be extremely tough for Misery to make it out of this one, but he puts on his Nikes. He's juking away. Crit gets roared. He might go down to the Necro Bulk here. Misery somehow eking a kill out of a horrible situation. Oh, it's still a costly death on the Beastmaster, but he makes it better than nothing.
Speaking of, I mean, we saw Wii juke himself, and Crit does the same thing a bit at bottom lane, unfortunately.
Stressful game, a big moment for both teams.
So high pressure.
A win here, you're guaranteed top 6 at that point. So yeah, a lot at stake.
This is also, I mean, just looking at this as a rematch from the previous Majors Grand Final. This is kind of a time for Secret to kind of get some vengeance after losing that best of 5. And there's just been a lot of kind of talk between these two teams, and I think a lot at stake just about proving who's the better team right now. 2 of the OG players were on the former Team Secret and were basically kicked from the team, so... Puppy coming, get a ward down while smoke, something OG are not aware of. This sees all of the OG heroes.
OG has a BKB. Could be a disastrous time to go if OG move in too far. But they're already late. Secret grabbing their Aegis. They do have a relocate available if they want to chase forward and try for a pickoff. Crit dropping the fissure to cover the path of retreat. They do have a ward scouting him out, but they're going to hold the relocate for now. Pilot died quite far back. Seems Secret aren't going to risk that big jump forward. We'll play it safe. Puppy grabbing more wards. It looks like they already have the vision advantage here, and they want to keep it going. Yep. Double BKB.
And unlike last game, it's not as easy for Secret as far as their position they're in, where they can't just try and 5 men down, split push a bit, kind of group up, try and take the high ground. OG have the Blink Daggers. They've got the team fight advantage. They've got Ravage, they've got Echo Slam, having a line to try and deal with the pesky supports who have all their defensive tools. Terrorblade, who's very well farmed. No Tail's not in the best position to fight until he has his BKB, but Secret, I think, aren't even going to be able to really get much done with this Aegis in some ways, and that's kind of a concern, because they've got the Drow strategy where you will see this hero fall off, and they've got to try and look for ways to secure this game, which is going to have to come from kind of key pickoffs on OG core heroes.
And relocating offensively, very risky when you're walking into a Ravage and just all the burst damage that you mentioned.
It feels like relocate can only be used as a defensive tool this game, which is a limitation in itself for Secret as far as moving forward ways for them to find to end this game.
And even defensively, you better not pop those BKBs at the wrong time, or even that won't be available.
I think Misery becomes the key player for Secret. The Hawk Vision for what it provides for the team, as well as the only way they can use the relocate offensively is Misery kind of roaming around finding Blink Roars. And I say Blink Roars, he needs to farm up a Blink Dagger, I feel, desperately, because it creates those pick-off opportunities. You can have 4 Secret heroes like pushing a lane while Misery tries and finds it. Because Terrorblade, if he sees a group up push from Secret, he's going to go split push. And that's where Misery, if he can find him, hunt him down, get him with a Roar, relocate in, you can actually kill off Miracle. So I think Misery, he's got to be the playmaker for Secret. He's the one on a hero that can make stuff happen. The rest of the heroes, like you've got your 2 defensive supports who play reactionary. You've got OD who's gone for this defensive build. Until he gets a Hex, he can't really play the initiator type role. And then you've got Dro, who's just your classic right clicker. So the playmaking comes down to Misery this game.
OG really hanging back now. The whole team ensconced within their own base. It looks like they don't want to come out to play in Secret. Well, just intent on farming at this point. There's the Blink Dagger on Beastmaster, so to the extent you mentioned Misery is the big playmaker to watch for Secret, he's got a new tool to help make those plays happen.
And that's the thing with OG's draft, is they've got numerous heroes. They've got 3 heroes who can kind of fulfill the role. 2, which as far as big team fights go, but even Lion in some ways.
Blink forward banish. Aggressive move here, but that's all.
No Tail's like, man, I finally got an item, guys. Let's do this. Let's go fight.
Yeah,
well, I don't know if they want to just fight right now, actually.
Fairly important one to deal with the OD, and at the same time, it's still a Drow lineup with a Beastmaster Roar, so it does not mean he's a tank by any means.
Lots of physical damage. There's Weave as well to help amplify physical damage coming out from Secret.
And on that note, we're not going to see Moon go into the more standard mech or Greaves. He's actually building straight to Shivas, or I guess maybe AC from the looks of things.
I think a good Shivas game. OD is not going to have the best attack speed, so the attack speed slow is quite effective against him. And just having the extra armor going to help a lot against the Dro Beastmaster, the Weave as well from Puppey. I think something that OG are recognizing is that because of the nature of Secret's draft, having these 2 defensive supports in Io Dazzle, they're not going to scale well to the late game. Compare that to what the Earthshaker Lion Duo bring. These heroes have tremendous kill potential and teamfight abilities as you go into the late game. So Secret, their 2 supports may be able to save a core in the late game, but OGs can do that through their disables as well as find kills on key heroes. They can lock down a hero like an OD, a Drow Ranger, catch them before they can get a BKB off with a Blink Echo Slam, with a Blink Hex. So there's just a lot more late game potential out of OG's lineup.
So it really sounds like you feel they're a ticking time bomb and Secret needs to defuse it soon. So to the extent that's true, how long do they got? When is this thing going to blow up?
Probably the Aegis cheese push. The OD will have Hex around that time. So, I mean, I'm talking really like 10 minutes away, because we're looking, well, maybe for like 6 to 8 minutes away. They've still got an Aegis now, but this Aegis is not the timing that's good for Secret. They missed their, I mean, they didn't have opportunities early. If they did really well in the early game, they could have perhaps been in a position to take racks, but as things currently stand, it's going to be the next level of items, the Blink Hex from OD, the Aegis and Cheese, where they've got the ability to try and take it to OG despite OG having the better team fight. They'll just have that extra life advantage and that perhaps item or 2 advantage. Like you look at the top net worth heroes, 3 of the 4 are in the Secret cap, yet they still can't push.
And you can tell Secret know it, so they're building towards a Hex here on Weeha, it appears. They'll have the Blink Hex initiation, powerful for pickoffs, that plus the Roar, and the Relocated. You gotta imagine they'll be looking to use those tools to find the power play that they haven't been able to yet. OG holding back in the mid lane, but they are dealing with a big network of wards. They've done an okay job at dewarding, but you can also see all the misfires here as they struggle to maintain any semblance of vision. could be the difference maker for Secret.
Yeah, and as much as I talk about OG having really good supports and just a pretty good lineup to go into the late game, they need the farm to go into the late game, which is currently what they're kind of struggling to find. They haven't got the items on their core heroes outside of the Terrorblade. Razor's still struggling to really find any semblance of farm, just has this BKB. But it's very much a one team fight game. We haven't really seen that big team fight. If OG win one big team fight on a high ground defense, Secret probably lose the game right then and there. Maybe not, okay, so not right then and there, but at that point, I don't think Secret will be able to go well into the late game. Like with tied, Razor suddenly able to find items through a team fight. Secret very much, I think, recognizing it's that one big team fight they've got to have the best possible, like, just items for. They've got to have Aegis, they want to have Cheese, they want to have everything ready before they take that one team fight, which is just going to decide this entire game.
Yeah, it goes the other way. Moon blows a Ravage on BKBs, and
yeah,
you may just be looking at GG instantly. But OG are going to start to maneuver here towards the top lane. They were just farming the Ancients. Weehaw playing it safe, backing up, only about 250, 300 gold away here from a Hex.
You can see just the tension. Neither team looking to go for any risky plays, because I'm going to talk about what the two teams, as far as finding kills go, like it's Misery who can find the solo roll. So he is kind of lurking around this bottom lane, applying pressure, seeing if any hero comes this way to actually go for a kill.
Hey.
There's a new pickup, the Aghanim Scepter.
I'm curious how many times this has been picked up.
Maybe like 1 or 2 games with the Aghanim Scepter, maybe. Very, very few.
Is this the Terrorblade illusion counter?
Yes, absolutely.
How good do you think this is going to be against them?
I can only kind of theory craft here. I
count on Envy to pull this out. The
yeah.
Drow at 30 minutes is a crucial Game 3 decider.
This is definitely legit against the Terrorblade, even more so with all the illusions. And he's got enough. He's still got 2k gold. So the one main worry for Envy is if there's suddenly a team fight where Terrorblade has like a evasion, like a butterfly, and he doesn't have an MKB, but he can quickly farm an MKB right now. He's sitting on 2.3k gold. He's well equipped to deal with those illusions. And he's in a pretty good position here.
Let's see. Maybe Secret just planning on using it to shove out the lanes as well. That could be an option. For now, Notel is progressing slowly but surely in terms of his inventory. Razor grabbing the Hyperstone, working towards an AC. So they are gearing up for heavy armor. Versus the Drow Beastmaster, you certainly will need it.
Both teams, it's all about the physical damage in some ways. Envy's got even a Frost Armor creep just following him around a bit.
No, Medallion coming off. Probably this is Game of Armor. I like how complete it's in quotes.
Was a joke going for one?
Yeah.
I mean, Miracle keeps on farming, but he's going to look at this Terrorblade. Like, what point is he going to be equipped to fight into this lineup? And he's going to struggle at a lot of stages of this game. There's so much farm on Dro and OD. His hero doesn't match up well against an OD, even more so when OD has Hex.
Moving towards top. They want to come in for the catch here.
Not quite there.
Just a few seconds away from getting jumped. Notel rushing in, but Pilot Eye able to sneak away through the river.
Notel going straight into AC as well, yeah. It's, I think, a necessity that he goes for that big late game item, just because the pace of this game is very much gearing towards that stage. And here we go. This is like your pub build. Aghanim's Maelstrom.
Envy-chan. Look at this. Maelstrom Ags. The Terrorblade counter.
This is beautiful. You can get the procs on the Splinter attacks as well, which is what makes
really?
orbs,
oh, dear.
Orbs like Maelstrom on the hero when you get Ag Scepter, that's that much more brutal.
Do you think Envy's played this exact matchup and done it before, or do you think this is a theory craft? I'm really curious. I wish he was here right now. We just pause the game, ask him real quick. Probably needs to wash his eyes anyway, so, you know. Let's just give him a
wash your eyes, step out your booth, we'll have a bit of a
benefit
pause.
the production.
And I mean, this is like what pubs do to Greek people, is just sit in the jungle with Axe Maelstrom and come out with like triple Maelstrom or something.
They're moving in though, Envy with the BKB dodge there on the Echo. This is going to be a hard fight for OG. He goes on to Notel, just crushes his way through them. They also lost the line. Now Moon's on the run. Shaker's going to get finished off in one fell swoop. The big team fight that we mentioned, but it goes entirely the way of Secret. 4 down. They got Terrorblade, but forget about the items. Just the reaction speed there on Envy. We saw it earlier for Weeha on the OD. We see it again here now for him on the Drow. If he doesn't get that BKB off, this is a very different game.
Absolutely. You get that Echo before the BKB. Don't want to say OG
also
win the
want
fight,
to point out they have a ward here, so
yeah,
he had vision the second that broke.
just too fast. Great reactions from Eternal Envy. He's kind of the make or break player for this Secret team, and he has played incredibly well this series. And OG find themselves in position they're going to lose a lane of racks here, and even when their heroes respawn, Earthshaker does not have Echo Slam for this team fight. Tide, most importantly, does not have buyback, so even though Ravage is available, this is going to be a full lane of racks, and quite likely Roshan.
He actually just bought a Ring of Health. Not sure it would have mattered because I'm Terrorblade and Tide versus all of those heroes. Probably not winning the fight anyway.
They weren't going to defend the bottom lane with Earthshaker dead without Echo Slam, so I think it kind of works out okay as long as they don't lose 2 lanes of racks. OG still in this game, but it's very much in the game, but how do they win this game? And that's a difficult question to answer when Secret have 2 very farm cores that match up well against Terrorblade in the late game, and Terrorblade's really the only farm tier on the OG side.
Equation has changed now, where OG felt like we're comfortably inching towards their late game dominance. Secret now with the map control advantage, a fresh Aegis of Cheese, the Blink Hex online, and the previously unexplored illusion counter here on the Drow Ranger are now in much better shape.
OG, not so much at all in, but they do buy the Butterfly, forego having buyback on Miracle's Terrorblade, which puts them in a pretty risky position, but to me, this is like OG saying we're in kind of a desperate position. We just got to buy anything and everything we can right now.
All right, someone get down to the booth and ask him.
He's not all chatting the eyes.
Quickly, Winter, make yourself useful.
I think by now everyone knows it's his eyes. We need the booth cam on Envy. Pronto.
Moon's eyes seem okay. So, yeah, he had just bought the Ring of Health. Looks like he's going towards that refresher.
Yep.
If they can get to that point, then OG will probably stabilize here, but that is a long way off.
Yeah, the Terrorblade Butterfly, and kind of pesky for the OD. Even the Drow's item slot limited right now. You'd have to drop the Helm of the Dominator to be able to get an MKB. Or, I guess the SMY is probably the item you might replace, because you definitely want to have lifesteal.
He has gone for a bunch of like tier 2, tier 3 items, so it's not really the best pure late game itemization, but it got them a lane of rack, so already it's paid for itself.
He's got the money. He can get an MKB in no time at all. It's just how do you slot it in?
Replace? Yeah. He's already got BKB and Egg, so you don't really need the SMY for survivability.
The movement speed's kind of nice, but again, I don't know. I'm not sure. Envy will come up with something. He always does. He always does. After CTY, he probably has the most original item builds of any player in this tournament. Nobody's on CTY's level.
He's on he's created his own tier, crafted something very unique. They are grouping up here a bit mid, OG. And they are going to smoke, and it's just out of dire vision, it looks like. Don't think anyone got scouted.
They see him.
Envy's in a great position. They blink Hex from the low ground. Surprise on Envy. Echo there as well. They're going to drop the Plasma Shield. Fissures there. Perfect chain stun. OG. Grabbing a big kill. I think the crowd's been wild there.
They love Jackie. Known for being an artist in China. Absolutely pin stuff here in game number 3.
Chance continue. Envy actually no buyback for a minute. Can they punish?
He may have it sooner. He's like 30 gold short, and it's getting smaller and smaller the margin. So.
And the lanes are pushing in here. The IO OD work their magic top lane. They're going to drag them back. OG though still have the Ravage available and will end up safely escaping. So they get a clean kill. They back off to the base. And they waste some precious Aegis time, but mid lane, Weeha's jumped in, he's unloaded the Hex here on the fly, Shiva's Guard comes out, trying to mitigate that damage, but Weeha far too big. Already 15 stolen in, they tether forward, they're hunting on the Moon, the Boars have isolated him, the Roar comes through as well, Moon gonna immediately cranking it off, but Axis slicing through and chopping up the Watermelon into more bite-sized pieces. They get the kill there as well, so it ends up being an overall 2-for-1. Not so good a trade anymore.
Looks like that could set up Secret to force this Tide buyback. Envy will be respawning in 5 seconds, has a completed Mjolnir, and all lanes pushing in, applying pressure. Unfortunately, Secret, it will take some time to get Drow Ranger back to the front lines, but it seems to be the plan here.
He TPs to the tier 3 tower and starts marching down mid.
Where
Envy,
the career was waiting for him.
Envy, really eager to get here. Every second counts for Secret. Plasma Field coming out. They are going to fissure Weeha and lock him in position for now. There's still plenty of time left on the Aegis.
Yeah, and that's
And
the
now
other
it
thing.
completed Shiva's Weeha. Massive in his own right.
It's not just the Dro with this Ags Mjolnir build dealing with the illusions. It's OD who can one-shot illusions, it looks like. I'm not sure if that applies to all the illusions. The Manta melee illusions maybe a bit tankier, but illusions just are useless against Secret right now. When the Dro and the OD are live, they just instantly take them out.
Stun onto Envy here, but not the hero you really want to be targeting with an IO tethering to him, as well as the Dazzle in position. They are going to try to force heroes forward. Stealing a bit of damage there. Just a lick, though, with the static link. Meanwhile, Blink forward, there could have been a Fissure or Misery.
Misery was, in classic Secret fashion, he got the tier 3 tower top down to half HP just with his Necro 3. Manages to get out alive as well, so a bit of just pressure and damage applied. Luckily for OG, Tide not having to use his buyback means he can get a little bit closer to that refresher.
OG are still hanging on in the base, though. Only the one lane of Rax down. They are a great high ground lineup.
Ooh, Tide actually picks up Ghost, I guess deciding that he may not ever get to a point where he can farm a refresher, because he's still sitting on that Ring of Health, but just buys a casual Ghost Scepter.
Oh, he's delayed it a lot if he was going to get it.
This is, yeah, very much probably not going to farm it at a time that we may just lose, most likely before we get it. So I want to make sure that I can stay alive against the heavy physical damage and the right clicks of Dro Ranger as well as the OG.
He posted up pretty far here, working on Moon. Weeha having a record-setting game to this point. For him, at least. They haven't closed OG out yet. They keep the lane shoved in. The Aegis timer dropping very low, and it will expire once more. So Secret, they got the 1 Rax, but they won't get a second lane. This game continues.
We're going the distance, LD.
Is there a point where OG get harder to deal with for Secret? Because, you know, at first we opened the game, we had a lot of discussion about how, oh, mid lane, Moon, he's been caught out, this could be disastrous for him. OD ult is available, he's got the Hex ready as well, BKB online too. They blink in though, they look for the counterplay here, they fissure, they ravage, they throw everything out, and then he gets relocated back out by Pylite. OG blows their load, and now needs to run away quick, fast, and in a hurry. They manage to banish one, keeping the Razor locked down. They're gonna finish off Fly, they turn back for No Tail, running down the Razor. Weeha in heavy pursuit finishes him off as well. The Tide, meanwhile, top lane, end up dropping a Misery, just hacking away at him slowly but surely, but Miracle arrives, will finish him off. They have bought back on the line, and they hold their own for now.
They have no
They have a
Ravage for
Metamorphosis.
No,
this is
Echo
going to be
Slam.
very tough. The OD
he
hammer
drops the
gets
hammer.
dropped. Finishing off Fly, the lane's still pushing in, and it's all up to Mr. Miracle without a Ravage to help him out. He slows down Envy, they get the Gush going, but he pops the BKB. He's going to turn. Mjolnir's there, the debuff, or the buff rather, thrown onto him, and meanwhile, top lane getting caved in. OG could be on their last legs here in the upper bracket. Rax dropping, heroes falling everywhere you look. OG is crumbling, 4 dead. It's going to be all 6 Rax and only Miracle left alive. A team just a bit too heavy in the end. It will end up being a 2-1 for Secret. Some very unorthodox playing picks here, but they pulled it out down the stretch.
I mean, the desk, we spent a lot, well, we didn't have much time. The last pick, Terrorblade, we looked at it and we're like, is this really a Terrorblade game? And definitely not is the final verdict. OD destroying the illusions, 1 shot at a time. Even Envy itemizing to help deal with them. At no point, I mean, you can kind of talk about Miracle like, man, he had an incredible game, he got so farmed, he just tried to put his team on his back, but realistically, he didn't actually contribute all that much to this game. OG's hopes came from the Tide, the Earthshaker, the big team fight combos, but this draft for OG just didn't work, LD.
Gentlemen, a fantastic series to conclude there at the end. We saw a little bit of everything, a debut for a certain Terrorblade, an interesting new itemization coming out from Envy's Drow Ranger, but man, how appropriate was it for this matchup here back at the panel, of course, with Winter and Merlini. Gentlemen, I would love to hear your take on game number 3.
I mean, like God sums it up, I think, nicely that Terrorblade was not a very good hero in this situation. Given the farm he had, he still struggled to do a lot of stuff in the team fights because their heroes were just really good at dealing with illusions. And I think it was a really good item built by Envy though. I've seen it work really well against illusion-based heroes, the Aghanims plus Maelstrom, especially against PL.
Yeah, I think any item build could have worked though. I don't think it was... They were one-shotting their illusions with OD.
You don't think it was good?
Oh, I think it was fine.
He's saying it didn't matter.
I think he could have gone for like a butterfly MKB and it would have been just as fine as well. The illusions were
It helps push
useless
the lanes
regardless.
out again.
Yeah.
like really quickly, I played against it a couple of times as a PL. You have no chance. Like no matter what item build you go, you just have no chance. So
I agree.
it's it's kind of the least risky build. Like the only way you lose if Terrorblade manages to clean up in a fight, but if he doesn't have illusions, they can't win any team fights. But I don't know. It's kind of sad to see Terrorblade lose.
So do you guys pin it entirely just on the matchup? Like Terrorblade pick lost them the game, or could they have still won?
I think there was also another issue underlying in what happened in this game for OG. I think the Razor he just lost his lane like quite badly because the Wiz was like I mentioned. Wiz doesn't really need to be in one lane in this game. He's gonna be wherever they need him, and he was a really big difference maker in the mid lane. And I think that was really crucial because Lion and Earthshaker, those two supports, cannot really go to mid lane and be like a Witch Doctor or be like a Wiz and just help in the lane. They just can't. Like Earthshaker just dropped a fissure to help Tide secure his level 2. That's just about what he did, and he just went stacking and whatnot. He can't really help the Razor. So I think that was a really big problem in the game for them.
We will soon have an interview with the winner here, so apologies if I cut anyone off, but we do have to make sure we give a lot of credit to Secret support staff, Pi and Puppy, of course, always being there at a moment of need. How many times it looked like they had OG an imminent pick-off, but coming up a bit short, just not happening. And quick reactions, of course, from Weeha helped them get out of a pickle or two. So
I just want to say, you don't need to apologize. You can cut them off anytime. It's fine by me.
Okay, no problem.
Don't cut us off.
But, I mean, we look at this. Now this unfortunately means that OG will be heading into the lower bracket in a matchup against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, if they're watching this particular series, what are they going to be taking away from it that, something that Secret were able to bring? And, kudos to Secret. They get the revenge from the Frankfurt final.
I still really like the way that OG approached the draft up until the Terrorblade pick. I think denying Puppy, especially when you first pick, is really powerful. I mean, the way VP approaches games is quite different, but I think there was a recipe here to beat Secret, and it just mainly came down to that last pick, Terrorblade, not working out.
Maybe VP learned to play more Joe Ranger as well. They were one of the teams who ran more Joe Visage than most. So.
They're a team you would more expect to run it, I think, multiple times in a series, so maybe it's less likely to catch you off guard, but yeah.
I think a couple things. Firstly, you should ban Lone Druid out versus OG. Secondly, I think they've shown two main playstyles based around Miracle. I think he's the most important player on their team. He plays anti-mage or Terrorblade and just kind of AFK farms the whole entire game, in which case you just push him down, and then by the time he's online, everyone is just super poor. Or he's a little bit more involved in the team, but I think if they can identify one of these two playstyles from them and just have a counter for each, they'll be okay.
There's one more though. There's a slug. The more
smart.
split push and go for more late game.
I think the key thing is that you don't have to learn from the two games OG lost is you don't actually have to shut Miracle down. You don't have to worry about him. The two games he played carry, he free farmed his Slack, got like a very early Midas, didn't offer enough. He free farmed his Terrorblade. If you just focus on your own strategies and, like you say, pushing them down, shutting down the other OG plays, that's all you need to do.
It just depends on which one they run, though, because you don't know until the last pick, because they typically save it for last, unless it's an LD, and I think LD is kind of the one in the middle that can carry late and contribute early. So
if anything, taking the fight to Miracle is like where things backfire, because he's so skilled. The game where he was Lone Druid, they tried to gank and pressure mid lane, and then he got like 2 kills. He almost got a 3rd kill on the line if he got an entangle. It's like, I think the strategy is to stay away from Miracle.
Avoid him.
Avoid Miracle. Don't give Miracle kills, and you're good. So avoid Miracle, kill everyone else.
I think the idea for what Ben said was quite solid. I think you make sure you ban Lone Druid. And for me, the key person to focus is No-Tail, because he's the tempo guy. Just make sure he's down.
They didn't give him tempo
They did that
heroes,
in the
though.
draft with the Batrider bans, because that's been his most successful tempo hero this tournament.
They could have given him Beastmaster. I don't know if he can play like mid puck or something. That would be great too. But we haven't seen that much. So it seems like if you don't give him Batrider, he's put in this like Razor. What are you going to do in that game?
Yeah, maybe they should have picked him Beastmaster.
So who do you give credit to for Secret as far as MVP goes? I give a little credit to support, staff for being able to help out, but Envy, great drought play there in Game 3, and a cute way to itemize whether it was necessary or not. Fighting his way through the eye trouble.
It was a team effort. There was a game where I'm having eye trouble. I just stared directly in the light, so I know how it is to be Envied out. But I think it was a team effort. Puppy, immaculate performance on the free farm Enigma. That one game, Envy with the BKB dodge was huge. I'm sure with Secret, the draft involves components from all the players. The itemization was great on the draw this game. Yeah, maybe they didn't need it, but it was still really solid. Pylai Dai had some very clutch relocate saves that one mid just ended the game, because then Ravage or Echo slams down, you just have no chance. So and Ravage actually as well. So I think they all really played well, and I really think it was a team effort this time.
We even mentioned that sometimes Secret don't really look like a team when they're playing. They draft like very speed push. But this game, I agree with Gorman. They really look like they're on sync together.
Okay, say this game, like usually you would disagree with me, but this time you have to agree with me.
They still had their. They looked like a team even when they were split pushing it. Like there were times Miracle has his Necrobook on the tier 3 tower. I'm sorry, Misery. Misery was often off on his own doing things, and even Envy was. But it was very much like they had a very cohesive strategy.
Yeah, the idea was basically everyone understood, and they were, even though they weren't on the same lanes doing stuff like ganking together, but they were accomplishing the same thing. They knew that they just had to split up the map with the Beastmaster, not allowing the Tide plus their big team fight to come into play and wait for their BKBs to come up, then take the fight.
Going back to your other question about how VP handles it, they have to prevent the Roshans. I think that they got way too many Roshans in this entire series, and that's kind of what Eternal Envy does. And Puppey also, like when he was on Secret, they took Roshan at very opportune times, and VP have to shut that down.
But they didn't have a vision hero this game. You mentioned Beastmaster. I mean, that's something that could have helped them in trying to contest.
Yeah, but they're on Dire. Isn't it kind of hard to stop it?
You can't give OD a couple of Roaches in a row, and then once he gets BKB, it's really difficult. You have to stop it at the first one. I don't know how. Beastmaster is a common pick.
But they had Beastmaster.
Yeah.
And even the first game, the Sand King game where they delayed the Roshan, that was like a really close call for Crit where he probably should have died. So
yeah,
the Roche game could have been even worse.
You can't concede the Roche though to a draw line every single time. I like either draft stronger lanes so you have more presence around the map, or draft more team fight, and they didn't really have either of them. Like teams have to prepare for a dire advantage. There's going to be a lot of Ursas, there's going to be a lot of Drow Rangers, maybe even Elder Titan can make a comeback. Like something that just stalls in the pit, I think is good enough. Bat Rider, so on and so forth.
At least in that case, it wasn't always that they were just forced to hand over the Roche. It comes down to a lot of the credit for the shot calling there from Secret. 11 minutes in, it was a big Secret turnaround at that point, which even forced up the buyback from the Wisp. They got that huge turnaround fight, led to at least contention with the Radiant Ancient camp, taking about half of the economy there, and then they got to double back for the Roche on top of it. So
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was huge in the series, and in 2 games actually. One of the games where they warded it and had vision the whole time. The other, that situation where they just ran in, won a fight, and then took it. I think the economic damage they did through Ancient contest was absolutely crucial, and part of it goes back to Moon playing Tidehunter 3 games in a row. Like, Secret clearly knew the Ancients and the jungle farm was going to be a part of the OG game plan.
Sounds like we have an interview ready to go, so let's cut to the stage and hear from the winners.
标赛，刚刚呢由 OG 战队和我们的 Secret 战队给大家带来了一场非常精彩的比赛，而我们 Secret 战队也是勇敢的出局了，获得了胜利。现在在我身边的就是他们战队的代表 Puppey， 先跟我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hi, they told me to introduce myself. Hey, I'm Puppey.
好。这种明星般的气质啊！首先有一个问题想要问到 Puppey 说，因为他的谜团是一个公认的 BOSS， 所以想问到他说，是不是他认为这个谜团是非常大的、很厉害的英雄呢？
You're like the king of Enigma. Do you think that is a very strong hero, or do you think it's the most hero whatsoever?
For now, it's I think my most confident hero. It's a very strong hero. I think the buffs are pretty good, and the meta has changed into pushing a lot, so it's very viable right now.
现在来说是他用的最好的英雄吧，因为这个英雄改了以后，对于推进啊，还有很多一些 buff 什么的都非常非常好。
啊，那另外一个问题呢，就是我们看到在中场的时候，队中的EE也是申请说想要点一下眼药水，所以说大家也很关注哈，职业的选手们是不是平时会有一些爱护眼睛的一些特殊的方法呢？
Eternal Envy has requested to pause for a few times for eye drop. So do you have some ways to protect your eyes when you're training?
I mean, he needs those eye drops right now. Only the first time I've ever seen it happen. But the air in the booths is just too dry for his eyes. So he just needs these eye drops, and there's no real protection for it in that sense.
他其实也是第一次看到他这么干，因为可能里面的空气有点干，所以对他眼睛不太好。并不是他们有经常保护眼睛什么的。
啊，好的，经过了2个短暂的问题之后，相信大家对我们的 Secret 战队有更加的了解，也希望在接下来的比赛当中 ，Secret 可以越战越勇啊，有更好的表现。Thank you。另外，把我们的画面交还给分析台吧。
Secret with this win have just secured a top 6 position, and unfortunately for OG, they will now drop down to the bottom and face the very scary Virtus Pro, who were able to pull out I don't know if it's considered an upset anymore, but they did able to push past Vici Gaming here. We are going to be cutting to a small break before we get a change up here. I just want maybe some early impressions as far as what you think about OG and VP.
I think that OG definitely showed that they were much more consistent overall the games. I'm not sure if you guys think that way, but I feel like they have shown that they make less mistakes overall. And VP looked really shaky in the first few games, but I do agree they did play a lot better yesterday against Vici, but Vici looked really like they don't look like a team though. That's like the issue I have. So they just beat the opponent that were lost.
Unanimous agreement here as far as that goes?
Yeah, for the most part. All I know is I don't want to be in the lower bracket right now if I'm one of these teams because you've got OG, Alliance, and eHome all in the lower bracket. Like, what happened, guys? These are like most people's top 3, top 4 had those 3 teams with EG. And they're on the lower bracket, so I don't know. This has been a crazy major.
And it's in BO1s, too,
yeah.
for one more round. So it's
3 of the predicted top 4 in BO1 lower bracket games right now. What's going on?
Safe to say a lot of compendiums have been shaken up quite a bit. So why don't we go ahead and cut to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the Boys in Blue debut on the main stage as Evil Geniuses will take on the Young Gunners, Team Fnatic.
是各有特点，我觉得 Fnatic 这边的一个盲打这样。
所向披靡，只为劲敌。
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to hop into our second series here at the Shanghai Major, and what a doozy it's going to be. Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. Before I talk to these handsome gentlemen over here, we actually already have a draft, so why don't we go ahead and hop into that, because we don't want anyone to miss those precious first picks and first bans. Gentlemen, this should be a good one. The last time these two teams met was back in Star Ladder 13 group stages, where, again, we saw the Fear Enigma, and all on the other side, they tried to pull out the Mushi Dusa, so I can't help myself. I got to hand it over to this gentleman to my immediate left, the biggest fan of Fnatic.
I already know what he's going to say.
Now,
don't give Nature's Prophet to an SCA team.
Most people here would say EG are the heavy favorites. Your job now, Winter, sell us all, sell everyone at home at why Fnatic are going to be able to pull out the upset.
I think number one is because I know that they have very good preparation this time. They came to China a lot earlier, like 1 week in advance compared to everyone else, and I know they had a specific amount of help from someone, which I don't want to say who, so they have very good preparation this time, and I believe they have the biggest chance among all the previous tournaments to do well here.
And then he was talking to me, oh, EG's going to get cocky. They're not going to ban Nature's Prophet or Chen, and they're going to give them one of them, and instead they're going to give them both.
They must be really confident, Winter. I mean, EG get their Darkseer Bounty Hunter as a 1-2 opener, and on the side of Fnatic, they will lead in with Nature's Prophet and a Chen.
Yo, that's actually a sick opener from EG, though.
Yeah.
The Bounty Hunter is something that doesn't make it to the second phase often if you pick a Chen, and he's really good at picking off a Nature's Prophet. Really good.
By the way, on the panel, of course, we're going to have our casters for this one, the incredible Toby Wan and some Danish guy there on the end.
Yep.
Gentlemen, what are your early impressions about EG versus Fnatic?
I think it looks like EG have prepared specifically for this match, whereas Fnatic are still playing their standard picks. So Of course, Fnatic are going to be confident. They're here in the winners bracket for a reason. These are the picks that have worked for them. But EG seem very, very targeted. I wouldn't imagine EG doing this 1-2 opener against many other teams at the event. It's because they know Fnatic will go for this kind of style. And they were hoping either they prevent them from picking Chen, they scare them with their bounty, or they go for the Chen anyway. And they're like, okay, fair enough.
Shouldn't EG, though, be concerned? Like, you're picking up a bounty hunter into a Chen and an Nature's Prophet. Like, bounty
that's
doesn't really
great.
have great deep push there. Like, if you can screw with the Chen and the jungle, I agree.
That's why they have the Darkseer.
Yeah, the general idea here with their opening, Toby, is like when they have BH and Darkseer, it complements each other because you make your lane strong. And if you can actually do a lot in the early game with the Iron Shell and the Bounty, you can actually annoy the Chen so much that the lane becomes unbearable for the safe laner of Fnatic, and the whole tempo of the game becomes slow. And when you are running Chen, you don't want to be slow, and you want to be fast.
If you're Fnatic now, you need to realize that that safe lane needs to be someone who's good at laning against Darkseer, just flat out. And
Oracle?
Perhaps a Darkseer and Bounty.
I mean, Oracle is pretty good versus both Bounty and Darkseer because you can remove the track, you can remove the surge, you can remove the Iron Shell. You basically remove everything.
I am personally not that big of a fan of Chen Oracle as support duo. I feel like it's too much of one thing. Like you have a lot of heal, but you have very little disable. Oracle doesn't really complement Chen very well in terms of just that pushing power that Chen wants to bring. I think that every time I see that duo pick together, they just seem to lose the game.
I guess it's just a juggle between having a duo like that or the potential to take a Darkseer just completely out of the early game, though.
You can just zone them, though. You don't actually need the Oracle to zone them. We've seen heroes like Shadow Demon do very well in one-on-one zoning, but it is difficult because of the setup of the offlane.
Their comfort picks will probably be either Disruptor or Shadow Shaman from the group games. I saw like they mostly put Net on those two heroes. I'm not sure if they might change things up for something else, but those are the two picks that we see commonly for Net in this event. And EG right now have a draft that focuses a lot on their Iron Shell targets. They have heroes that can do really well by clearing Ancients, which we saw in the OG vs Secret series, how important was getting a hero that can actually do the Ancients and take advantage of that.
I like the idea behind this Bane pick a lot. I'm assuming it's because they need some sort of strong lane support to match up against Bounty Darkseer. Good synergy with Chen, you Nightmare, give plenty of time for that Chen creep to get in range, whether it's a Centaur or a Hellbear. And you just escort the Chen. I think Bane starts with a Dust, and you kind of play it as a duo right in the start and give Chen a little bit of space, and then you go help the safe lane. So like, once again, the safe lane are still, in my opinion, probably you're looking at a ranged hero to stand down there a bit alone.
They played Klinks a couple of games.
Klinks is okay, I guess. Or something like that.
But this is something like what MVP would do as well with their safe lane. Bane Leshrac makes it very hard for the off-laner. So a lot of it will fall onto the Bounty to actually help the Darkseer get into the lane. Like the first wave, whether Darkseer gets level 2 is extremely crucial for their laning phase.
Does feel like Fnatic are playing more of a proactive than a reactive kind of a draft in the sense that they're looking to pick up what they feel is necessary for themselves. We saw that kind of similar trend in MVP series yesterday. And, well, we saw the success that MVP were able to find with it here. We'll see, though, as Evil Geniuses are just no team to scoff at whatsoever. Final ban is going to be on the Razor here from the side of EG. And for Fnatic, we'll have to see what they're going to be looking to rid of here. EG still do need to grab the Sumail hero.
I think Magnus or Ember would be my main.
Do you like Lina? Do you think they need some D-push against the Chen? They don't really have very good D-push now, though, like clearing the waves. What do you think, Syndron? Do you think that D-push will be important for EG, or do they just draft for heavy team fight with the vacuum into stun?
I think they actually have enough control right now if they just play an explosive early game. There are multiple ways of doing it. I think Lina is a really nice pick because it's the best of both worlds, kind of. She's strong in lane, she's very easy to gank for the bounty hunter, I feel, and then you also have the deep push. But if you're looking for something else than that, then I think just a lane dominator for Sumail. There's going to be so much chaos that it's going to be difficult for Fnatic to actually help that mid lane. And,
really? I think it's like the opposite. I think you don't necessarily want to pick a hero that's easily ganked to the mid lane because they have NP as well as Chen. Like, you have to worry about threats coming in from both of the side lanes, not just one.
So you'd rather have a Queen of Pain, for example, or Puck?
I think Mag, personally.
Or Mag?
Mag plus Sven plus Darkseer. I think it's good enough base defense that they can rely on it. Oh,
wait a minute. Sumail's going to be playing something I haven't seen him play very often here.
It's good versus the Lesh and good at catching out the Prophet. And, you know, right now their general idea of their lineup is to keep getting kills with the track. So it looks like a pick that could work really well for EG this game.
Ion Shell and Bounty Hunter, Ion Shell and Nyx, and you just run next to someone until he dies. It's the strat.
Seems like a good plan.
Pocket strat right there. Ben has this weird expression in his face.
I don't know where they're going to lane the Nyx.
Mid?
Yeah, you think it's mid.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's mid?
I don't know. They've done some weird stuff. They did Bounty Hunter mid before. Like, I don't know what's going on with that.
But isn't it clear that Bounty plus Witch Doctor will be the supports and Nyx would be a core? You don't think so?
Maybe. I think they'll see what the matchup mid is first.
Arteezy feels pretty confident as it is right now. This team is riding pretty well. They made their way through the group stage, Group D, 2-1 against Complexity, and then followed up with a 2-0 series against Virtus Pro now.
Yeah, and right now the last pick for me, like most of the heroes he plays, like OD, Invoker, and all get countered by Nyx, or they're going to go for something else, which would help them facilitate the push. And it's good in the lane as well.
The interesting thing here is how good Nyx is against both Prophet and Leshrac. I guess that's what triggered the pick for them. Obviously, you're off the map. It's very difficult for Prophet to split push, but against Leshrac, he just has so much AoE damage, you're always going to hit S-Mine Carapace on him. And until he has BKB, there's like no way you don't get stunned by the Nyx, and then he can obviously follow through. Mana Burn is great against three.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time,
His lane
yeah, the lane is really difficult. That's the.
Do you think they might change their lanes because of that? Like put Darks, I don't know, like Darks here.
I really like the Viper pick for that reason.
It's very hard for them to lane right now. It's difficult. Maybe they'll just like sack his lane and hopefully they just bounce back with kills with track later on.
Can you put Nyx solo top and do like Sven Witch Doctor mid? With the threat of Bounty rotating in and the Darkseer offlane drawing attention to themselves. And then
Nyx still loses to Prophet though. That's the other issue.
Yeah. The reason I think Nyx is weird is because there's a lot of overlap with Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Which is good versus their heroes, but its strength, it weakens their overall.
The composition is not as good. Yeah. It's good versus enemies. Like it counters enemy heroes, but not sure about the composition.
It's a nice pose.
It is something new from EG. It is a best of 3, so I suppose they have the one-game flexibility. It almost does feel a bit reminiscent from when we first saw Sumail get his hands on the Timber Saw, and even in that case, he ran him in the safe lane a bit. It's just, I don't know what to expect. I wager this is the first time we'll see Sumail play the hero, so I'm very eager to see what EG do have in store for us. I wouldn't put past EG that this is something you were alluding to at the start of the draft, something that they have premeditated here, maybe specifically for Fnatic.
It just seems like such a weird opener and such a weird draft to go if it's not 100% prepared. Like there's nothing meta about that opening at all. Like Bounty Hunter, Darkseer, none of these heroes have been first picks. Maybe Darkseer situationally in some of the games we've seen here, but compared to all the other heroes that were in the pool, it's very, very unusual. And it's really interesting because regardless of the outcome of this game, there is no way the second game is going to be remotely close to this from EG's perspective. I think the draft, this is like one of those one-off you just burn. And then if it works, Fnatic are going to start completely revamping their first phase, or if it doesn't work for EG, you just go back to something more stable, I think. So, a little bit of a pocket strat, I guess you could say.
I mean, typically when we look at the numbers for EG coming into this, and of course this might be because they've been favoring a lot of like the Enigma and Jungle Farmers. This is a team that already through the Shanghai Major are #1 on GPN at the 15-minute mark, and also #1 and around #2 for last hits at 25 minutes, #1 net worth at from 5, 15, 25 pretty much throughout the whole game, and #1 in jungle farming. Doesn't really feel like this is going to be a lineup that's going to be able to do the same, but should be an interesting one nonetheless. It sounds like we are going to have a game, so let's send it over to our two fantastic casters over on the other side of the panel. It's Toby and Sin. Gentlemen, enjoy EG versus Fnatic.
Thanks a lot, Dakota, and we definitely will. Syndra, you're fantastic.
You're fantastic too, Toby. Let's hug it out.
It's nice listening to all you guys talking about the draft. Because I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Fnatic's draft and I'm feeling wonderful elements of push, stability in the lanes. The Nature's Prophet, we've seen him time and time again throughout the majors, and even before the majors, he's just everywhere, always supporting, always helping out. And EG, with what almost seems to be like we have to harass and then get instant pickoffs with the effect of the Nyx Assassin and the Bounty Hunter, I feel like EG have set themselves a really difficult task in this game.
It's, in a way, you could say that EG are under pressure to do things, but on the other hand, I also don't think it's that difficult to pull off the kind of chaos that they're looking to make in the early game. You already see they're going to invade the opponent jungle and secure this bottom rune. They might actually try to go for both runes. Well, they're going to stick around with 5 here, hoping for Fnatic to come contest a bit.
I want to watch where and see where Fear also puts his sentry wards, because they just planted that one observer ward right on top of the Radiant observer ward, and DJ's going to come over and instantly get rid of this. So EG's movement inside the jungle, or to watch DJ's movement inside the jungle,
stick around
is
with
going to be
here,
Bounty Hunter stalking this Chen left, right, and center. And we see which camps also Fear wants to block up. Normally you do just take out this easy hard camp, which is exactly what Fear's moving towards now. And he'll only commit a sentry for it.
Can
but
he
the
make
Chen
it to
doesn't
the
really
top
get...
camp?
Hmm?
I'm wondering if he can make it to the top camp
moving
before.
inside the jungle.
He's going to try to
He's
first
going to be Bounty Hunter stalking this Chen left,
I don't
right,
think Fnatic's
and
going to.
center. And we see which camps also Fear wants to block up. Normally you do just take out Is he this even easy really hard forced camp, to? Like, he's exactly up what Fear's against a moving Nyx towards now. Assassin. Like,
This
you
is
don't
a
really need to
sensitive
have
lane.
like that early salve thrown out to you, because you can just play aggressive in the lane anyway with 2 Shed Tangos.
Absolutely. This is such an easy lane for the Viper. He doesn't even need to be that scared of the bounty rotation, because I think those two together can't kill him. But if there's any additional hero brought in, obviously PPD would be the main choice, then you have kill potential. But he's busy up top.
Yeah.
Trading with Ohio and not really winning.
At least Ohio didn't have the tree and South, which with the Storm
might have
Bolt,
baited him in and
they
not far
used
enough.
both their stuns, and Ohio's got his own creep wave coming in. They don't have enough damage. Ohio will survive barely. Gets back into the safety. And he'll buy a TP scroll, but he'll have to walk all the way back to base to regenerate. And Fear, he is stalking DJ. He's not giving this Chen any kind of space. They actually battled for the D ward previously, as was showing up on the screen. But DJ tried to escape him by going up to that northern camp. And Fear's just keeping with him. And DJ will also have to go back. So this Chen, no early rotations coming out from him. And is that really like the big thing? Like, you've now got like mid one who's still having himself a pretty easy trade lane here with Sumail. Mushi's getting a lot of space on this Latrak on the bottom lane. Obviously it's never the easiest time because you're going up against Iron Shell Harass. And you can't really do anything about the Dark Seer. The lanes almost feel like so passive that Fnatic can't find an opening, because the Chen's just taken out of play.
I do think it's good enough so far for EG for sure with what they've done. Just pressuring the Chen out like this. Darkseer got quite a bit out of that bottom lane in terms of levels. He's going to find his level 3 at this hard camp now. And what I think we didn't see on camera was that Fnatic actually tried to kill him in the lane. They use Edict, they just start running him down with Latrak and Bane just hitting him, because they want to bait out the Surge and then Nightmare. And then ultimately they take him down to about half health.
Mid one, real trouble. Fear initiating in, and now he's going to have to actually consume up the very fire. The bottle will arrive, but he can't get the charge off in time. EG will take first blood. Ohio was coming down under the cover of that.
I really didn't think they would be able to get this kill with those two heroes. It's very impressive how Sumail has managed to play this lane so far. He's played it pretty evenly up against the Viper, and obviously has been able to set up just a little bit of damage before Fear rotates in, and it's good enough to be able to get that kill. And since this was the lane EG were supposed to lose, now that they got the first blood in that lane and Sumail is looking good on levels, honestly, this was the biggest concern for me for EG's draft early on, and they've overcome that part already.
When Sumail actually hits level 6, do you even want him to stay here in the middle lane, or is there someone else that should rotate into the mid? Is that like when PPD, for example, gets some space to get levels? Because it's very difficult to put anyone else in there up against the Viper.
Fear could also get his track that way. Lane in the mid lane, because, you know, him being mid...
Oh, Ohio, top lane, it started again. Well, the boys in the panel called it. Hits the invis into Iron Shell, and the damage started on Ohio, and all PPD had to do was walk out of the trees. And now that's 2-0 in favor of EG. Sumail falling very low in the mid to the attack from mid one. But not low enough. And mid one going all out aggression too. A 2-2-0 build coming out from this Viper. No points up in Corrosive Skin.
Yeah, that's why they could get the kill, actually. And now he's finally going to get a point. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't get one value point. I mean, sure, you're laning against the Nyx, who generally doesn't pose much of a threat, but it's still just, whenever he hits you a caster spell, just taking that, getting that slow in is really important.
That's just being a pain to Universe. He can't do this too much because he knows Fear was roaming around mid. Even with his haste rune, he's got to give a little bit of respect to that rotating bounty.
And this is what we need to keep an eye out for Fnatic. So we've talked about
mid
how
one. Oh, is he dead again? It looks like he's dead again. With a tornado.
He really is. There's a Prophet.
Started with a tornado. Prophet comes in too late, and he's so low on levels because he hasn't got that much out of the offlane. PPD's done a really great job of zoning out Ohio that you don't have that Wrath of Nature. You don't have Nature's Prophet rated TP in every single time. And when the attack comes in from EG, it seems to like always catch like mid one by surprise.
and picked off.
And it's just been difficult for Fnatic to seemingly help him. I'm a little bit surprised that the Bane hasn't. I think there's a bit of margin for error for him. The lane went so unexpectedly well. At least from my perspective, this might be EG's plan all along, and they thought they were going to just crush this lane. There's a little of he can make a mistake like that, and
in a way, it does create space.
It force rotation, exactly. It creates space. Fear is getting some very good levels. He's level 5 now in minute 7 on Bounty. If Bounty has a bad game, sometimes you see him getting level 6 around like minute 15, and that's just not going to happen this game.
But EG read it, like they know that Fnatic are going to be pushing in this top lane. Surprisingly though, they leave Arteezy up here, and with the Sprout they got pretty damn good vision of him. The Treants kind of stopped chasing Arteezy into the trees. He's not TPing out just yet, in fact he's wrapping around behind, and Sumail surged forward looking for a target sitting inside Vendetta. DJ dropping very, very low, the paralyzing cask as well. Mushi can't escape from this one. They back him back in again. DJ will drop Ohio. He was sent back by the Chen as the last ditch effort, and Ohio, he can't even do that. The body will be sent home to his family as Net. He's also now managed to grab the aggro of the creep wave, and he's got Fear hot in his tail. Janata's off cooldown. All they gotta do is just rip into Net. They may not be able to reach him though. Like the phase boots are there from Fear, but he doesn't want to trigger them.
Oh, he went phase. Yeah, you're right. Then maybe he could have reached, because they have the same base move speed, so he's actually not really catching up to the Bane. Or actually, they don't. But Bane has the arcanes. But anyway. EG get 3 kills. They do lose the tower. Did they deny it? They did not. So that fell to drain. So at least Fnatic accomplished that, but this early game is looking very, very grim for them. Sven is getting great farm. By the way, super play from Arteezy there. I don't think we highlighted that enough. How he quelled through 2 trees to find a flank angle and get in behind. Fnatic were not expecting that at all. So very big individual play from him.
And Fnatic were probably expecting they had full control. Like they managed to wrap around the town. They had creep wave on top of it. They weren't really seeing EG, but like, they're still playing up against double invis, this Nyx Assassin and Bounty Hunter. And again, here comes the gank. They go after DJ, and they'll find him. There's going to start to be track kills coming the way of EG, and the money will just start to skyrocket. Especially as they'll start pushing down buildings as well, because they still haven't taken a tier 1 tower. But you're 8-1 in, and you've already got a 2.5k advantage without taking a tower, and you're actually behind by 2 tier 1 towers. Just shows you just how much EG has gotten out of the landing phase and the following kills.
And when you see this unfold, which I think both heroes are actually good against Chen, so they really, in a way, set themselves up for disaster when they could have easily just adjusted the draft, kept the Prophet as a good opener, and just taken it in a different direction. Well, DJ is a very talented player. He can play so many different heroes and roles in the game. It doesn't have to be this kind of style.
Oh, they're using the tree to scout out Arteezy right now, so they're going to see him, but Arteezy pops the war cry, and the movement speed will allow him to outrun the rest of this Fnatic Smoke gang squad. TP support's coming in as well from PPD in case they go a little bit further. So all Fnatic can do is throw down the ward. But you're right, man. I think as you said it perfectly during the draft, Fnatic draft exactly what they've been doing previously. And like, if there's one thing we know about EG, as the tournament goes on, they learn more and more and more about their opponents and what they're going to do. Now, the sample size is a lot smaller for a group stage format like what we had for this major, but they seem to like instantly have Fnatic's number. PPD didn't even delay to go for that double opening. Like, he knew what they were going to get into and how they would execute it. And this Nyx Assassin pick is just, it's paid off after the Viper died. That was one thing that probably EG couldn't bank on, like the non-corrosive skin build. But now DJ, here we go again. Net's in the neighborhood. They need to try and save DJ, but they cannot do it. But they will see Sumail. The dust went out, so they both have a vision on Sumail as well as Fear if they can keep up with them. And Ohio TPs himself in a little bit further forward, but now the Sprite actually blocks up the rest of his teammates. They have to run around the tree line. And this actually helps Sumail to escape. Sumail actually carrying that quelling blade, so he's able just to get himself outside of the Sprout. And both Fear and Sumail expend the time of the dust and just walk away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It is so hard to play a lineup like Fnatic's with this early game that they've had. You've got to be terrified with going anywhere, and even inside your own jungle, you don't feel safe. We're 10 minutes in, and you can just tell that they're having a very difficult time making calls because they have no information to go on. There are missing heroes, but they can't even just ward and see their rotations to an extent.
This is what you actually brought to. Ohio with an observer ward TPs into the Roche pit so he can leech the ancient experience. This is You're not able to make any kind of plays. Like, maybe if the Viper actually had a better time in mid and you had a mech, then this 5-man push from Fnatic would be a hell of a lot scarier. Like, you wouldn't even want to go into a team fight if you're EG, let alone have the option to actually find pickoffs. But now they're going to go. Sumail finds a stun over on net, the follow-up from Arteezy. They get another one. Fear, he was trapped inside the Sprout for a short period of time. Again, they go with the dust as Mushi actually isolates Fear up near the Ancient. He's going to find that pickoff himself. As Ohio, DJ, and mid one, they're all chasing after a new target. A double stun from Sumail. Actually gives space for Arteezy to escape once again. So it ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade-off. At this point in the game, maybe you're actually happy with that as Fnatic.
Oh, you definitely are. You got the kill bounty on the Leshrac, so he almost gets a full Yule Scepter at this point. And maybe they can transition this into a mid tower. And this is the one thing EG need to be a little bit careful with, is giving them opportunities. If EG lose a fight, they lose an objective. That's just Fnatic's lineup right there. Treants, level 4, Diabolic Edict, Chen creeps, Pulse String. Chen's level 5, by the way.
With no Hand of God, I was talking about how difficult it is without the mech, let alone having a Chen who just cannot find his level 6 13 minutes into a game. And you can thank a lot of that to what Fear was doing. Like that bounty pick straight to the Chen, who cares about like D-push when you can actually stop him from ever reaching a point where he's got enough strength to push. It's also great for Arteezy the fact he's managed to slip himself past that. Like sometimes that was that danger point with the Sven where you weren't so sure with the helm of the Dominator if you'd be punished. But he's already got the Yasha up and running.
He is super farmed.
Yeah, he's sitting at 6.4k net worth 13 minutes in. He's very happy with his position.
And you're looking at it and you check the relative difference to Mushi, but then you keep in mind Mushi just got a 700 kill bounty for killing that bounty hunter. So just in terms of raw farm, the Sven is doubling him up pretty much. Sven has 119 CS, there's 64 on the Lash. But that's a pretty rare sight nowadays.
The money still goes to good use. Like you get a Yule Scepter now from Mushi. That's something which at least allows him to control up a hero during the team fight, dispel up that track if he's on it, or potentially set up for a Fnatic gank as well. Yule's into that split earth and just find a very quick pick. And there isn't anyone really on EG that's got a good escape from that.
I would argue Sumail is okay against it. Because you get Yuled and then you insta-carapace when you land, and then you at the very least keep yourself safe for a little bit of time and you stun up the Leshrac guaranteed if he tries to combo you at all. But apart from that, yeah, it's a good item on Leshrac in general. The one downside for Mushi though, he is so fragile. If he doesn't get to cast the Yules in the first place, he can just get blown up. Like Nyx's combo on him right now probably deals about like 600 or 700 damage. Leshrac sitting on 6 armor, Vendetta hits pretty hard. You just need a shuriken toss and he's dead.
I kind of want to watch Sumail very closely here. He's managed to pick up a double damage rune. And still hasn't used his Vendetta just yet. Fierce doing the scouting as Fnatic are moving around in force.
Very good ward.
It's basically a 4-1 at the moment because you still got that push going on the top lane. And Fnatic, now they actually dropped down the sentry ward. With the Chen army around the side, they've actually scouted out Fear. So they understand what's going on, but that ward, as he said, from EG, it sees everything. Ned initiated on. Can they find the kill? The Hand of God kicks in. Ned, he's going to Nightmare. Can't deny himself up. Being sent back by the Chen with the brain tap. He'll stay alive. The Jet ward not doing enough from PPD. And this is the best fight the Fnatic's had so far until the back wall from Universe. They've still picked up PPD. The double stun from Arteezy. They're not going to follow it through. Mid one and net, they're chasing over. And EG, they're just legging it out. They've had enough of this.
That looked like a fairly good engage from EG, but the Hand of God, a big save there onto the Bane, and allows them to TP back in the Bane and be fighting ready there. A lot of abilities obviously committed from EG for that opener. I think the one key tool that they were lacking to set up the fight the way they were looking for is a mobility item on the Nyx. There was no Blink Dagger, there was no Force Staff, either of those two, and they just blow up the Bane there and take the fight by storm.
Fnatic just smoked underneath the Dire Observer Ward in mid lane. They had 4 heroes right on top of that Observer Ward and smoke, and now they'll move looking for a kill, but EG is obviously very aware of this, and they're backing out. Fnatic are ready for the fight. A little bit more of an interesting position considering Mushi is the one carrying the dust, and not Net, who I'd assume would be the front liner. Maybe with the Yule Scepter you can understand it more for Leshrac.
It's just, well, they don't really have a good hero to put on. I think they should maybe put it on the Viper, honestly. Like you said, from a frontline perspective, that's the best, but if it comes to solo kill potential, you know that Mushi, if he just dusts the bounty, he will kill him alone. So that's the advantage there. I ran out of...
Yeah.
Oh? Okay. Alright, I'm not sure what's going on. We're okay. We're good. I'm just panicking over here. Don't worry
You're cool.
about me.
Relax, Cinder. We're good.
With that said, though, I probably should switch my batteries. So.
Oh, Fnatic, they're going on the mid lane. PPD being stunned up. Mushi actually didn't start with the Ult this time around. Used the lightning to slow down PPD, and this is what we're talking about with Fnatic, where all you got to do is just run yourself in, find yourself a kill, and then instantly take an objective after. Edict's on cooldown for the moment, and they still have to be a little bit cautious. They don't know exactly what Arteezy's managed to pick up. It's an S&Y, so there's no blink dagger for Arteezy, and in fact, he's getting close. Yeah, now he's actually visible to Fnatic, so they're very aware of it. But with the army of Treants, the Chen army behind him, and Edict coming back off cooldown, Mushi is still very defensive on the back line. He's refusing to show himself, while the tier 2 tower is slowly being whittled away. The fortification will wear off on Arteezy. They found Ohio. Sumail again the double thumb with the impel, but Ohio is protected by the knife for a moment and then back from Universe. Absolutely perfect. At least Spinoza will stop that death ward. The Fnatic are going to lose absolutely everyone in the mid lane. It's a double kill for Arteezy, almost a full team wipe, and it probably will be. Nyx Assassin's got the blink so he can catch up to Ned, and they will find it. A full team wipe up against Fnatic. EG with a great fight, and Fnatic, they looked good. They looked in a position, or at least a position they wanted to have, but EG just played it out so well.
Yeah, they were about to gain some ground. They almost took 5 towers now against only the 3 of EG. Considering how hard they got shut down early, I still think they're playing their lineup fairly well. But when it comes to these team fights, Universe is incredible on the Darkseer, obviously getting a great back wall there, and the blink dagger on Nyx has just paid dividends immediately after he got it. That was the second consecutive fight where he's just landing these just game-winning stuns as the opener. And it's so easy to just follow off for EG. The moment they get ahead in the fight, you just look at Fnatic's lineup. How are they ever going to team fight if they don't initiate? Like, if they lose a hero in the beginning, what's their response? Their only real damage in teamfights right now is Mushi. And he has 900 health.
Oh, Ohio. Fear. He found him. Does he have enough damage here? Obviously, you don't have like something like a Dag on him, but Ohio, he's running. He doesn't start the TP. He sprouts up Fear, who doesn't have a way to get out of the sprout. But Ohio, like, okay, he's holding on to his TP. Actually, will use his TP scroll as opposed to just the teleportation ability.
Yeah, good choice. Now they can try to make a play, because they got some information about the bounty hunter. He might teleport top and look for PPD. That's exactly what they're going to do. Very nice here from Fnatic. Should net them a kill. A little bit of layering of stuns here, or disable, but it's fine. Oh, Courier!
Yeah, that shouldn't be there.
PPD really wanted that 19-minute earn. Sumail have to wait.
Sumail's prepping himself for revenge. He's hiding in the tree line. He doesn't have any health, though. And there is the Radiant Sentry wall that just got planted down, so they're looking for the cliff ward. It doesn't exist, though. It's a little bit further down to the southeast, as well as one sitting in the mid lane. But it's a breathing space for Fnatic. Not a hell of a lot, because you've still got Arteezy freely farming across the map. Like, he picked up the S&Y just before that fight began in the middle lane. Now he's already got a Blink Dagger and another 2.1k gold on this Sven. He is a beast. Like, the amount of money he's managed to pull in, right now he's sitting at over 600 gold per minute. And same for the experience.
And this is when we start looking at win condition, right? How can Fnatic actually win this game? And
I can see how they can stall the game.
I'm looking for answers here of how to do it. It's kind of an all-in draft for pushing early, unless if you don't allow the enemy team to farm as much as they have. But when you're this rich on the Sven, you have all of this setup. They have so many stuns. If Fnatic want to win this late, they need to tailor their entire itemization around countering the Sven now. There is no other way. He's just that far ahead. EG are even on the Dire. They have Roshan advantage, and contesting the Roshan for Fnatic is so difficult against all of this invis. They just don't have information.
How could you counter the Sven though? Like right now, Arteezy could just like buy himself up a BKB and jump into the fight. They can't really stop that.
This could be an Axe Viper game, honestly, because there's one hard, like very strong core on the enemy team that you want to shut down. I think in those cases,
Viper will need to stay alive in order to actually get that kind of money mid one.
Dead one. Hey.
He's now died 5 times in the first 20 minutes. And
that's Roche too, I think.
Yeah, it should be. But they will have a trade-off. Ohio is pushing up the top lane a long way. I know you said like, talking about win conditions. I'm thinking like maybe if you get like a Blink and Hex over on Nature's Prophet, but like he's staring down the barrel of what? Like he's trying to decide if it's a Maelstrom or a Hand of Midas if you try and play catch-up in this game. Do you bank on the fact that you can split push with the Nature's Prophet hard enough that EG would be forced into a trade position every time they want to push high ground?
I don't see a good alternative right now to split pushing. I think if he goes for something like a Hex build, the same question just poses itself.
It's an Axe.
How are you gonna kill Arteezy?
It's an Axe. He just picked up the point booster.
It's good. Go for the split push style. It's your best chance. I still think I still have a hard time seeing them winning the game because of it. But it's if they want to keep themselves have a fighting chance, it is the way to go. Like 5 manning at this point, you're just flat out gonna get maybe not 5-0'd every fight, but you saw the tendency that was showing in the last fight. Yep. Now there's an Aegis. Sven almost has.
This is nice for Mushi, or is it? Oh, it's nighttime, so the first one's going to be revealed. It's going to be Samel. Those are the Spy Carapace. The silence will buy him a little bit of time. Mushi, he's just going to Fiend Script and Pulse Nova it down. And this is a nice kill for Lashrak. Another 614 gold injected into him. And that's actually huge for Mushi. Now he's only 400 gold away from completing up the BKB, which gives him the ability to stand during the EG fights. Apart from mid-one who's dead again. Oh. That didn't take long.
The BKB is the correct item choice, I think, but he can't stand in the middle of the fight. He dies to Death Ward and 3 Sven hits. Sven, that's the problem I was talking about. Sven is just that far. Mushi is...
Is he going to get out of this? He's going to TP out, but Arteezy around the corner, the Stormbolt! While it was thrown, he actually got stunned back inside the base. So the stun applied, but the TP completed. And it wasn't even one of those global Stormbolts that flew. Or else that stun wouldn't have been instant.
Yeah, Arteezy already used his blink. That's one of those moments where it would be nice to know if he overshot his blink or timed it perfectly, because that's like the difference between life and death there for the Leshrac if he did overshoot it.
Notice Arteezy's build as well. I was wondering if this Hyperstone would go into an Assault Cuirass to try and go for like... It's actually a Moonshard. Yeah. The second Hyperstone's flying up at the moment.
They don't really need the armor from AC right now. I think he just needs to... This is more... I actually don't know the math behind just raw farm, because obviously the minus armor allows you to clean up camps a little bit faster, but I would say this is the better economy and farming build probably is that Moonshard. And from a teamfight perspective right now, again, Fnatic, you either control this Sven constantly or you just lose heroes within a matter of seconds.
EG.
And we haven't talked about the vacuum combo with Sven either. There are some very famous moments in Dota with vacuum into Sven Cleave, vacuum into Stormhammer. I think the vacuum Sven Cleave that's very famous was the ultra kill that I can't remember who got it at. It was at the Thor. It was Fear who got it at Thor Open in 2012, I think. And then there was the vacuum Stormhammer at TI3 from Orange. So it's actually funny that those players are playing in this matchup that have some of the famous vacuum Sven moments. So EG. Maybe they're trying to remind Fnatic's players of what went down back then. It's a tough spot to be in. Sven's going to get another tower. Fnatic doing their best to split push though, and again, it is the approach, but I think this is when you're going to have to try to defend. You're not strong enough to trade.
Well, you're not really ready to defend though. Like Ohio still has his Rhymes of Nature down, so you're missing a huge amount of damage to start the fight off. You at least take the mid tier 2. And there's a lot of momentum applied towards the top. It keeps Nature's Prophet now 70 gold away from having his full Aghanim Scepter. So then, actually no, EG doesn't go in. Like, okay. You'd actually consider they would go all the way in. And stop that Prophet from going for the split push. Don't they feel stronger at this point in the game? Or is it still, you want to find the pickoffs with the Nyx and the Bounty Hunter? Like, you don't have that much confidence in your Sven without having like a big BKB behind him.
I think they might have gone high ground if the Aegis was on Arteezy. It's actually quite puzzling that it's on Fear. I don't know if that was a misclick when they picked it up, or if it was deliberate. It just seems like a very weird choice to put it on Bounty Hunters, to be honest.
It does.
So I'm going to have to go with that.
Net. Interesting engagement. Net's going to actually dust up Fear, and Fear's going to track up Net. As Net walks back over the rest of his team, Sumail blinks himself forward. They're just chasing after him. With the extra Dagon damage from Sumail, he has enough to find that pickup before Fnatic can really do anything. And
they got the track off. I think Chen's dead too.
They may even lose the Chen army on to boot. And DJ, there's Sumail right behind him. That movement speed. There's just no way to stop EG from chasing you down like this. And again, Ohio, like he's the only one that could potentially relieve the pressure of Fnatic by forcing EG to come back to the top lane.
Oh, this army is going to go down now. Sven actually using the God Strength for this. I think that might be a little bit of an overkill. There's no way of resummoning them for 20 seconds. And now they can't use the God Strength for high ground.
It might have been a misclick as well.
But I mean, it's not. It doesn't really matter that much. If EG's game plan isn't to push high ground yet, they could just use this to farm another wave.
It looks like they're going to try
efficiency.
They're actually going to battle against split push. Arteezy gets BTs over on this event, so he can come back. Ohio, top lane, Fear of the Sprout, but of course he still had the vision, thanks to the track. So Ohio has been doing the best he possibly can to keep that top lane pressured and EG back, but you knew it was going to bite him in the butt at some point. Especially when Mushi as well as Mid One now walk underneath the Dire Observer Ward into the Dire jungle. They're very, very visible. And Fear in Universe, yep, there it is, the Iron Shell over on Fear. Surging him in so he can catch up to Mid One. The Iron Shell damage starts over on Mid One, and he realizes he can't get himself away. Universe will come over, they got a double Iron Shell. That's a really good stun though, with a follow from Mushi, the lightning damage, but of course, you've already got the Greaves up. And Mushi has to BKB to get himself out of here.
Yep.
With the TP. That's it's kind of weird, like, I don't know what they were trying to achieve, moving those two big cores up into EG's jungle, just after they also lost their profit on that top lane.
They're getting desperate. They feel like they need to find something, and they're not wrong. That was probably not the way to do it. You know, the whole map is just so scary to move on. Maybe you want to try to move in pairs, just in case EG try to make a play with, say, the Nyx and Bounty together as the only two, because they've done that quite a bit. If those were the only two there, I think Fnatic turn around that and maybe get a kill or two, but they were just outnumbered. Awesome Mail has found Mushi.
Yeah, he's willingly taking the damage from Mushi as Mushi.
Oh, this is not good.
Does he know something? He just used his stun. They're chasing it down, and Mushi can't TP himself out. Like, obviously there's no BKB. His TP's on cooldown.
Alright, Mad
He actually
Jukes.
buys his Void Stone, and wait, did he lose Sumail in the trees? He lost Sumail in the trees. Sumail ran down south and thought he was there. Mushi just needs another 8 seconds, then he can...
Wow.
Then he can actually TP himself out. Sumail has actually juked himself.
I'm really surprised that worked, but Mushi's going to be very happy with that. Well, I don't know if he's going to be happy with that, because he doesn't even know what was coming. But
he felt something was wrong though. Like, he threw out the lightning. I don't know if he saw any kind of damage, because he didn't take any damage.
Illusion.
When is next Roche? We're looking at 1 minute until potential spawn time. I didn't notice the pop-up. I think it has been there. I can't even. I've observed so many games, and I still can't remember when it is that shows the Roshan respawn time. If it is when the minimum respawn comes, and then
it's easy to miss when you have like a whole bunch of items also coming up around the same time. That's why it'd be really nice if the timer actually showed the real time. It would spawn up for all our spectators.
I'll swim the BKB now. I was going to say, I really like the fact that Arteezy went for Boots of Travel, because it shows that EG identify and prepare for the worst case scenario. They know they're ahead. The only thing they need to secure is that they don't get caught with their pants down and don't have TPs to come back to base and defend against the Prophet. They're way ahead in terms of team fight, both when you look at their farm, but also composition. I would just say they're flat out better. And playing to their own strengths right now.
You can see Sumail trying to make an opening there. He blinked himself forward and triggered this by a Carapace, so he got hit by the lightning. Unfortunately for him, the rest of EG aren't really ready to go. Like, this bounty hunter isn't like what you'd see as like your classic bounty hunter looking for something like a blink dagger. Instead, it's like this phase boot drum Vlad's into BKB build over on Fear. He's almost playing this as like a one-position bounty hunter.
I think Fear plays one of the best bounty hunters right now. He has a very different approach too. You're saying in this game, but I think in general, Fear just plays the hero fundamentally different from other players. Yeah, like you said, carry type of build this game. I think he's one of the only bounty hunters to go phase boots, if not the only one. Most others get the arcane boots and play more of a utility role. He's looking for more fighting. In this game, it's kind of a no-brainer because it's just better to get the mech on the Darkseer, so perhaps with that in mind, it's a little bit easier for him to make the call. But he's just done so much for his team this game. He's found like solo pickoffs because of his item build. It's not something you generally see a bounty hunter solo killing off Prophet. Maybe that's the game plan from him. That my job this game, shut down Prophet, shut down Chen. I'll do it on my own if I have to.
And even if he doesn't just shut them down all the time, it's the fear of Prophet where he just cannot keep the split push going. And this allows EG to find themselves in a position where they don't have to be forced into a trade-off. Of course, Arteezy has gotten so much farm right now that not a lot's going to stop this. DJ very quickly TP's out. So he's out to safety. And his teammates pick up, he's trying to get the Vlads. But he's still a while off from getting that. They're waiting for Roshan. EG is so unlucky though, it's almost the max spawn time for Roshan. So they have to wait a very long time before they can kick in. In the meantime, Mushi, he's still farming up. He's a long way from finishing up this scythe though.
1400 to go. He might have it for EG's high ground push if they wait for the Roche. Currently, Arteezy's posing in a very aggressive position. Looks like he just wants to go in. Oh, good Nightmare.
Can they follow it up though? Not when Universe has 4-staff and Arteezy's facing the right way. But Fear's also in the neighborhood. They've got a full Chen army in here, but Arteezy, he's forcing the issue. You never know when Roshan's going to spawn up, but the top lane's not pushing in that aggressively. Like, it's on its way, but it's not that bad. So you took out the tier 3 talent. If you get the Aegis Immortal, your next push is going to be pretty good. And in fact, yeah, now they come back. Easy money for Arteezy. He's up to 383 CS, 31 minutes in on this event. He's going at 740 gold per minute on this event.
Please stay under 899 Arteezy.
From those
I think we can all agree that's the important thing in this game.
Hey, I need him to get more kills. According to my prediction, I had Sven getting the most amount of kills in the game. Obviously wrong.
He just needs to get another 22 this game, then he surpasses OD, so... If Fnatic want to give you a helping hand, they could beat him like 5 times in the round.
Fnatic would have to... Like, they would actually have to really fight back and like, kill Arteezy off multiple times in order to get this game back into balance. Like, because they're still, like, they're 21,000 net worth behind as well as experience behind. Now, Fear scouts out the Roshan's up, and Arteezy quickly jumps in. Samel's going for killer style build, a level 3 Dagon on this Nyx Assassin. So they really want to keep these pickups going. The only concern I'll have is that, like, if EG don't win the fight, that Fnatic could find themselves back in this, and you won't find that Dagon being as effective for Samel. But it looks like EG is undefeatable right now. With
it's
that
a very, 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 very big if they don't win a fight.
Watch the top lane.
I think Fnatic, once again, they need to play dodge as long as they can.
They actually broke the smoke. Like, those creeps were just about to die. They could have kept their presence here a secret and maybe caught off Samel when he does exactly this. TPs into the lane with no other help. But because they didn't have anyone and EG was down doing Roshan, maybe just Fnatic didn't believe that's where EG was. Or they thought one person would come back by themselves and be overconfident and get the pick and just move on. Either way, EG take Roshan for no trade-off. In fact, also burned a smoke from Fnatic.
And I think this is about the time when EG start prepping to end the game. You look for Arteezy maybe to finish off his Daedalus. If you want to play it really, really safe, you get him his buyback too, and then you just look to rolling. This time they gave the Aegis over to the Nyx. I think that's a very good choice. Sven, first of all, doesn't really have an inventory slot, and secondly, Samel can now go for these aggressive blink stuns, set up the fight, and know that he has that safety net around him.
I'm interested to see if Arteezy feels concerned enough that he saves for buyback, because he's got the money for a Daedalus right now, if he wants the whole shebang. And Witch Doctor's getting very close to his Aghanim Scepter, another critical item. They're just rolling in the money. And Ned's just waiting with his Chen army. He's been here for the last minute, hoping for an opportunity. And PPD is it. Ohio jumps in. There goes Shafine's grip. And Ohio, well, there's no damage from the Wrath of Nature, but they have enough physical to get through PPD. Only just, though. Like, that's how much effort you have to put into killing off the Witch Doctor. It's still good for Fnatic because they're able to slow down that Aghanim Scepter.
That kill right there really shows the state of the game and how little damage they have. This is a 35-minute Prophet that's struggling to kill a Witch Doctor in a full Fiend script with level 2 heal only. That wasn't even a level 4 Voodoo Restoration, so I guess he has some points and stats, right? But, yeah. But still, that's not what this kill should look like at this state of the game.
No.
There's the Daedalus, there's a Dagon 4. I like the gem pickup from Fnatic. Probably should have gone for it way earlier. I think it's one of the best items to buy if you're controlling the game very well, or if you're really far behind. It's all about vision to make the right educated decisions.
I can understand them not picking it up though, considering every single hero and every single lane was dying.
Yeah.
So the ability to maintain possession of that would have been very difficult. At least now they have some other things, like it's not just a gem. That Scythe of Vice is now completed. So Mushi will have himself the disable. And they're instantly looking for a target. They ping out this vent and they want to go for him.
He does have buyback.
But there's no blink on Mushi. So even though he's got this Scythe of Vice, he almost requires EG to run at him. And then just use that disable at an opportune time. Where's the rest of EG headed now? But obviously they still want to go through bottom lane. Like there's no tier 3 tower down here, so this is the best place for them to go. And they can leave this event on the top lane if they want to, but Arteezy's just legging it.
Yeah, I think it's go time now.
Which means it's Fnatic's defense time. that Scythe has to really play.
I wish them all the luck in the world for this fight.
Well, they're gonna
need it, I think.
The only buyback they've got is over on the Nature's Prophet. Actually, that's even worse because Arteezy, he can just buy back and BT back in if he wants to. Now the attack, Arteezy with a Storm Bolt, only at the mid one, but he is burst up with the Iron Shell mid one. The Hand of God cannot keep him alive. Arteezy is stunned up. They forced off him away to safety as PPD lets Death Ward rip a lot of damage into DJ, but no real kills. Mookie! 1399, he goes down. You got 1453 on that crit. Okay, you cannot repel physical damage of that magnitude. EG take the game 24-7 against Fnatic. And oh my, it took until that last little attack for Fnatic to actually admit this is over.
And realistically, if you look at the over the course of the game, it's felt like since minute 10, you had a good feeling that EG were winning this game, and around minute 20, it's just almost over. Like, Fnatic have to accomplish so much. They got quite a few towers, like we talked about, but they have to sacrifice way too many kills in the process.
Yeah. Guys, welcome back.
Hello.
Important thing in this game.
Hey, I need him to get... Obviously, they still want to go through bottom lane. Like, there's no tier 3 tower down here, so this is the best place for them to go. And they can leave this event on the top lane if they want to, but Arteezy's he's just legging it.
Yeah, I think it's go time now.
Which means it's Fnatic's defense time. That Scythe has to really play.
I wish them all the luck in the world for this fight.
Well,
they're gonna need it, I think.
The only buyback they've got is over on the Nature's Prophet. Actually, that's even worse because Arteezy, he can just buy back and BT back in if he wants to. Now the attack, Arteezy with a Storm Bolt, only onto mid one, but he is surged up with the Iron Shell mid one. The Hand of God cannot keep him alive. Arteezy is stunned up. They forced off him away to safety as PPD lets the Death Ward rip a lot of damage into DJ, but no real killers. Mookie! 1399, he goes down. You got 1453 on that crit. Okay, you cannot repel physical damage of that magnitude. EG take the game 24-7 against Fnatic. And oh my, it took until that last little attack for Fnatic to actually admit this is over.
And realistically, if you look at the over the course of the game, it's felt like since minute 10, you had a good feeling that EG were winning this game, and around minute 20, it's just almost over. Like, Fnatic have to accomplish so much. They got quite a few towers, like we talked about, but they have to sacrifice way too many kills in the process.
Yeah. Guys, welcome back.
Hello?
We didn't even leave. You didn't. You were dedicated people.
We've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Hey.
So
we watched the important part where Viper somehow died to a Nyx lane, and
three different times.
Which
we can really break this down, obviously, and I want to hear your opinion on the match, of course. Obviously, a bit of a struggle right there. Sumail will get his win with his debut in a competitive game as the Nyx assassin. So my initial question has to be for Midwanan in the mid lane on the Viper. What was the struggle with it? Is it an unfamiliar matchup he doesn't seem to be too familiar with, or what do you think it was, Winner?
I think he was just way too cocky, like disregarding the lane that went really bad for him. Like after the laning phase, he just died way too many times because he was just so far forward. Like he was just so far up the lane. He was farming, and there's a Nyx missing. You just don't do that. Like I don't know what's wrong. Maybe he felt like, oh, the lane went really bad for me. I have to catch up. I have to somehow take more risks. But it's just not the way the draft works. He needs to be farming and not dying, so play with the team. But then again, the deaths in the lane were like pretty bad too. Like the first death, I think the first bird, it was like he was in the lane and he was waiting for the bottle to come. Yep. And he was still farming when he was like, I think 1/3 of HP. And I think you guys mentioned that he went for a very aggressive build. He didn't even have 1 point in corrosive skin. So he just got impaled by Nyx and he just died because Bounty was waiting nearby.
And Sumail is going to realize that too. Yeah. That's the thing. It's super easy to identify that the enemy doesn't have corrosive. You cast, you hit him, anything, and you see, oh, I'm not getting corrosive skin. Come on, Fear, let's kill him mid. It's such Viper is such a hard hero to gank when you max corrosive. When you don't even skill it a single time. He's actually less tanky than I think your average mid hero. So it's just
maybe
so
not
easy.
maxing, but at least have
one value point.
Some Nyxes don't like it because you get auto carapace in fights. Because Nyx just hits the Viper and then you always get corrosive. So you sometimes don't want to pick it up, and then like, oh, okay, if a Witchstalker comes is a super easy impale after the carapace. So I can understand it, but then you have to dial back your play because you don't have the defensive ability that Viper is known for.
Yep. I think the second thing that went wrong was also like DJ on the Chen. He went to like the game started, so he went to the Ancients area to grab the kill, but Fear was already there. Like Fear just totally followed him. Like he guessed where he would be, and he just had to walk back to base at level 1, and that was horrible. The Furen had to walk back to base because he got harassed. Witch Doctor stunned, Sven stunned, and went back to base. Chen had to walk back to base because of one bounty hunter. So basically, at that point, the game was already really, really bad for them.
What's your read on picking Chen for Fnatic in that game? Is it overconfidence? Do you actually think it's good sometimes against Bounty Hunter, or is it just a red flag? You don't get it at all.
I think they are not really worried because I think we discussed this on a panel before because of the new jungle where it's harder for the bounty to find you because you have a lot more camps and you have a lot more chances to avoid the bounty, which was not the case this game because you just got followed by a bounty from the start to the mid game. So I mean, it was just something that they would play. You know, they're very comfortable with this sort of play, so early aggression. It was just unfortunate that EG were the team that understood how they need to win the game, and they did the right moves, and they found out the farming patterns of DJ this game.
Got to give a lot of credit to Fear. Cinder was also giving him props for his Bounty Hunter. This was his 15th career performance on the Bounty Hunter, sporting now a nice 13-2 record, so he certainly knows what he's doing with it. On the note of bullying, though, and Scant helped point out this situation, I want to know your guys' take on it. Midwan, as we know, is a new fresh face on the scene. This is his second LAN performance, but it's his first time technically in front of a live audience. His round at Star Ladder was only in the group stage, so there was no live audience there. Do you think we could put it past EG that they could exploit something like that? They really did bully him in the mid lane, maybe trying to get into the psychological kind of a game?
I remember when they had Ketchik, they also put him on Viper something. I just don't think Viper is... Because he's supposed to be their like flashy mid player. You'll almost never see Sumail play Viper, just because that's not what they want from their mid role. And I think Fnatic, I can understand why they want it. They want someone who's tanky, who can contribute to the push, maybe be on towers, carry a mech, so on and so forth. But like that's just not what they need from him. I think when you have someone with that high of individual skill, you want someone who can do cool stuff.
So what would you rather see them give Midwan for maybe game number 2? Obviously,
his TA was really
flashy,
good.
But
even Invoker, if you want to fit in a push strat, like a core that might work better with push strat like Chen and Furen, probably Invoker. But then again, I just think that his play this game has more to do with his individual attitude, and he was being way too cocky rather than the hero being a big issue this game. I just felt like he died way too many times because of his own fault.
Got to also give a lot of credit to Universe in this one. It's no surprise to see him once again on his Darkseer. This guy has played Darkseer now 162 times. When you compare that to his second most played, it's Clockwork at only 88, so nearly double on top of that. Next closest Darkseer career high is Trixie, ironically, who's from Fnatic, who has 110 games with that. So, also, the fun little hidden synergies was something you said to me during the game, Winter, that EG were able to pull out. In one particular case, about 15 minutes in, Fnatic did find their first promising fight, but EG, with the benefit of having Track and Warcry, they just sped their way out from that fight, and were able to disengage so well. So, PPD, man, he's a man who's kind of looks at the draft on many levels to see those hidden little synergies.
Yeah, it's not only that, like they actually bought the Sven online much earlier because of the Darkseer. Like he's normally very tanky, it was like, okay, we'll just ignore him. But he have an Ion Shell in your face and you can bring them to the Sven with the vacuum. Like it makes your team fight much stronger. He was able to fight before the Blink came out because of this, and that 1T1 push where they had on top, and he just destroyed them.
Yeah, this was the fight, right?
This was the fight, yeah.
This is such a good individual play, though. Like he quells, then he quells again, and you can tell DJ is not ready for this at all. And at this point, when Arteezy gets this flank and they come in from the bottom, this is just an absolutely beautiful display of decision making from EG. I think this was the coolest play of the game.
Is this also the overconfidence from Fnatic? Like they're pushing down a tier 1 tower when EG seemed to have all the skills ready to fight them. And it was before Fnatic even had Hand of God as well.
It's more desperation.
I think they have to do what they're doing because if you have this lineup and you're not pushing, then you're just like what seems like 10 minutes in the game, they know they are probably in a really, really bad position if they don't do anything. This is even the point where we thought they were actually GG after that 5-man wipe against a Bounty Hunter.
But there was something. Fnatic weren't the easiest team to kind of shove over. Yeah, it's easy to kind of throw out the casual GG when the first 10 minutes seemed so bleak for their lineup especially, but they did kind of hold on for a bit. What was the credit that Fnatic were able to kind of at least force EG to go a little bit the extra mile to finish things out.
I mean, will you guys think that the Prophet was the only one buying time for them?
Yeah, they had split push, but then they bought 2 BOTs, and then it was...
Like, no one else was actually doing anything apart from the Prophet?
I don't know if they could. Like, that's the problem. Like, the map had completely fallen apart at that point in time.
But overall, I think it's like a really big difference in the two teams. Like Fnatic, they kind of continue what they were doing in the group stage. Rely on the Nature's Prophet, rely on the Chen, and EG have a draft specifically tailored to this opener from Fnatic, and something that they haven't done before, and they just walked all over Fnatic because of that.
Yeah, but one thing to add for your previous point where you talk about the Sven becoming really strong this game, I think they picked the Sven into a really good position. I felt like we discussed this before on the panel when the enemy picks Prophet. One of the better carries to have is the Sven in the lane because you deal with the Treants really well, and you can help the support because you have the War Cry. Because usually the off-lane Prophet bullies the support so much that it's very hard to zone him out. But this game, because you have the Sven, the lane becomes much better against the Prophet.
So let's talk about how Fnatic should be approaching game number 2 now. Do we recall who had first pick for game number
Fnatic?
1?
Fnatic
did take first pick. I don't know if we saw if it was a coin flip decision on that or not, so we expect possibly EG to take first pick. Maybe we'll see Fnatic find themselves on the Dire side at that point. How do you approach the draft at then?
I think EG take Dire.
You think EG will take Dire?
Yeah, it just seems to favor them in every single matchup that they get it. They play so well around the Roshan, and just the amount of pressure that they can indirectly put by just having that on their side of the map. So I would guess so. If they do choose a pick order, I'm wondering if they would choose second pick over first pick in that case and just look to hard counter that first pick of Fnatic. Like in this game, they give Prophet away, they counter Prophet with 2 picks, and they also countered their expected second pick in one swoop there. I thought that was a really great opener. Maybe they could do something like that again.
We agree, gentlemen?
I think maybe approach a slower game.
Slower game?
You mean for Fnatic?
For Fnatic, just because you mentioned like when we were on the group stage panel, their strength is their early game in their lanes, but I think versus EG, they're just not that prone to getting just all their towers swept in the early game, especially with the draft. You'll like always draft team fight, and then if they go greedy, he'll draft more greedy. If they go more push, then he'll draft more team fight. So I think like Peter doesn't really commit too much to the draft, and it's very reactionary. And because of that, I don't think he'll catch him off guard with the push strat. And I think they actually played very well against Alliance in the series, where they had a couple of better scaling cores and were able to farm and not feel pressured.
Aside from seeing just an obvious new pick like the Nyx Assassin for Sumail, is there anything about EG we're seeing that we haven't seen from them before, past MDL or back to Frankfurt, the way they play the game, the way they approach it? Or does this seem like just EG continue to have the best game sense right now, the best way to kind of, use the meta in their favor?
I mean, from the first game, I think we can see quite obvious that EG drafted good lanes. Again, because like I mentioned many times before, Fnatic's strength is in their lane. So if you play against them, you need to have good lanes. When you win them in the lane, you beat them in the lane, it's very hard, usually for their drafts to come back. So I think EG will probably go back to that, and just maybe like what Cinder mentioned, pick Dire as well, so you win your lanes and you have Roshan. I mean, the game should be fairly easy if you are EG in that position.
Just being on Dire doesn't always get you the win, though. I believe it was Nahaz who tweeted out that
that'd be nice.
That Dire's biggest success is also in conjunction with the fact that it had first pick on Dire as well. And we saw a bit of that in the last series where Radiant won the first 2 games and they had the first pick in that case. So that's not always the case. We could see EG decide to opt for the first pick instead.
Does first pick have a higher win rate than Dire, is the question then?
That's a fantastic question, and I'm sure we'll get an answer to that in the near future. But we actually have a draft ready to go for game number 2, so we'll see if Fnatic are going to be able to hold their own and take this to a 3-game stretch, or will the boys in blue be able to breeze past Fnatic and secure themselves into the top 6?
I mean, that's a good adjustment, because Bounty Hunter was definitely a huge problem for them the last time. It affected their lanes. It disallowed them to play the way they want to play, so it's a good adjustment from the first game. What did they actually remove in the first game instead of the bounty?
Faceless Void.
They removed something else, right, in the first game.
Figured it'd be something Fnatic would have, gandered at that recent game, but they opted instead to ban out the Bane instead. We know it to be PPD's most picked hero and most successful hero, but can't help but agree with you that Witch Doctor seems to be the prized pick here for EG if they want to go for it. But no, they opt for the Vengeful Spirit instead.
more damage, more Roshan control. But the Bane might be a signal that, because if you ban Bane, it's because of the Bane Mirana combo. Like you don't want to give them those two supports together, and it might signal that you might want to go Enchantress, because I've seen EG use this combo specifically against Enchantress. But I'm not sure whether they want to go for it this game, because Venge is Venge plus 1 carry can kill the Enchantress really easily.
What's a good mid hero to set up for an arrow against Invoker? I was thinking OD, that would just be the obvious
Ember
choice since it's
with
banned.
the chains.
The Ember could work. I guess change level 1 is a little bit difficult.
Usually they just shoot the arrow, right? They are not going to rely on someone to set it up. Or
very good here against Void in lane. In general, actually.
What do you think about Clinks for EG? It's something they have ran alongside the Void in the past. They have found good success with it. 2 games, at least in this tournament so far, only a 1-1 record with it.
I think it's very good. Good for Roche. They should have their safe lane pretty much secured now that they see that support duo. Earth Spirit Disruptor can't really aggressive tri-lane at all or put much pressure on him. So he can just free farm that Clinks. Most likely, because of that, they can leave Mirana to full roam. Won't need to help the safe lane whatsoever. Just Clinks Venge is an incredibly strong lane against most offlaners. I would think that would be a really good pick.
They like Sven a lot more though.
Yeah, Sven plus Void, we've seen that combination. Even though we talked about how it doesn't synergize very well with the Sven, you want to be right-clicking, but at the same time, it's just you chrono the other heroes that the Sven is not focusing, so they can't save the heroes.
And he can still combo with the mid laner as long as there's a good burst here. And what a lot of people say also is, obviously the direct synergy doesn't seem to be there, but even the setup of the Chrono, if you lock a lot down, allows the Sven to reposition and get a good target for the Stormhammer, and then, be able to kind of do work. Plus Sven fits the blue theme for EG, but it is going to be the Clinks.
Good. It's just their standard pick. Yeah, really common for EG. It's just very good lanes, very good carry, good with the Chronosphere, good for Roshan, like Cinder mentioned. It's just basically mostly good for everything that revolves around the dire position they're in right now.
I'm wondering how Fnatic actually shut him down. Because if this Clinks is on the safe lane, that you Earth Spirit rotate him, but that means...
They can't shut him down.
It means your offlaner has to have some level of kill potential.
The strongest lane I can think of from the offlane right now is like probably the Ench, but Ench is not even that great of a pick against Clinks because of the Strath.
Not at all.
Strafe. So... I mean, that's the only hero that I can think of right now that can pressure a lot. Okay, this hero doesn't pressure. It's good for teamfight, but it doesn't pressure the Clinks at all.
It's a really bad matchup for Phoenix in lane. Clinks deals so much physical damage against the hero with no armor.
Good luck with that.
You take like a level 1 Clinks with Searing Arrows deals like 80 or 90 damage to you per hit, and it's difficult for the Phoenix to deal with that. I think this shows a little bit about Fnatic's mentality going into the second game, is that, okay, we need to... Our previous strat obviously didn't work. What have we played that worked in the past? Ohio had an outstanding Phoenix performance in one game. They think even if he doesn't have a good lane matchup, he can probably still shine and feel confident in the game at the very least.
Yeah, going more teamfight composition of Cinder. They have Earth Spirit, they have Magnetize, they have Disruptor, they have the Egg, so it's like they are taking a different direction right now. This game, we'll go for more teamfight. We know that it's very hard to outmaneuver EG in the laning phase, so they're trying another approach.
The downside is the Egg is very killable for Clinks with Strafe. It's one of the better heroes at killing off Phoenix early on. That the lanes are gonna... That it's gonna be similar to last game, they're just gonna lose too much in the early game, which is weird, because we were talking about Fnatic's strength being playing the early game, but
they're scared to play of the early game. They're scared to play of the early game, so it's a really big sign that this is not good.
There's a lot on the shoulders of the Earth Spirit. I think if he doesn't have a good early game there...
Oh, they banned out the Nyx too? Jeez.
Good hero against Phoenix. It's actually a pretty good next game, to be fair.
I think Puck would have been a lot
good
better
versus
though.
the Earth Spirit, you don't get gang easy, good versus the Phoenix.
Yep.
Yeah.
Puck's very good.
But they just got destroyed by it last game. But still, that's not a good mentality.
Yeah.
Not that much synergy with the Void either.
You're not giving a very positive outlook towards this game. It's like, okay, Fnatic mentally already lost this game.
That's what they're reflecting, like what we can see from the picks. Although, like the way the team is approaching the draft tells a lot about what they're thinking, their state of mind.
It's just very concerning for Fnatic fans.
It's really concerning. But right now, EG finishes up with another initiator. I think generally I always talk about this when you have a Void, you want a second hero that can initiate, so it makes it easy for the Void to land that big chrono. Because if Void is the only one jumping, it's harder for him to get a good chrono.
It feels like EG's got ways to attack on multiple angles. Like if this Clinks comes in from behind with an Orchid, the Disruptor's take it out of the fight straight away.
He's going to roam very early, because there's going to be a point where Clinks reach level 6 and he's going to run down the middle lane, bottom lane where Disruptor's trying to get his against level 6, and he's going to repeatedly try and pressure him.
That's
That is
actually a
gonna
good
be
point. This
very concerning.
This could be an Orchid Clinks game, but I think the Deso is still the better choice, especially when you're on Dire. If he has a good start, it's a way more snowbally item from an objective perspective, Roche getting towers, whereas Orchid is more from a kill perspective. But I think they have enough in that department already.
I don't really think they need the Orchid this game. They already have time dilation too. I think it's kind of a fake silence. It's already good enough for a Spirit Invoker. And then he has Strafe to deal with Phoenix, so it's not a big deal.
They need a very strong carry though, like a team fight carry. Not sure what Mushi will play. I mean, in the past we've seen Medusa with Phoenix, because I feel like they need some tank. I'm not sure what hero is the best here. It's very hard to pick. They need a very tank hero, a frontliner that can participate in team fights.
At what time though, like you're thinking the team fights are going to begin? Because they'll kind of dictate the hero.
When Clinks starts roaming around, when Batrider gets his blinks up.
So you couldn't go something like a Spectre, it would be too late then.
A Slark though will be grab.
It's not so good.
No, actually, he gets owned by Void.
Like Void owns Slark.
He's good versus everything else.
It's good versus bad.
Good versus Mirana.
Yeah, but Void can take care of him, and Klink's early game, because Klink's tempo is faster than the Slark, so this is a bit concerning.
It at least gives kill potential on that safe lane. Like a glimpse back into a pounce, maybe you can actually punish the off lane. But then again, it's a Void off lane. Like,
The Mirana factor is going to come in for sure. He's going to be roaming and trying to put pressure on the lanes.
Can't help it. It's a lot of pressure on both the Mirana and the Earth Spirit, these heavy, aggressive early gamers, to be able to achieve that aggression and dictate the pace for the rest of their team. Let's hop in now. It's game number 2, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. We'll send it over to our casters now. It's Toby and Cinderin.
Yeah, let's get it underway. EG. With one game in the bag, you could have a lot of confidence, and then you pick a lineup which gives you initiation galore. It gives you huge amounts of team fight and gives you really great rotations early on as well. It feels like EG's in a very comfort zone and in the driving seat as well.
I like their draft a lot this game, and as we already talked about, it seems like Fnatic are a little. I don't know if scrambling is fair to say that, because they lost one game. It's not like they're just completely out of it, but EG are definitely looking to take a strong early game once again, and Fnatic need to make plays. Similar to the last game, they put themselves in a little bit. They put themselves under pressure that they have to do things, and that's not a problem if you execute it very well. But last game, that was not really the case.
Yeah, maybe this game they can find something else. Like starting off with the double bounties would be a nice way to do it, where they can contest for bottom and just Ohio can go for this dive on top. PBD's kind of waiting for it, and Fnatic have very good vision. They've already got the Observer Ward down watching the top rune. And Universe, I don't know if he feels that cocky. He wants to make a play for the mid, for the bottom, but he won't, and neither will the Phoenix. Ohio isn't even going from like
arrow
dive spot. I think
that was really, really close to giving Universe the rune actually, because Invoker had to sidestep away from that rune. And Universe could have maybe sniped it, but it's one apiece.
It is. PPD also no aggressive ward up on this top lane. Kind of want to watch where we actually get our dire observer wards in this game. Because right now there's one on Universe and there's one on Fear, and both have not been placed. So Fear will throw down the first one, and looks like he's just going to throw it up on the cliff side to start with. So no need to block up the Ancients, but he wants to make sure he understands exactly what's moving up towards this top lane of Fnatic and what's happening with those side camps.
And he can just farm their big camp with arrow. He just killed the big hellbear.
Feels like Ohio's up a little bit too far here.
It feels like Sumail is in trouble. He's actually really in trouble here. Should be dead. One more hit.
Yeah, they're able to get it. Fnatic, they needed something. That's a good start. But Fear with a point-blank range arrow. He gets an instant rebuttal kill. But it's still a good thing you brought down your Batrider. The Batrider, however, already had bottle, so maybe not really delaying him with that many items. And then you also give solo experience to your roaming Mirana. Like, that'll be of a little bit more of a concern for me.
But they get mid one a full level advantage on Sumail and mid, and that's very big. This is a matchup we've seen played previously where the Batrider just took control of the mid lane. I believe it was S4 against Tata. The game was different the way it started out, but it still definitely showcased that Batrider can win this lane, and now it's very difficult for Sumail.
Nice little vision there from PPD. Actually scared about the fact that Ohio is rotating over to the mid lane. So he's already moving off the top lane, doesn't feel like he can be part of it. He's not level 2 yet, he's short by 4 points. So he can't even actually give like the extra damage from the Fire Spirits. Now Fear's making a break for the 2-minute rune. That looks like exactly what Ohio is trying to capitalize on. Fear comes down too far. He's still got that level 2 member, so Leap is available for Fear, but they get the kickoff, they boulder forward, and Fear, he can't escape from this. The Tornado, he'll die from the fall. And mid one, well, he already had a level advantage, now he's also got a kill to add to his name. Net might be in a little bit more trouble though with Sumail. There's 3 sticky napalms on Net, but the movement speed currently is a little bit ahead of Sumail, so this Firefly is not doing the work. And Fnatic, they're not rotating off the mid lane to help him out. Universe time walking off forward, as now they do find that kill, but Ohio, now he's got the Fire Spirits mid one looking to punish up on Sumail. Fear throws out the arrow and hits on Ohio. He's got nowhere to go apart from down. The Fire Spirits made a little bit more of a slower death, but still a death nonetheless.
And just when I was about to say that this is a very good start for Fnatic in the mid lane. Well, maybe it is after all.
The ball forward from DJ.
Yep.
You wanted good rotations from DJ, and already he's been involved in all 3 of the kills of Fnatic.
He's definitely finding the openings he needs to. I don't think you can get more than a kill per minute in the first 3 minutes as Earth Spirit by being in one lane. So this is about as good as it gets from DJ. And the way he killed Fear before, by the way, if you noticed when they rotated the Phoenix over, great understanding of how to make that kill. You get a very quick stun off and you roll instantly after, and even though Fear gets the lead off, he gets hit by the boulder afterwards. And
a downside for Fear, he took 3 minutes before he planted that observer ward and it got instantly de-warded because he was being watched by the Earth Spirit as he ran back out. So the vision of EG is really not that great. They don't understand where this Earth Spirit's coming from. They lost the observer ward as well that was watching over the ancient area. Both of the 2 observers of EG were very quickly moved off. There's still a Vision. Mid one, maybe Vision won't help him, however. There's a nice kick from the Earth Spirit, but mid one, Tornado can't buy himself enough space. We're still underneath the Firefly of Sumail. And EG with just a good rotation, and again, Fear showing his presence across the map.
And this is what Winter was talking about in the panel with mid one in the previous game, that he seemed a little bit cocky. He was very far up in that lane, I think. Of course he wants to go for the farm and try to pressure, but
this is a little... Yep, there she got the glimpse off. His time walk out won't be working. With they got the kill. Back underneath the tower. Faces forward, try to consume up the Fairy Fire as quick as he possibly could, but it just wasn't enough. And that's a big kill. That's Slark getting some momentum. Mushi actually playing something, and he needs it because Arteezy still had free reign of this top lane. Phoenix has had no impact on Arteezy whatsoever.
Dire's bottom tower is
Arteezy will be going for the Aquila Soul Ring, very standard opener on him. Getting the level 6 in a creep, and like we talked about on the panel, probably looking to rotate fairly early and make some plays with the other heroes. There's so much good setup for him. And they could give the safe lane to PPD at that point and give him level 6. Maybe even give the Void a bit of catch up there if they wanted to. See what they choose, but it's coming up soon, that's for sure.
They're actually putting Fear very visibly in the lane. I thought Fear would actually play a little bit more from the shadows. Like try and come in from behind Ohio and get that arrow in on. Like even if you're fishing and just doing it from the fog of war during this nighttime phase. Okay, there we go.
Characters. Yeah, now he's going to look for the angle. Oh.
That arrow is a little bit more obvious though when he has to angle it deep, like more into the middle part of the lane.
Dire's middle tower is being attacked.
He's already going to leave. Rotates towards the mid. Sumail, he's got himself a haste rune at level 6. He definitely wants to find a kill, but it's also the movement up towards the top lane. Net, he's got a level 2 glimpse. They do need the vision over on Arteezy with the dust to manage to get it. As they ball up, but straight past Arteezy, he'll still be glimpsed back over towards the fight. So Arteezy no way to fight this one. Maybe with a Dark Pact, he's just going to kill him Ohio before he dies. So even going down with a ship.
That presence of mind though.
Middle lane, Sumail dragging back mid one into the Arrow of Fear. They need the extra follow-up stun coming in from PP deep with the 1 charges and then into Invis. Mid one will survive.
They actually stacked their stuns way too much there, I think, EG. A little bit of a misplay. Could have maybe resulted in a kill. And he didn't have mana for Firefly, it looked like. Or it was on cooldown for Sumail, so that bit of damage was missing as well. Very important for mid one to stay alive there. Now he needs to be careful not to get... okay. Fear thought he was going to sidestep and respect it. Mid one doesn't care.
No, so he just turns around, throws out with a cold snap. The time to leap away from Fear. DJ continuing with the rolling boulder, and Fear, he's got another arrow in 3 seconds time, but there's no follow-up to this. In fact, right now, PPD looks like he's preparing to go up on Ohio. You've still got Icarus dive away, Arteezy running in, but the Sentry Ward reveals the movement, which means the Magic Missile still will hit Ohio, but it's back underneath its own Tier 1 tower in relative safety.
Now that we're looking at the top lane, I think RTZ now being level 7. Interesting skill build, by the way. I don't know if this is standard. I feel like it's not.
A 1-2-3-1?
Yeah. Most of the time, at least, the classic build is to max searing arrows. That's 100% sure. I don't know if this is a new trend where you get more points in skeleton walk just for the move speed to way easier cross the map and look for picks. Give the opposing team less time to react.
The dust is over on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that looked like miscommunication. They have to roll in DJ and use dust there, and then they can set up for a glimpse, but...
Because the observer ward is also so shallow, they don't see PPD. Like, we just hit the daytime, but the observer ward line is still cuts around, and now PPD will actually reveal himself. But it's all a little bit too late. The Fnatic support's moved off the lane. And EG, like, okay, this time around, like, the last time I saw a fight like this, in game 1, it was Fnatic who looked like they had the confidence, and then a great little move from Arteezy did the work, but I'm looking at Universe going to pick up a TP scroll. He's got Chronosphere available. You have a Blink Dagger now over on the Bat Rider, just under 9 minutes into the game. Is this when EG defend and catch Fnatic down?
Well, they need a little bit of time to regen with Sumail, but after that, I do think they're good to go. They will not be conceding this tower. That would surprise me. They can just TP on the tier 2, smoke up, and look for a play here.
He's actually hunting the mid lane instead. But he also has a TP to come and join the fight. But his okay.
Top lane is definitely the lane to keep an eye on. This is the most important fight of the game so far.
Here they come.
If EG get to engage here,
they're actually going to walk through Fnatic's observer ward, so Fnatic may feel a little bit more confident about this as Sumail. Into the Firefly he goes, and he's already found his target. It's going to be Ned. Universe can attack into him. Remember that Chronosphere is still available. Tornado's flying in. It's a low one, but a little bit off target. The EMP may do a little bit more work, however, as Universe leaps himself out of it. Ned, he can't walk away, or can he? He's still on the run. The flame break, it pushes him back. He will actually burn down from this, and the Chronosphere kicks off, controlling up mid one. The Invoker's down, but Mushi, he's coming in, the highest net worth carry on the field right now. But Mushi, he's still all that money cannot let him win this fight. EG will take 4 heroes against Fnatic, and it's happening again. It is full deja vu. They see the vision on DJ that they cannot get the sun off in time. So not a full team wipe, but still a 4-for-1 trade-off. Klinks being the casualty of EG.
That was so well played by Universe, that fight. He holds his chrono for so long. It's very tempting just to chrono the Disruptor and be like, okay, let's be done with it, get that kill, maybe just reset and get out and be like, okay, we were hoping for something better, but at least we defend our tower and get that pick. He waited, and then he waited a little bit longer, and then he manages to chrono the Invoker. The egg is isolated, very easy kill for Arteezy with the strafe, and they just end up taking that fight by storm. 4-for-1. They don't get a tower though, but one good enough.
It feels again like Fnatic just fighting a little bit earlier. Only now do they give Net the space on bottom lane so we can have the static storm. Could have made a big difference, like in that fight. Fnatic again, they knock on the front door, and EG just reject them. But you do have a lot of money over on Slime. For everything that's happened, Mushi has still caught a lot of cash out of that bottom lane. Sitting at his 4.5k net worth. He's about to have to use it all over again as EG. Well, there goes your dust. They see Sumail. They may not have known he's in the Invis route. Now the arrow flies in. Hits on DJ. The Magnetize. It's not enough to kill off Sumail.
I don't think they were expecting them to just dust there and go for the bat, but they were prepared in case that the play came out, and that's what's important. They're always ready for the next step, and just playing some really, really solid Dota here.
They understand the rhythm of Fnatic is probably the easier way to say it.
Yeah.
But EG now, like, okay, so you've taken some wonderful engagements. You're now over 2,000 in golden experience in front of the game. Your rotations are working beautifully. Your Chronospheres have been perfect. Where do you go from here? Like, do you look at the Roshan? Is Klinks getting to a point where he can pick that up? I do see the medallion over on Arteezy. Or do you even need to do that? Like, you've still got 3 tier 1 towers up on the field for Fnatic, and you've got a Klinks on your side. And it looks like it's going to be a gank to start with. Sumail inside the, actually the Moonlight Shadow, so they're not even using the smoke at this point. They're trying to get closer. Mushi had his ulti pop off for a moment. That's kind of revealed what's going on, but now he's back in the lane. He's the most obvious target, Sumail into Firefly. He has the blink, but that won't actually close up enough distance. In fact, he just blinks over and starts farming. So this movement of EG and the commitment of the Moonlight Shadow doesn't have any real rewards. And in fact, Fnatic actually dodge it and then attack into the mid-tier 1.
And they counter ward this high ground ward as well in mid, or not high ground ward, but just the one at the stairs. start to put some pressure, and this gives space for Mushi top. So a good dodge from Fnatic. Very curious to see which direction Mushi takes his build this game, by the way. He has the gold for Blink. Hasn't bought anything yet, so assuming it's going to be a Shadow Blade in this case. His solo kill potential is not that great against quite a few of these heroes. He can't kill the Void. I don't think he has what it takes to kill the Clinks if he has Death Pact running. I'm also not sure he can solo the Bat Rider just yet, but just setting up the team fight and allowing his team to follow through is really good. So I do think it's a good item choice here.
Got it.
They just need to set up the fight.
EG are frothing at the mouth looking for this fight. Sumel's waiting for Fnatic to come just a little bit closer, and they refuse to do it every single time. But it's, again, Mushi enjoying that space up on the top lane. And it's also like EG is getting... Actually, then again, they are, because Arteezy was moving through the Radiant jungle, and he's finding his farm there. So they are getting trade-offs. Sphere's having a great time on bottom lane. He's actually finished the full mech now, 14 minutes on this Mirana.
He's farmed.
Yeah, he is. He's taken 5 out of the 11 kills of EG on just Sphere's Mirana.
This is what we talk about as good farm on an off-lane Tidehunter, you know? I think we pointed that out in a game yesterday. There was a Tide that had exactly Meg Arcane's 14 in, and you're like, oh wow, that's really difficult to fight into. It's a support Mirana that has this. It's got to be worrying for Fnatic. Instant sentry here from PPD. They're already prepping in case.
It's the Shadow Blade. They see him. They're going to dust. There was a sentry ward just on the other side of the tree line, and Arteezy wasn't ready for it. So 45 seconds on the sideline, and PPD instantly TPs himself out. But you notice in the mid one, pushes the aggression into mid. The second they get that kill on Arteezy, they need a follow-up. So either it's Roshan or the mid tier 1 tower. And in this case, it looks to be mid tier 1 tower. Here goes for the arrow play with Summel. He's got a lot of life. The Sunray's kicking in, but with a kick on the Fear, the Boulder as well. Mushi coming in from behind has to pounce it off over the kinetic field, but they glimpse Fear back in again. And now Universe, the double chrono, under his own tier 1 tower. The Nova is being extended at the moment. Universe coming a little bit closer towards that, but DJ's already down. PPD, they do get the extra stun. Mushi needs to get himself out of here, but it's just not possible. They keep getting hit. The flame break, it doesn't burn him down. They will actually just be stunned and just have to sit here, gawking at EG, looking to get that kill. Universe sleeps himself in to give himself a double. There's a Sunray from Ohio. He wants revenge, and he just cannot get it. So it's a 3-for-1 trade-off as Fnatic. It looks nice after they got the pick-off over on Arteezy, but things went a little bit haywire after that point.
The synergy between Sumail and Fear in both the games we've seen has been outstanding. I think it's been the defining factor for EG's success. Has been Fear roaming on mid, and Sumail and him, they just keep setting up ganks. There was the same last game, Bounty Hunter and the Nyx just looking to tag team throughout the game. If this is standard, I feel like it's not.
A 1-2-3-1?
Yeah. Most of the time, at least, the classic build is to max Searing Arrows. That's 100% sure. I don't know if this is a new trend where you get more points in Skeleton Walk just for the move speed to way easier cross the map and look for picks, give the team less...
Because the Observer Ward's also so shallow, they don't see PPD. Like, we just hit the daytime, but the Observer Ward line is still cuts around, and now PPD will actually reveal himself.
It's definitely the better time for them to fight no matter what, and they're looking at 3 minutes of daytime here where EG could try to snipe a Roshan. Any sort of reasonable pick-off with Mirana ult should set it up for them.
Well, they're smoked at the moment. Universe with that mum on him. You still don't have the Desolator though. Like, that's the only kind of downside here I'm seeing for EG, which will take them time. And they're centering in there. Yeah, they've actually find the Dire Observer Ward too. EG did plant down a fresh one, so they're okay with that. As they move aggressively into the Radiant jungle, Mushi comes in forward, sees Universe, sees that TC Sentry Ward now goes down, but Mushi on net, he's almost down with the Chronosphere, catching an only DJ. Disruptor's still the first one to fall, but Arteezy taking so much damage with the Cold Snap, and PPD swaps him away to safety. They're being split up completely here, but they can't focus their big combos, and now Fear, he jumps in with the Starfall. The Nova will be triggered, but they're just bringing it down. 3 heroes all around it. The Phoenix is down for the count. The Arrow will fly forward in mid one. Well, make him a pitcher or a catcher, I don't care. He's down. The Invoker is gone. And Slark
The only one alive. He's got to be careful. The sentry ward is right around the corner. Mushi walks in. Samael saw him. He blinked away, but EG, they want Roshan. They got sentry wards down, so there's no way that this Lark can surprise them. They will grab the Aegis as well.
Fear's so good, dude. I don't know. He's been playing one hell of a series so far. I can't really put a finger on his play in both games. It's just absolutely outstanding how much he gets out of relatively few tools, and it's so important for the early game that he lands the arrows that he does and that he's in the right place at the right time. He just reads the game step by step. You can tell how experienced he is, just understands everything he needs to do, and that doesn't take anything away from the rest of EG. Everyone's just playing
again.
Very great game. Yeah, that pounce needs to land, that's for sure.
I think like Mushi's like old war injury, like the bung knees kicking in again. These pounces just not finding their marks. And Samael's stuck here, like he doesn't actually have a TP scroll available. So he's just waiting till his Firefly's back off cooldown, and Fnatic, either they didn't see this, or they just didn't feel like they could chase him down.
I think they just assumed he TP'd out. I'm not sure if Mushi checked for it. And regardless, I mean, he's blinked into the middle of the jungle. The only hero who can really find him down there is probably DJ.
Oh.
Or, well, he could have Sun Rayed over, but...
Mushi realizes he's visible as his Shadow Dance wears off. He already feels like he's being attacked. So now Fnatic, it's just that desperation moment where we saw it, we saw it a lot during game number 1. But they don't have the same kind of lineup. Like in game number 1, they're like we don't know what to do, let's just push. Like we've got a Latrak, and a Chen, like we're all meant to force down towers, but as they group up to do that on the bottom lane, RTZ takes out the mid. Their smoke's gonna break. They don't have dust. Actually, yeah, they do have dust, but Ohio was the one who had it. Because of the backline, it did trigger onto RTZ. So he starts the Thunder Ray, and they found the vision. And the glimpse, the arrow flies in. They'll actually split between all 3 heroes, and RTZ will go down. So they burn the Aegis to the Immortal. Meanwhile, when that happened, you lost the Invoker on bottom lane, but they'll go again to RTZ. Magnetize the trigger. They go for the kick as well. RTZ, maybe not able to get out this one scot-free because they don't have any reveal. So he just runs back into the tree line. And Fear was waiting this entire time to support his teammate if he had to. Moonlight, Shadow, Mech, whatever.
Fear missed an arrow.
Stop the press.
Just wanted to mention that. I felt like that was really surprising.
Ohio's dead.
Arguably not very important.
No one RTZ can just like kill him off in 2 hits. This Clinks is just doing so much damage, and now you also pick up the gem over on Samael. He doesn't have it just yet, so Bush is going to steal the rune, and this time he'll actually get the leash over on Samael, and he needed that, but Samael, he won't go down. 41 HP. He actually takes damage. Oh no, he didn't. He almost took damage from the ogres. So not going to find anything more. PPD kicked in the mid as Net. There's no glimpse of Farble. He's got the ball up for Mushi. He comes in for the free gold. Fear's also here, but RTZ, well, he's not finding a lot of damage. In fact, he's going to get silenced up as DJ bowls himself in further. But Mushi can't find a target. Fear goes into the tree line. He'll TP himself out. They have no idea he's there. Glimpse is available for Net, but he just needs the vision to use it. It doesn't exist. And RTZ, he can actually 2-hit DJ if he wants to. But that's very dangerous with the rest of the heroes around. Then again, Disruptor's got no mana.
I don't think he feels confident right now. He's being targeted so hard by Fnatic. Again, in that fight, they looked to find RTZ, and actually a beautiful play coming out from DJ that entire fight. I think the camera was on Bad Rider at the time, but they stone kick through RTZ and hit PPD at the backline who was looking to swap him. They identified that they did that, then they pull and get the silence. And with that perfect play from DJ, they still couldn't kill him. Just so tanky with all of his armor. He's currently sitting on 10 armor, 20 armor, and gets a swap eventually out from PPD, surviving with that Death Pact. And, well...
At least they got some other things which might work their way, like a Veil of Discord over on the Earth Spirit, trying to inflict this damage a little bit quicker. I'm still waiting for like a huge Disruptor Storm from Net. Like we've been seeing the Glimpse have its effect, but like that combo of like Storm, Nova, you hold him in position, then Magnetize follow-up, while Mushi just runs around murdering people.
It's just the nature of EG's draft that it doesn't clump up very much, I think. They have all of the damage that they're dealing in the Chronosphere is from 4 different ranged heroes, and the only 2 heroes that will really stand close to each other most likely in the fight will be Bad Rider and the Void.
Mid one get out.
Mid one get killed.
Yep, he is most definitely killed. They didn't even need last super
nice
for that.
KS though.
Like with the gem, like he can't just ghost walk himself out. Don't you be hating on PPD. Supports
He
his money as well.
deserves some gold.
Supports the people as well, Syndrome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good for PPD to get a bit of gold. He generally plays like the 6th position for this team, so it's nice getting a little bit extra.
They're looking again towards mid, but it's like, do you kill off Arteezy or do you kill off PPD? You saw him move up because of the observer ward on the cliff side. And the tier 2 tower on the top lane is a lot more of an achievable objective.
I think Fnatic are going to start second-guessing themselves going on Arteezy. It's just failed so many times. Yes, sure, they've killed him 3 times, but they've tried 10, I think. That's a pretty bad success ratio, and every time they end up losing heroes, whether they kill him or not, it seems. So maybe the approach is look for other targets in the fight instead. Maybe isolate the Void, but now that he has Diffusal, it's actually very difficult for him to just silence him off and kill him. He can purge off that Earth Spirit silence. More or less have to catch him in the Static Storm.
Oh, this is a sandwich right now. Fnatic, well, Sumail is the first one in. PPD, the kick again! He couldn't actually get the swap off, now he will! Sumail is so low! He went down and he will actually go down by the Chronosphere from Universe. He catches out 3, it's a double kill for him! That's actually just easy when you got Clinks on the side, pumping in more damage. Mushi's looking for something and he's actually got the gen! He's actually stolen the gem from the Bad Ride. The Fusel Blade charge being used. They trigger off the dust as well as Mushi tries to run himself out. He's got pounce back off cooldown. Universe just dispelling the charges, and again the arrow from Feel hits the mark. The gem is back in possession of Evil Geniuses. And mid one also getting time locked off and killed off. Fnatic team wiped. They committed so much. They got the great initiation when Sumail walked directly into him, but after that, everything just went south.
They got wrecked. That was really, really good. Universe, incredible chrono. But we've come to expect it. Like, it's not really a surprise when Universe lands a good chrono. It's just, oh, Universe is playing his hero again. That 3-hero chrono sets up for an easy team fight. Another fantastic arrow from Fear, as you pointed out. And it seemed to me that when it comes to Fnatic approaching these fights, they're not really quick enough in their fights. I think Mushi comes in a little bit late here. Yes, sure, he gets the gem, but he doesn't have an escape strategy afterwards.
They don't really have the pop damage. Like the Invoker doesn't really grant it because he went for this plus Wex.
It's good you mentioned. It's good you mentioned Invoker.
It's just control only.
I think he should have had a point next sword a lot earlier in this game. They would have benefited so much from having Ice Wall in some of these fights. Just 1 point in the X sword. Of course, the slow is still really massive with the number of points Quasi has. Deafening Blast against a hero like Clinks when he doesn't have BKB. It's a very long disarm for Wex. Most of the time when I see Invokers go this build, I just feel like, you know, that 1 value point you can place at, say, level 8 into X sword or maybe level 10. Level 11 is so long. And if you don't find kills, you can just see fight and fight over. It just seems like he wishes, you know?
Yep.
Oh, if only I had this spell. Like, for the disengage there for Mushi, I think he actually lives if there's an X-Sword point. And Invoker could cast either of those 2 spells, Mushi might get away. But he uses Tornado EMP and Cold Snap, and then he's out of tools. He doesn't have anything else. And now he's level 12, he has skilled Invoke, I think.
Wex, and just like, if I get my EMP Tornado off, the fight stops. Like, and is that it?
Look at it from this perspective. How good is the 3rd point in Invoke when you have 3 spells? Like, it lowers the cooldown, but you use all 3 spells in your opener anyway. The only thing he makes available to himself is Ghost Walk. That's taking a very defensive approach, right? He currently has Tornado EMP. He's going to turn that into Snap immediately after, and then it's like, okay, you can get Ghost Walk 5 seconds faster. How about having another spell at your disposal? I think this would be a lot better here for him. It might just be autopilot, you know, it's a trap you will often fall into if you're stressed in the game, is that when he watches this replay, or a lot of the time after the game, you're just like, you reflect on it and you're like, yeah, he's going Deso, by the way.
Yeah.
Pilots, this is very deliberate, but it's, yeah. It seems a little weird from him in this game. He's having a hard series, to be fair, though, so it's natural that he gets stressed. He's, as we talked about in the panel, inexperienced player on a big stage, and EG are just targeting him in both games. They're not letting him play Dota.
I guess it's funny because EG were a team that are also very used to having that kind of stuff happen. Sumail is probably the biggest example. Basically a year ago, like if we look at what happened at DAC, where they even like have to move into a different lane to try and make it so Sumail can feel comfortable to play his game. Obviously, he's come a long way in that 12 months, but mid one, I guess at least a nice thing that he can start and he can get this experience. But if Fnatic are going to try and pull this game back, and try and force it into a third.
This is their only play.
They need things to work, and yeah, this 4-man smoke move has to do something, and Mushi's a little bit too far away. They're coming over to check Roshan. Now, Roshan is not up yet. He's still another minute roughly away from spawn time. And the rest of EG are just floating around the pit. With the observe ward where it is, they can also break this smoke. It will actually break over on DJ. So EG understand it. They instantly go into Moonlight Shadow, but there's an observer and sentry down. They'll see Universe as well as Samal moving over. So Fnatic are aware of the attack for the Chronosphere. Caught out net 3 hits. Nope, so with the Tornado, they buy a little bit more space. And Samal really in the middle of Fnatic, not going the way they thought it would, but the damage is just so much from EG. They've already managed to kill off 2 as DJ balls himself away. Mushi picks up the Skadi after the fight is actually ended. So it's a 2-for-1 trade-off. Maybe not that bad considering how bad it could have.
Mushi really has to take this game. He has to take control in this game for his team. He needs to play confident and set them up.
I would feel more hope if I kind of felt like it was the rest of Fnatic also on the field. But when you look at the field and then you look at like what we had from Iran, like we already talked about how much money Fear had on him. Like he went into a hand of Midas as well and now is building a Diffusal Blade after finishing up a full Guardian Greaves. Like your support Mirana of EG actually has more money than some who pumps out a hell of a lot very, very quickly. Even the arrow into like a Leap Starfall. Like it's a lot of control, a lot of quick burst damage, and you've always got the Moonlight Shadow to allow EG to initiate. This is just a really, really hard game for Fnatic. DJ is going to get 3-hitted down, he's going to magnetize, he's going to throw everything he's got to try and make sure Arteezy doesn't kill him, but it doesn't stop the train. They already find the pickoff, Mushi leaping himself away, the fumble connect once again, Mushi dropping solo, gets a Shadow Dance off, but the Nova again out of position, Arteezy will help kill off the speed to get it, and this is just like, it is going downhill right now very, very quickly. Fnatic have lost 3, they're showing once again they can't fight an EG, like they don't even care about Roshan. Like they can just keep moving forward. And they're going to go for the tier 2 and tier 3 tower, make the most out of this. They force a buyback on the Invoker. This Invoker's going to have absolutely nothing. He's already got pretty much nothing.
Yeah, did you see the stat about Deso Invoker?
I did not.
Mid 1 has done it once, Super has done it once, they've both lost. And Mid 1 is looking to continue the stat.
You give confidence to Malaysia.
Oh, I honestly don't blame him for going for a damage item because it feels like they just need some sort of way of killing the heroes, and it is probably the most cost-effective item apart from Rapier in terms of just raw damage output, or at least one of the very, very good ones in this position in the game.
DJ dragged out. You can have the glimpse, but DJ already got repositioned. Faceless Void, he'll find the kill. Oh my, that's 9-1-10 on Universe. Mushi's outside the back lines. He's trying to find the opening. Going up, the Smelter goes inside the Shadow Dance, but he can't keep it up. Now they get the vision. At least he got that Dark Pact off, so he's able to get rid of the stun from PBD. And Arteezy, caught by himself in Boca. Well, there's some money. 22. At 1,220 gold. Like, that's a lot. Mushi can't even keep the chase going, because once again, Fear hits an arrow. And they escape underneath the cover of Moonlight Shadow. And what was really taken? The tier 3 tower and the mid-melee racks. You lost to Klinks for it. Trade is always worth it. And because you took all the other towers in mid.
Klinks really didn't need to die there. That was a little bit of Artur's charity fund help. It was a 1,200 gold. Apart from that, yes, it's still good enough for EG. It was a 1,200 gold.
They're three on their own, ult towards DPD. He's got his level 2 swap up, they go for the kick in Universe, blinks himself in, goes for the Chronosphere, he'll be Yuled up, Samal trying to buy a little bit more space at net, going down, this time the Nova actually doesn't do anything, it's too far away from the rest of the fight, Mushi is chasing over and battling against 4 of the heroes on the eastern front, Mushi will drop, there's 3 heroes down, he's actually lost Ohio as well, thanks to swap from PPD, and mid one, he tries to go invis, but this will not work, the sentry drops, Fnatic lose everyone, that almost looked like the last roll of the dice, and EG again, they will not go for Roshan. They're going to come for the GG push straight down mid and try and advance themselves straight into the semi-finals.
What a very fitting score when Fear just solo kills the Invoker at the end.
1-3-3-7.
That's so telling of his performance in this series. I think last game he goes like 9-1-8 or something like that on Bounty. This game he's 10-1-7. This is some of the best play I think I've ever seen out of Fear, and he usually plays really, really well, but he's brought his A game and more than that in this game, in this series rather. Just phenomenal.
And a much-deserved win from EG. Of course, it's not over just yet, as Fnatic are holding on. They've still got their tier 2 tower on the top lane, and with the creep wave pushing up to the top, it looks like Samal will actually BT himself back out, so EG will be forced to finish this the hard way. Fnatic will make them work for it. So maybe it wasn't the last roll of the dice, it was the fake out. Now they can go for the last roll of the dice. They're getting closer to some other key items. Like, I don't know if it's going to make that much difference, but like you're 600-ish gold away from Ohio Shiva's guard. Mid one just bought a Mystic Staff by itself. Surprised if he was going to go for a Scythe or something like that, he would get the ultimate orb, but just because you need the stats. This just feels like such a passive Invoker. It's hard to move away from it every time I look at it. Then again, at the same time, his mid lane, like opposite, is not done that.
He did play Crosswex Invoker against Alliance, and I think he was the standout player of that entire game, or maybe the series even.
Oh, they found some ale. But it's a trap. It's such a trap. EG's waiting right behind. You got PvD to swap and feed arrow whoever he wants to. Leap forward, actually goes into the middle of the fight, but TJ! Oh my! Arteezy with that Daedalus, he already finds 2 kills. Didn't even see the first one pop, but that Earth Spirit didn't last long. Then what do you do as Fnatic? You push up towards the top lane, you try and go for the tier 3 tower, but this won't stop it. Like, the EG push is coming, they will attack tier 4 towers, and they will win this game. It cannot be stopped. Like, you do EMP Tornado. Like, Arteezy doesn't care, he's got no mana anyway, he's still got Nagus the Immortal up his sleeve. They trigger off the Greaves, and there you go. Universe goes to the Chronosphere. Ohio almost pushed out of it by Sumel's Flame Break. But they do find the kill nonetheless. The support's coming back up in a moment. Mushi trying to go on Arteezy inside that Shadow Dance. Arteezy dropping low, but then of course the Death Pack gives him more life. Nice little storm. Arteezy gonna go down. No, he's not. Of course he's not. It's GG. Fnatic lose everything, including the series. Will end at 13:44 in favor of EG, and they go 2-0 in the series. That felt convincing.
They look really, really good. I think this might be the best individual series out of a team we've seen so far in the tournament. And, you know, I don't know.
Didn't even see the first one pop, but that Earth Spirit didn't last long. Then what do you do as Fnatic? You push up towards the top lane, you try and go for the tier 3 tower, but this won't stop it. Like, the EG push is coming, they will attack tier 4 towers, and they will win this game. It cannot be stopped. Like, you EMP Tornado. Like, Arteezy doesn't care, he's got no mana anyway, he's still got Nagus the Immortal up his sleeve. They trigger off the Greaves, and there you go. Universe goes to the Chronosphere. Ohio almost pushed out of it by Sumel's Flame Break. But they do find the kill nonetheless. The support's coming back up in a moment. Mushi trying to go on Arteezy inside that Shadow Dance. Arteezy dropping low, but then of course the Death Pack gives him more life. Nice little storm. Arteezy's going to go down. No, he's not. Of course he's not. It's GG. Fnatic lose everything, including the series. Will end at 13:44 in favor of EG, and they go 2-0 in the series. That felt convincing.
They look really, really good. I think this might be the best individual series out of a team we've seen so far in the tournament. And, you know, I don't know, I don't have much more to say. The question that I'm interested in hearing from the panelists is whether Fnatic just didn't show up and EG look extremely good by comparison, or if EG were just that good.
Well, we are here right now, and the only man I can ask who knows firsthand a lot of experience with Fnatic is the gentleman to my left, Winter. I know this is something that's probably going to be hard for you to watch, and a lot of Fnatic fans out there, after seeing their tremendous group stage run, for them to get crushed so quickly. But, you know, it ain't any normal team. This is EG, one of the most experienced and talented squads out there. Winter, what did you make on game number 2 here for EG versus Fnatic?
I think just after the first game, they sort of changed things. They wanted to change things in the second game, and I felt like their draft this game was really difficult for them to execute. Phoenix had a really tough lane, and it was just the mid lane once more. Like, this game, the Earth Spirit played so well. Like, Chrissy on the Earth Spirit, he played amazing the whole game. He created so many. At 3 minutes, he set up 3 kills for his team. Like, what more can you ask from your Earth Spirit? But it was still not enough. Like, Invoker still got caught like multiple times when Earth Spirit left the lane. He was again once more way too cocky. He stood on the enemy side of the tower, and he was like right clicking, trying to farm, and he got caught by arrow. Like, I don't know how many times Fear just landed arrow after arrow after arrow on the Invoker.
Robin Hood, if you will, Fear, and you mentioned his experience of being able to play all sorts of roles out there. This guy is now on 897 career games. He'll hit his 900 mark here at this tournament. A phenomenal showing from him. What did you make about EG's performances? I mean, with this kind of showing so far, are they slated to be the favorites of the tournament here on out?
I would say Fnatic just didn't match up that well versus them. I would like to see EG go up versus a tougher opponent. Fnatic just did not bring their A game today. They didn't have a decent draft in game number 1, at least tailored to what EG had presented. And in game number 2, like mid 1 just did not play as well as he did in the group stage. Overall disappointing, I would say. I would have put the odds like 2-1 before that series, but if they had to play again, it would be like.
He's not like Sumail though. Like Sumail, even if he gets a really tough laning phase, we saw it at DAC last year when he got ganked and ganked and ganked.
Yeah,
but he still could, get stuff done after he knows how to come back into the game. But even during Star Rider, I think I was talking to Ben and I was mentioning, once he doesn't get a good early game, it's really hard for him. Like he's not a player that can come from behind, come back from behind.
It felt like that, like a DAC, like EG gave Sumail the space to come back, where like Fnatic, it didn't really feel like that, that way to me. Like Mushi was off on his own, doing his own thing. Like he had a whole bunch of net worth, but I never really felt it being utilized with the entire team. But that's why, like halfway through the cast, I brought up the fact like how much money Fear has got, and then you realize that like the supports are doing so much more for EG. Like the whole team actually had a focus and knew when they were going to win the game, but I didn't feel that today from Fnatic.
It's like they couldn't take the team fight that they want to. They drafted Phoenix. That's why I suggested like something like a Medusa, because I felt like they needed someone to stand up. There was like nothing to protect the egg. Like the egg, every time every fight, Ohio flies in, and then everyone just right clicks the egg because there was nothing.
And then you made it so defensive to try and make sure it got off, and then it did absolutely nothing.
They did need a blast, though. Do you think he should have gone Quad Swex instead of Exort? Like, with the Force Spirit, you can tank the arrow. You have the blast to help with the
might be a team decision that they wanted to play like faster pace because they know that Phoenix is going to have a hard game, and then Slug is sort of slower pace. You need to wait for his one item, either the Blink or the Shadow Blade, before he really comes online to help the team. So I'm not sure, but it could have been better having the Force Spirits to scout out. But at the same time, it might also be a team decision that they wanted him to be on the Quad Swex Invoker, and it's easier to set up for the Earth Spirit because he just has the Tornado or the Cold Snap to help him. Like, it's much easier to get a kill in the lane.
In this game, if you're playing Quaswex Invoker, when would you skill Exort? Your first point. What do you think? What level? Because I definitely don't think he should put it. I think level 13 he put a point in Exort.
Yeah, if you're having a bad
maybe
game.
Maybe 3-5-1 Quaswex Exort?
So level 10, is that? With 2 in Invoke?
Yeah, around there.
I agree. Sounds good.
If
8 or 10.
If you're having a good game, maybe you can make the case that you get it later because you're having a good game, you have more levels. But if you have a bad game, you definitely should have considered getting it earlier because I agree with Cinder and like some situations, it felt like they would have benefited a lot having the Deafening Blast, especially for the egg, Like he could have pushed them away. Or
it's so good synergy with
did
Phoenix.
something, at least he could have did something. Yeah.
Well, while we wait the winner's interview here, what's the valuable lesson that Fnatic should learn from this? They go back, they hit into their locker room, if you will, to look over the replay here, and now with this, they're going to be going into the lower bracket to face off, I believe, against Newbie. What lesson could they learn from their matchup against EG here?
I think it's Virtus Pro. Didn't you say that earlier? Or
no, Virtus Pro, I believe, was the loser of the last series, right? So that would mean
you're
OG
right. You're right.
I'm
mixing it up.
Them.
You're right. Absolutely.
So they'll be slated to go against
just
Newbie.
testing.
Thanks, man.
刚刚这场由EG 对战 Fnatic 的对战当中呢 ，EG 也是以2-0的好成绩打败了 Fnatic。在我身边的就是 PPD， 先给我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hey, I'm Fear from Evil Geniuses Support Play.
是，也有2个简单的问题想要问到 PPD， 就是想说，比方说从，哇哦，现场好热烈，我想。还能不能够安静地问到问题了？首先啊，从开始这个小组赛到现在，也已经看到很多不同的战队的表现了嘛。想问到我们的 PPD 对于哪一支战队的评价是会对未来的自己的晋级之路产生影响？
You've seen the performance of a lot of teams during group stage. Which team do you think would be a threat to you?
Not exactly sure what team right now is the best, but I think Alliance is very strong for how we like to play. We thought eHome would be as well. And out of those, all these other teams are kind of like surprised. We weren't sure how we were going to play at all.
我其实很难说哪个队伍会特别难打，但是对于我来说 ，Alliance，他们应该是我们比较有挑战的一个队伍。然后还有就是eHome，然后其他队伍来说，他们的表现都有一点在我们的意料之外，所以这个东西很难说。
好，我终于知道刚刚大家那么热烈的原因了，因为在我身边的是 Fear 是吗？好，第二个问题想要问到的是，因为这一次是我们中国的主场作战嘛，然后发现我们很多中国的队伍好像表现的并不是非常的尽如人意。从你们角度出发的话，觉得这些原因可能是什么
？You came to China for this tournament, and it seemed like all the Chinese teams they weren't so good. What do you think are the reasons?
Not exactly sure why they're doing so poorly, but I can only guess this batch in particular, you're kind of rewarded for doing unexpected and weird plays, where I feel a lot of the Chinese teams are really coordinated and they're easier to read, and the other teams that just kind of sporadically do things are more rewarded in this patch.
这个东西也很难说，可能是这个版本的话，总会有一些很出乎意料的东西。因为中国队打法一般来说都是比较容易看透的，然后呢，像其他的外国队伍打的东西又有点出乎意料，所以可能这就是为什么中国队打得没有这么好的原因吧。
好。感谢菲尔接受我们的采访，也希望接下来你们的晋级之路可以更加的顺畅一些。Thank you。好，接下来把画面交还给我们的分析台。
Cool, calm, and collect. Fear feels very confident about his team EG and doesn't seem too faded about any sort of opponent that could come his way. And I got that impression as well when I was talking with Charlie about it. So after this means that we're now going to be going down into the lower bracket best of ones, our first matchup. One that I never thought I would see two teams in the lower bracket this soon in best of ones, eHome versus Alliance. Before we cut to a break, actually, I want to ask you guys early impressions about that matchup.
Game is tough, like for both teams meeting in the lower bracket.
Game is hard.
Game is hard. Like no one wants to play Alliance, and no one wants to play eHome in the lower bracket.
I'm sad to see one of them go, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, even yesterday we talk about Vichy versus BP. Like we are sad as well. Like one of the stronger teams that we thought before the tournament would be home this early. I mean, someone has to lose.
Unfortunately, that's how tournaments work. They're winners. So we'll cut to a break. When we come back, it's going to be best of one action now. Alliance versus eHome.
看到双方的选手都已经进入到各自对战方面的秀。
推翻，重建，新的王朝。
Hello and welcome back to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World, and we're back here on the panel as well, and we have reduced the panel. We have kicked someone. We'll leave it up to you to decide who we actually kicked from the panel, who perhaps some might say got fired. I don't know. Sinner and Rascal Gods, welcome back to the panel. And the reason for us missing a panel member, I'm going to spoil it right now. We are going to have the casters casting live from the arena, so a little bit of an upgrade there for them, as they don't need to sit with us on the panel anymore. But gentlemen, we have a lot of best of ones to go through, because it is time for the lower bracket round 2 matches. And that means we're going to say goodbye to another 4 teams. It's going to be a rough day. Starting off with the roughest.
I mean,
probably.
it's fine for us.
Yeah.
So far we've had we've had 2-2-0s. Like we're on schedule. Like this is going to be a smooth day for us.
I'm not surprised that you would say that, because you've also said before that you love elimination matches
it's
because you get to see
Ben
teams
and I,
lose.
yeah, like watching the tears, the emotions come out. That's when Dota is like at its purest form. Getting knocked to a low bracket, meh, who cares?
And
Getting knocked out of the tournament, that's good.
So you prefer watching teams lose over win?
I mean, that's where the stories are. The
You
stories. The only match where it matters who wins is the grand finals.
But you
That's-
also
as far
prefer
as the
watching the
stories go.
teams losing there.
No.
That's messed up. I'm just saying.
Okay, first of all, Secret OG was 3 games, so not too
Oh, that's
too hours.
not like a caster.
And you can say it in a better way than what you did, that you like to see teams lose. You like to see teams fight when they actually have no other option but fight.
You're much more poetic than I am.
They're backed into a corner. You know?
They're backed into a corner.
English
they
is my
have to
first language, so I have no excuse here. You just
I read a lot of fantasy books.
He just likes to see them fight for their life and then see the miserable look in their eyes when they've actually died off. That's what Gods is all about. He says,
Jessica, like
sadistic
he's
necrophos
like,
picker.
I'm sitting next to this guy. What's going on?
My microphone is giving me difficulties here, boys. There we go.
It's okay. It's also a bit of a shame, perhaps, that we don't get to talk about eHome and Alliance all too much before their matchup, because we are actually already in the draft. We can take a look at these 2 teams. For me, eHome has had a bit of an easy run, but yesterday they were up against Archon. eHome is, for me, a bit of a question mark in this matchup. Alliance, we saw them play 3 matches yesterday. We saw what they did. eHome saw what Alliance did, but eHome, I felt like they weren't really put to the test when they were playing up against Archon.
Do you guys feel that works in their favor, though? Like, they have a lot of footage on Alliance, but Alliance have very limited footage on eHome.
Yeah, they didn't really have to show anything. But at the same time, I think these 2 teams pretty much know what each other are going to do. If anyone is is more difficult to read, it's probably Alliance. They might have more tricks up their sleeve. I feel like eHome has been pretty defined so far in what they do. And this first pick Lone Druid is no exception to that.
I kind of agree with that. And, I mean, it's a best of 1. I don't really think either team thought they were going to be in the situation this early on in the tournament. I mean,
10 seconds.
I think a lot of us had 2 of these 3 teams probably in our top 3, or top 5 maybe.
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
definitely going to be a little bit rough.
Reserve
Any expected picks to see come out from Alliance that you haven't seen before? Or are we going to see another Naga pop out from them?
Alliance's
With the
turn
Wisp,
to pick.
I-
be a little bit of the Alliance of old, right?
Yeah, Alliance not been favoring the Wisp as much, like yesterday against Liquid, for example, but classic Alliance, this was them. This hero defined them in their playstyle as well as just them as a team, going back to TI3.
Yeah, they haven't been favoring the Phoenix too much, have they? A lot of teams have been running that support capacity Phoenix against,
Enchantress.
Lone Druid, but they're just going to go with the Ench.
eHome's turn to
That
pick.
yesterday was a kind of bread and butter pick for them, putting Ake onto this when he couldn't get the Chen. We're seeing a lot of teams use it as a backup, or use it as the preferred jungler over the Chen in a lot of situations.
Don't you feel perhaps that Alliance is giving a lot away by having the IO Enchantress pick up to first two? Gives a bit away in terms of how aggressive they might be with their lanes. Gives eHome time to prepare against that.
I think any opening with an Enchantress is fine. Because anytime you could say you're picking potentially a weak laning phase by picking a Wisp, you could easily argue that Enchantress is strong enough to the point where a couple of good rotations and a gankable mid lane or a gankable safe lane, and you're pretty much in good shape. You just need to make sure that the Enchantress can control the tempo, and Ake is very good at that.
But it also suggests, to me, it's kind of interesting to read into because yesterday it was always like, let's get the Beastmaster in the first stage when we don't have the Nature's Prophet, the Lone Druid. So it's a best of one. You've got to imagine Alliance leaving Lone Druid in the pool. You guys kind of mentioned, I definitely agree. You know what eHome's going to do. You know they're going to first pick Lone Druid. And the fact Alliance don't respond with Beastmaster makes me think there's a different hero they want for Bulldog. Whether it's something like the Weaver Druid we've seen before, an ideal scenario for their draft to reach. Like, we're going to try and bait eHome into picking such and such heroes, Lone Druid being the first one, and then we're going to counter it and do this to beat it. So that to me is what this is saying from Alliance's opening.
I think they actually give Bulldog more pick priority, as in they like to pick his hero a little bit later into the draft and seeing the Lone Druid first. It only gives away the fact that they have the potential to push, and Lone Druid can pretty much lane in any situation, right? So I think giving him not necessarily the favorable hero matchup, but something that can deal with potentially 5-man, which a lot of teams have been favoring as of late, is probably the better option. Because we saw what Weaver did earlier against the push strat. It just flops. It doesn't really do that much. So depends on what the other matchups are.
This Darkseer is actually a curveball from eHome. They've almost always ran the Lone Druid going back to MDL in the offlane for Old 11, but picking up the Darkseer throws the Lone Druid either mid or safe lane and puts Old 11 onto this Darkseer.
They run bounty, right?
They do.
For eHome? Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's probably a bounty ban.
Good
then.
ban.
10 seconds remaining.
We also should disregard the option. This is something that we see very rarely. In the past, it was somewhat popular sometimes. You can put the Darkseer mid. Like, it's not out of the question. That hero stands against pretty much everything and just free farms. Even some of the stronger lane dominators can't completely shut down a DS, but
I think that's a huge if for a best of one.
Yes, absolutely.
Old Chicken doesn't strike me as a player who's going to be like, yeah, put me on the Darkseer mid. Like, I mean, he's the drafter and stuff, so I just don't. I would be shocked if they did that.
I think
how about counter-greeting the Ench and just jungling it?
Jungling the Darkseer?
Yeah, from the start.
You would
That
have a
hero is
super
actually-
fast mech if you did that.
He is actually pretty good at it. The problem is it leaves a lot of space for Enchantress to move, but it really depends on what they put in the other lanes. If you have a Lone Druid offlane, that already draws attention to itself. Alliance probably have to keep one support there. And then maybe this is eHome's way of preparing at least for that possible scenario. I don't think it's out of the question.
I feel like they wanted to they want to play around. Their key timing is going to be the Lone Druid Radiance, and putting him in the offlane, they were worried about some kind of IO aggressive dual lane.
Yes.
Like an IOCK comes out, Lone Druid's not going to have a good Radiance timing unless you really create tons of space for him, and that's not what CTY does. CTY wants to farm and be the carry himself. So if anything, it just suggests they're not going to give Old 11... They weren't willing to give Old 11 a lot of space this game.
I think with the way that eHome have actually opened this draft up, it feels to me like they could easily go for something like Night Stalker, because in the past, Alliance have a tendency to gravitate towards Batrider in situations where the other team picks Lone Druid, because it's a good way to stop the slow siege, and you can just go for a quick lasso, you get a kill on the net. I mean, even lasso to relocate is a very potent combination as well, so maybe they could go back for the NS, run it in support, have the Darkseer be greedy like Cinder instead. I mean, that's pretty greedy, but so is Wisp Enchantress.
This is one of the first teams we're seeing not like target bans towards S4. Normally you see the Puck and the Bat banned out in that second stage if his hero is not picked up. But
I don't know if Puck is so strong against Lone Druid Darkseer opening though. I feel like those particular heroes, when you have an early mech buyer, Puck's initiation doesn't quite feel as good unless you have follow-up for it, and they haven't obviously picked much yet, so.
I agree, Puck's not great here.
Leave the Tiny in the pool, one of the common pairs with the IO. They ban out the Sven and the CK. What makes them prioritize those two over the Tiny?
More tempo controllers for Loda. The Tiny probably fits more. Well, all three of them kind of fit the carry role, but they're the more kind of early aggression. They dominate the lanes a bit more. They normally give Bulldog more farm as far as the overall strategy for Alliance goes. So to me, it's more like the player and playstyle preference. That's
I also
that's why.
I also think that Tiny is worse against Lone Druid than either of those heroes. Like Sven has much higher sustain damage. I don't think the burst of Tiny is as relevant against a hero like Lone Druid as Sven being able to pop God Strength, get like one lucky crit, and you can like two-shot the bear, or the CK Phantasm, you can instantly kill even like the tankiest of heroes. So I think, like you mentioned, the tempo is really important, but also the fact that I think their scaling against Lone Druid in particular is better. Like also Warcry can't discount that.
10 seconds.
I think the Beastmaster pick for Bulldog suddenly becomes a lot more appealing because the Tiny benefits a lot from the attack speed, and you generally look at this and think, yeah, Lions need some map control as well as something to set up for the relocate ganks, something to be the initiator for the IO Tiny. So while they didn't pick it in the first stage, it still looks like a pretty strong pick for them.
Yesterday, Alliance went for a lot of aggression lanes. They went for the aggression duo lane with an Enchantress also in the enemy jungle, helping out on that off lane. Is that going to be something that we're going to see here too? Is there an option for it?
You'd need to find a good matchup to 1v1 the Darkseer then. Yesterday they were doing that when Bulldog had a Beastmaster versus Nature's Prophet 1v1 matchup, which is like fine for Beastmaster.
It's I think it's okay because eHome only have one real dedicated pusher right now. And
Can't eHome just put Lone Druid mid though, if they're worried about an aggressive lane and just put like a tempo?
Right.
Then they just do like a tempo controller safe lane, like you get, I don't know, Bane plus some combo stunner like Queen of Pain.
Yeah, even Invoker, like
King,
Exort Invoker safe lane is good.
There's to me, there's like tons of heroes that could just fit into a safe lane role that don't care if they get aggro lanes.
5 seconds remaining.
No, they can't do that.
That's the Beastmaster.
I was considering if there was an opening for Alliance to try for something like an Abaddon Weaver again, because Abaddon is so good against Bane, and it's actually decent against Lone too, but I don't think they can fit Abaddon into their draft, and if they pick it, it's a definite Weaver ban in the second, or in the last phase.
And I think the Drow Ranger pick really enabled the Weaver that game as well, like having the bonus damage.
It does a lot, that's for sure.
I think I need that app on my tablet. Looks cool.
10 seconds remaining.
So going into the series, I said that I thought Alliance had more tricks up their sleeve, but it's eHome that we're seeing bringing some surprising picks. The first phase Darkseer, I think the Bane is also not something we've seen them run that much as of late. It's like a situational pick at best for them. I'm wondering if they're going to go even further with that and get another one of their old heroes, like for example, look towards something like an Undying and then try to push around the Tombstone with their Lone Druid. Decay obviously great against the IO Tiny. There's even a third strength hero on Beastmaster you could use it against and play that kind of game.
How do you feel? Never mind.
Oh boy.
Okay. All right.
This is good though.
Very. Yeah, I agree. I think it's very good.
Answer greed with greed. More greed.
Yes. I mean, the thing is, if you like in this situation, you could actually rush Blinker BKB. Like you don't actually have to build mech if you have the Darkseer off lane. So I think with only having one reliable way to stop Black Hole, I suppose you could toss, but it's really hard to do that.
Remaining.
I think it's actually really solid. Like what can they do against Enigma at this point?
Reserve time.
And the Enchantress, you can try and camp the Enchantress in that enemy jungle, but you expose yourself to rotations.
Yeah, it's really hard to pressure though, because now it's like, if Alliance don't have a successful early game with their Ench, the Enigma's getting so much more out of the jungle. Their team fight is also much better now, just because of the addition of Enigma in the first place. And they also have good push because they have Lone Druid. So I think eHome's draft is actually very solid right now.
Which hero can fix that issue that has like disable, probably S4 hero?
I still think that's okay, just because they have Beastmaster.
How about a Puck?
Puck is okay, but Puck is putting a lot into the Tiny and saying, if you don't carry this game, we got big problems. Because you're going to lack damage if you pick Puck and you can't like end the game at a certain point.
The one thing they sometimes do when they have the Beastmaster is get a bit more of a carry-oriented mid for S4 mid, because it's not like the Beastmaster doesn't do as much with farm as the Lone Druid or the Nature's Prophet, so that's often when you'll see S4 on like a Queen of Pain mid, just because he needs to kind of carry more weight as far as the overall damage output.
Okay.
Alliances turn.
I mean, it is an Alliance thing to do to pick Puck. I think when they showed the Puck Silencer draft yesterday, they say they're not afraid to put a lot on tempo and just say that we need to control the game, or we're kind of going to have a lineup problem. And I feel like Tiny late game is nothing to be underestimated. eHome don't really have the greatest mobility with their draft, so they have some methods they can play around, like Beastmaster Vision with relocates is always strong. But I still feel like Bat is the best fit now, especially with the Puck being banned.
10 seconds remaining.
They could just go YOLO and Queen like they did yesterday.
Yeah, I think Queen's still quite good, because they have the initiation from the Beastmaster. If anything, like you go Bat and Beastmaster, you've got these 2 good initiators, but all your damage, your follow-up damage is tiny. Like, if you're doing that, you need to give a lot of farm priority to the Enchantress almost, just so you can scale.
It will be the Batrider.
Turn to pick.
Another one of Alliance go-to picks for S4.
What do eHome want? Really depends where they're sending the Lone Druid, if he's going to be in the mid lane, or if they're looking for
I think
a mid lane
Quaswex and
versus
Volker
Bat.
would be so good for them right now. You can control the tempo of the game so easily.
Yes.
Like
Alacrity on Bear is
yeah,
pretty
Alacrity or Tornado EMP. Like you can build Book. You have so many options. With
I really like Safe Lane Legion.
10 seconds.
Legion for eHome, yeah.
I think it's very good. You can purge Lasso, you can purge Roar. It's good with the Bear. Just naturally has a good lane against Beastmaster. All right, never mind. I mean, I have no idea what to call for eHome because they're just drafting completely different stuff than they have all tournament.
It's so good though. I like it.
It's
I mean, it's very hard to relocate
Decent
Gank and Ember. You have to commit a lot of resources to kill this hero. And I feel, again, like it's another one of those heroes that makes it so Alliance are going to feel a ton of pressure this game. It's like we need to continually kill. We need to push. We need to get Roshan. There's definitely a lot that Alliance need to accomplish in this early game.
I can still see it a difficult Ember game because you've got Bat Lasso as well as Beastmaster Roar, and those are long enough disables that the relocating can finish off an Ember Spirit.
Yeah,
they don't have good defensive tools for him. They don't have good vision. There's no Night Stalker Beastmaster, so it's going to be hard to see those ganks coming.
Which one of these 2 teams is gonna move forward to round 3 of the lower brackets and go into the best of 3s, Sinrin?
10 seconds remaining.
I think I'm going to go with eHome. It looks like similar to EG against Fnatic, that they've just prepared something against Alliance, and if they're confident, then Alliance are showing standard stuff.
I'm gonna agree with Cinderin. I actually like eHome's lineup a little bit more.
Okay. Then we're gonna find out what Capitalist and Blitz think of this draft. It is time to head